Please be seated. Honorable members, welcome back to the continuation of the second sitting of the second session of the Fourth House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands. Let me apologize to all members and even the public for our delay yesterday. My office had some challenges and will work to improve where we have fallen short. Today marks the day of our budget debate, and we have agreed with all members that they will only speak for 1 hour and 15 minutes max. So, without any further ado, I call on the Premier and Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the report on the deliberations of the Standing Finance Committee be laid on the table of this honorable House.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. Okay. Report has been laid and seconded. I call on the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move a motion to debate on the merits and principle of the bill entitled Appropriation 2020 Act. Mr. Speaker, I move that the debate on the merits and the principles of the bill entitled Appropriation 2020 Act 2020 take place at this time. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. It has been moved and seconded that the debate on the Appropriation Act occur at this time. Honorable members, the floor is now open for debate. The floor remains open for debate. After 3 minutes, the members have indicated their willingness to debate the 2020 budget. Therefore, I call on the Premier to wrap up.
You say nothing, hello? Hello? You say nothing? Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, indeed, this is historic. The members of the government are here, and we did the introduction of the budget. And it was a budget, Mr. Speaker, carrying us into the full transition of going green, becoming more resilient. And Mr. Speaker, in my budget address, I laid it all out. We have followed all the rules of the House, Mr. Speaker. We have awaited any input from the opposition, Mr. Speaker, but as you know that I must give credit to the member of the Six who has been here with us all through the budget. I want the public to know that she was here for every single budget session on the Standing Finance, and she's here today, the only opposition member that is there sitting. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't want anyone to say that we didn't give the opportunity. The floor was open, and the members of the opposition were not here. The member for the 6th District is here, but she has indicated that she has ventilated it enough during the Standing Finance Committee. I want to thank her and all the members of my government for their input during the budget session. Mr. Speaker, I would say that the words uttered in the budget speech of 2020, Mr. Speaker, says it all. This government is going to move in directions never seen to bring revenues never seen in the history of this territory. It's going to be a challenge, and we have to make sure that we are prayed up and praised up, Mr. Speaker. And we'll make sure that we do such, Mr. Speaker, in the coming year, to open the year with a National Day of Prayer and Praise. And also, Mr. Speaker, to have a lot of legislative changes, Mr. Speaker, that will allow, Mr. Speaker, new revenues to be made in the yachting industry, new revenues to be made in the medicinal marijuana, new revenues to be made in the money services, new revenues to be made in many areas, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, with this, Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't prolong the House because I want to thank your office. I want to thank the staff. I want to thank all the staff of the clerk and her team. I want to thank, Mr. Speaker, your office. I want to thank the members and all of those public officers who came in and displayed what their true spirit of BBI love, so that this year, which will be the most challenging year, Mr. Speaker, for this territory, that we will get on with it. I know, Mr. Speaker, that last year we had to put this year, sorry, we put $26.9 million this year total in the reserve, so that we could have been removed from being in violation of the protocols that were started by the last administration, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, with that in mind, with us being able to move that out, Mr. Speaker, it was quite a task to do that, knowing, Mr. Speaker, knowing full well, Mr. Speaker, that there were people who still did not have their homes, did not have their roofs, and we had to put that kind of money to get us out of the dilemma that we were in when we took office, Mr. Speaker, and that was quite a challenge. And since then, Mr. Speaker, we saw the financial services drop off by some 27% just about, which is about $30 million less in revenue collected, but it was always projected to be that way from about 2 years before we took office, Mr. Speaker. So it's nothing that happened because we are in office, Mr. Speaker, but it happened in spite of us being in office, because it was always a label that we were always informed that this would happen. But still, Mr. Speaker, putting $26.9 million in the reserve, still trying to keep the country running, and still at the same time, Mr. Speaker, collecting $30 million left in revenue, we were able to still realize to date a small surplus. I want to thank everyone, Mr. Speaker, for their input in this as we close off the budget, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I thank everyone for their effort. I want to especially thank each minister in the ministries or our backbenchers. And Mr. Speaker, I also want to make sure that I thank the Attorney General and his team. I know AG, most likely this will be the AG's last budget with us, because I know that his contract ends in February. But I want to thank him, from the NDP government to our government, for the service that he has rendered to the people of the Virgin Islands. And we want to make sure that once this is the end, that he has held the fort for us, because we know the Constitution allows for a BVI Islander to hold the post of Virgin Islander, and he has served the post tremendously well. So once that is the case, Mr. Speaker, we want to thank him in his office, and whoever comes also, for what they have done. So, Mr. Speaker, in the spirit of all of this, we have done a lot of work, but yet a lot more work to do. And we have a lot of revenue, because it'll be the first time in history of this territory for this upcoming budget where we are seeing that we cannot depend only solely on the financial services revenue. We have to go out there now and generate revenue, and all the areas that we have, Mr. Speaker, we have them highlighted. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank everyone, and as we stated, it has been a journey to have 2 budgets passed in just a few months, Mr. Speaker. That in itself is a challenge. I have to thank the Ministry of Finance and their team. And Mr. Speaker, all else who have erred in not mentioning it was not intentional. We cannot do this alone, so I thank everyone, public service, the private service, and everyone, and all those even in cabinet. So, Mr. Speaker, with that in mind, it is a pleasure for me to now say that this is the end of the 2020 debate for the budget. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Finance. A motion has been moved and seconded concerning the Appropriation Act 2020, Act 2019. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The motion is carried. I call on the Premier and Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House now resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole House to consider draft estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, I rise to second the motion. A motion has been moved and seconded that the House resolve itself into a Committee of the Whole House to consider the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 2020. Those in favor? Aye. Aye. Those against? The motion is passed. This House is now in committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise after listening to all the input, Mr. Speaker, in one in which my government believes in listening, even when we're, whether perceived to be right or wrong, to listen to the people, that we are here now to ask, after sitting down with the leader of the opposition as two senior members of the House. And Mr. Speaker, it is one in which we see the need for us to relook, despite the government did follow the rules. But given other areas that, Mr. Speaker, that has come to my attention after speaking with the leader of the opposition, we have decided to request that a motion now, I move a motion now that we go back and reopen the 2020 budget. We've agreed, Mr. Speaker, for no more than 45 minutes per speaker, so no one will speak past that. That's the agreement. And there'll be no other business. So, Mr. Speaker, we have found a compromise. And, Mr. Speaker, I rise to move this motion in the spirit of good governance, in the spirit of partnership, in the spirit of democracy, which my government not only says but preaches, but make sure that lives. So I rise to move this motion.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. I also want to thank the Premier and other members for listening to. Hear me now? It's on. You didn't want me to speak to it. Is it on? Is it on? Great. No, it's not on. I need it was on. Right, let's speak to this. No, Mr. Speaker, thank you. I rise, as I said earlier, second the motion. I want to thank the Premier for listening to the concerns raised by myself on behalf of my colleagues in opposition. It's important for us, as I mentioned, for good governance and democracy, to ensure that one of the most important pieces of legislation that would pass through any house in any given year has the voice of all the members of this house, especially the members of the opposition, who represent almost more than 2/3 of this territory. And I thank the Premier for his compromise. I thank the members for listening to reason. And thank you, Speaker, for facilitating this process so we can now move on with the people's work. I second the motion.
A motion has been moved and seconded that we reopen the debate for the Appropriation Act 2020, Act 2019, and that each person be given no more than 45 minutes to speak. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The motion carried. The floor is now open for debate. I recognize the member for the 2nd District, the Honorable Melvin M. Turnbull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to join with the Leader of the Opposition and the members of this entire House of Assembly and thank you and the Premier and the members of his government for agreeing for us to revert back to this debate. While I only have 45 minutes, I just want to say thank you. Mr. Speaker, this is another historical moment in the Virgin Islands. Every year, this is the budget now of 2020. And every year that we are able to pass budgets and go through this process, there are some teething pains that we must acknowledge, recognize, and address. And every year, Mr. Speaker, for the last 20 or 30 years, the budget of the territory has continued to increase. The number becomes bigger, Mr. Speaker. We are at a whopping $414 million in the budget estimates for 2020. And for a country that is just about 60 plus years old, I would say that is a tremendous accomplishment when you look at the number, when you look at the amount of budget. This is indeed, in fact, a new administration. We had some 9 months ago, I think it was, we had to go through the budget process. I think it was in April, to deal with some constitutional issues. So it was, as the Premier coined it, unconventional. And the fact that we are back 9 months later, because his word was that we needed to have the budget process completed so that come, as the old people said, January morning, the business of the country could be carried out. So I want to commend the Premier and the team that he has and the staff of the House of Assembly and all that have worked, and all the persons that came before us during the Standing Finance Committee deliberations, for their work, for their time, for their effort. Mr. Speaker, you and the staff at the House Assembly, we know the time, the effort, and the exhaustion that you suffered during this time, but we are continuing to build this beautiful territory that God has gifted to us. Mr. Speaker, it is, however, something to consider when we look at this budget. It is something that has been paining and affecting the operations of this country for far too long. Because of a budget of $414 million, Mr. Speaker, we look at the very first page in this budget and we realize that the recurrent expenditure is $327,289,249. The budget also includes loan amounts. But if I was to just do some quick mathematics, even excluding the loans, it leaves you with about $86 million, $86.7 million to get to the people of this territory so that they can feel the effects of what we're passing. When you look at the recurrent expenses, which each year, just as the budget increases, the recurrent expenditure continues to increase. And the amount of money that we are getting to the people of this territory, whom after the hurricanes of 2017, whom after students graduating from high school and college and wanting to contribute to the development of this territory, we're looking at just about $86 million that will be able to help facilitate their growth, their development and contribution to the rebuilding of this territory, to shape it for the next 50 or 60 years. Mr. Speaker, I am of the opinion that we cannot continue in this fashion. There have been many discussions, many thoughts, many ideas, but there have to be decisions that we will be disciplined and willing to take in order to not only address the recurrent expenditure, but also move to a position where the 13 of us, Mr. Speaker, who are privileged to be elected by the persons of this territory, take a position together with the governmental agencies and bodies that are responsible for revenue earning, together with those innovative persons, whether young, old, and in between, to raise revenue to help for the development of this country. It is one thing to say that we are putting things in place. Mr. Speaker, I've been here now for 4 years, thanks to Almighty God and the people of the 2nd District. But there has been continuous talk about raising revenue and different revenue earning measures. But when you look at it, what we continue to see is we fall back on 2 main industries. And those 2 main industries, Mr. Speaker, we have been carrying a load for this territory in excess of some 30 years. The financial training that I would have had would say that we must not continue to put our eggs in one basket. The diversification of our economy is one that is essential. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the young persons within this territory, the persons that we are graduated out of high school, out of college, and even those who have not gone through the conventional educational system, but those who are using their creative ways and means and taking risk on themselves to develop businesses and go all in on their ideas to earn revenues. We have to take advantage of those opportunities. When we look at our persons in the athletes who are in the professional arena, we have to, Mr. Speaker, take advantage of those opportunities. When we look at the natural resources that we have, yes, we have beaches, and yes, we have beautiful and clean sand and crystal clear water. But we've been talking, Mr. Speaker, for far too long about what we will do to enhance the tourism product. We already seen what is before us in terms of what is happening with financial services and the attacks therein. We have to continue, Mr. Speaker, to push the envelope, but also take the risk that was taken back in the day from those visionary leaders, H.L. Stout, Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill, Cyril Robney, and those likes, Mr. Speaker. We have to take those risks, taking a calculated risk to prepare for our futures. It does not have to be conventional. It does not have to be the way we've always done it. But taking the risk, Mr. Speaker, when I'm talking about taking a risk, I mean specifically taking the risk on our people. Giving our people a chance, just as our forefathers were given that chance and that opportunity to build this territory to where it was pre-Irma Maria. Taking that risk to believe, to promote, and to fund the business ventures and opportunities for the persons within this territory. Because we built it before with the help of God, and I am sure now with much more education, much more knowledge, and much more creativity, we can build this territory to what we need it to be once again. Mr. Speaker, the conversations that we've had have taken us to a number of places. And Mr. Speaker, I would ask your kind indulgence if you would just let me know when I am about 15 minutes in so I can govern myself accordingly. I want to ensure that I am keeping in tune with the time that has been allotted. I see the Premier smiling. Good to see him smile for the morning. In Jesus' name, amen. Mr. Speaker, I have some critical things that have been plaguing me, and I've been lamenting in this honorable house, budget after budget, year after year, for the 4 years that I've been here. Before I get to the 2nd District, coming out of Standing Finance, Mr. Speaker, you understand, and I've learned that the body responsible for the Virgin Islands Cadet Corps, again, I say this, and you can check the records because I've said it before. The Virgin Islands Cadet Corps, which I was privileged to be the chairman for just about 2.5 years. This is a body, a statutory and enacted body that you know for sure young persons are given the opportunity to join and become a part of, that deals with discipline, that deals with training, that deals and has the ability to deal with culinary as well as aviation and other skills in terms of navigation and their marine navigation as well. And for the last 3.5 years, or 2.5, 3 years, Mr. Chair, the Virgin Islands Cadet Corps Council, which is made up of the National Security Council, with the inclusion of the Minister of Education and Culture, together with the Commandant of the Cadet Corps, has not met in 3 years. Mr. Chair, I am still listed as the chairman of the Virgin Islands Cadet Corps. I still have signing authority to be able to issue funds for this body. Mr. Chair, we have to do something. This is a body that you don't have to worry about where these children will go. You know what they produce. We have them march to in the funerals, in our different ceremonies, all the different things, but we are not taking the time. We have yet to find a home for these young people. I am not that person. We'll get to that in a little while. Is Kai started? The minister, sorry. Mr. Chair, I'm asking, Mr. Speaker, I'm asking that we, whether it's the council, whether it's the Minister of Education, whomever is responsible, let us take care of this body. They are adults, whether in the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force, as well as other volunteers who have been there since this body has been enacted. I think in 2008, Honorable Premier, you will bear me out on this, since 2008. And they have celebrated 10 years, but not been recognized in the way that they should. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to report, again, that on next week, the 20th of December, again, something that I campaigned about in 2015. But finally, Mr. Speaker, I must give credit to where credit is due. The Premier and his administration will be renaming the Customs Building in Just Van Dyke on the 20th of this month, which is next week, in the honor of Albert H. Chenery, who had committed years and years of his life to serving the people of Just Van Dyke. And I want to invite persons to be a part of that. And I know through the Deputy Governor's Office, as well as the Premier's Office, and the agencies responsible. I think the RDA had a part to play with the reconstruction. I want to thank them and as well as the committee for getting us to this point. Mr. Speaker, there are some issues that are here as it relates to the way our people are being treated. Throughout the government service. The way our people are continuing to be sidelined in the private sector. I want to challenge the Minister and Ministry of Labor and I think it's Workforce Development, I think it is. That we get out from the offices and start to investigate some of the reports that are being made time in and time again, and not just take the word from a phone call made to the employer about a situation that our people have been complaining about. Reflecting on the life of the giant whom we laid to rest just 2 days ago. We understand that one thing that he did not stand for was allowing Virgin Islanders and people of this territory to be taken advantage of by anybody. We continue to get bigger. We continue to get better. But if we do not curtail and address some of the little occurrences that are happening, by the time they become giants, we will be timid and afraid to address them at all. Mr. Speaker, also in the town and country, in the standard finance, we learned from the department as it relates to the town and country, and I have some issues within the 2nd District, and I know other members on the opposition, especially, and even some members on the government side, have issues throughout the territory of the Virgin Islands, from Anegada to Just Van Dyke, with persons constructing and occupying spaces, including government land, that they're not permitted to. And I was happy to hear that the Premier stated that whatever legislation needs to come to give the town and country department teeth to enforce the laws, that will be done. And I'm hoping in this visionary year of 2020, clear vision, that will be accomplished, because what you see and what you hear is that, well, this person over here do it, so why you went to address them? Or this one has been here, but because of who his name is or who her name is, you're scared to touch them. Mr. Speaker, right is right, and wrong is wrong, and wrong can't be right no day of the week. I have made several calls, several complaints, several reports on occurrences in the 2nd District about issues with people building illegally, with people and the issues with them surrounding sewage, surrounding littering, surrounding just the overall management of the natural resources that we have. The complaints are made, the enforcers come, and then they would hit a roadblock and say this is as far as they go. Mr. Speaker, the problem is, after they done hit their roadblock, the problem still exists, it still continues. But the district representatives still getting the blame. And apparently, Mr. Speaker, for the last couple of years, my name been very easy to call. I don't mind because I understand the responsibility. But if we're going to sit here and stand here as lawmakers, we must ensure that those things are taken care of. Mr. Speaker, the BPI Electricity, and we commended them for the works that they have done pre and post the hurricanes, and we see them moving aggressively to reinstall lights. And I would learn that they are in the process of reinstalling the 4,000 lights that we had prior to the storms, and with the hope to continue to light additional spaces and communities. I just want to make a plug. I've done it privately, but make a plug to light areas like Spooners, Ballast Bay, up in Chalwell. There's some dark areas with some seniors there that need to be secured. And when we look at the seniors, Mr. Speaker, I think I stand to be corrected. I know there's a group that just celebrated last week, Sunday, called the Cream of the Crop out of Carrot Bay. But I have a special set that met down in Bruce Bay, calling themselves the Golden Eagle Seniors. I know there are those who meet down in Seacoast Bay, as well as those who would meet down in Road Town. Mr. Speaker, as I meet with the seniors in the community, they have a sense of being neglected, especially for the ones over on the 2nd District side. I know Honorable Fraser has the same concern with the destruction of the community centers, which is where they used to meet. I think first it was 5 times a week, and then it reduced to 3 times a week. We must ensure, Mr. Speaker, because when you go and you hear them, how are you doing today? And they say, it's only me and God. And they're lonely, they're missing that camaraderie. So I am challenging and hoping that the Minister of Health would work aggressively to ensure that the community centers reinstated to be able to facilitate the meeting for the seniors, which are the heritage of this territory. And I want to ensure that the Minister knows that I am willing and able to support him in getting it done. And I will light fire where I need to light fire. But our seniors need to ensure, we need to ensure that we give them what is due to them. Mr. Speaker, I don't know who it was, but I learned that some politician before my time, I went through the Draft C estimates, and I was looking for certain things, and they said, I see nothing there. And then when I didn't see anything there, I saw dashes. So I know when we get in the community stage, my mouth will be heard again, because I have come here on behalf of the people of the 2nd District to ensure that we move those dash to put dots and commas with numbers before them. Honorable Vanderpool likes big numbers. I'm beginning to like them too. We don't have to use a dollar sign. It's a spoken language. Yes. But Mr. Speaker, specifically, the road project for the Parsons and the people of Just Van Dyke. Again, this is something that I have spoken about. This is something now that this minister, the then minister is sitting on my right. He made some promises there. So we know we have a new minister who happens to be from the same place that I am from. Ate from the same plate sometimes. Shared juice because we weren't old enough to have our own. So I'm praying and hoping that the Just Van Dyke Dog Hole Road, Mr. Speaker, that runs from Rudy's all the way back to the end of Foxy's will finally be completed in this 2020 year, because earlier in this year, Mr. Speaker, I asked a question in the Honorable House, and the Minister of Transportation, Works and Utilities assured me that in 2020, this project will be addressed. So I am going to hold him, together with the people of the 2nd District, to account that that road is completed. On a celebratory note, Mr. Speaker, I challenged the Premier, together with the people of Just Van Dyke, relating to the Just Van Dyke Ports facility, because Just Van Dyke is in fact a port of entry in this territory. Still is. The issue that we had is after the hurricanes, just like everywhere else, persons were reduced to a tent. So I am glad and happy to report that works have begun. I believe the drawings have been finalized, and we should have been pushing for a December 31st opening, but the last report that I received is that we might be a little bit late in the delivery of that project. But I'm happy to report nonetheless that movement has taken place, and we've met with the people over there, the stakeholders, to ensure that was done. Mr. Speaker, the 2nd District is a unique one. We might not have the most people, but I believe outside of Anegada and Just Van Dyke in the 9th District, it's your job to correct me. Virgin Gorda and Anegada in the 9th District, the 2nd District has the largest land mass. And Mr. Speaker, while I am grateful for the little bit of landscaping that we received, I am being scolded by the people, especially in Lock Hill and Great Mountain and New Bush. You want to say bush cutting? Bush cutting? Okay, no problem. They understand bush cutting. That those areas of the 2nd District, together with major areas on Just Van Dyke, have been left without the bush cutting. And the people are calling me. And I am going to call on the minister, my good Minister of Transportation. So ensure that while we do this project, Mr. Speaker, because the 2nd and the 9th have something in common. The 9th hold down the eastern end of the BVI in terms of tourism. But the 2nd holds down the tourism product in the Tortola side and Just Van Dyke on the western side of the BVI. I know the member for the 8th has been pushing, and there's been some strides there, including a bathroom that was built, but we're going to talk about that in a little while. But Mr. Speaker, if we again are going to be serious about the tourism product, we must ensure that when we bring people to our shores, what we are presenting to them. So I don't know Minister of Transportation and Honorable Premier, the Minister of Tourism and Finance. If we can't find a way to regulate the landscaping process, because it doesn't make sense. I think the contracts were issued just about last month, but we're still in the rainy season. When January morning come bush up again, and we're still in the height of the tourism season. So we have to ensure that when the buses pass and the tourists visit our shores, that we have a pristine BVI. It is okay to sell sand and sea, but I think we have to get to the point now that we are moving beyond. So whether it means reinstating and reinforcing the employees at Public Works or Solid Waste outside of the contracts that are issued, that we ensure that we keep that project going year round. Mr. Speaker, the persons on Just Van Dyke, specifically the Public Works Department, continue to be understaffed, continue to have a building and buildings for water and sewage and public works that are inadequate. And I quote from the minister himself, for employees or anybody for that matter of fact, including animals, to occupy. And they are forced to manage and maintain their facilities, water and sewage in particular. Is a mold-infested building with half of a piece of a roof. Public Works has concrete but no roof and no tools. So, Mr. Speaker, my push is that we properly staff and employ the persons to work in these departments on the island of Just Van Dyke, because they have to manage an entire island by themselves. I'm talking about 2 people in the Public Works Department and 2 people in the Water and Sewage Department to supply service for the entire island, which has a population just about 220 people. The King Garden Bay Sewage Project, I learned that it has been out to tender, and coming out of standing finance, Mr. Speaker, we should have a decision and a move to get that project finalized by the end of this year, with hopes to begin in January. I want to especially recognize the persons from the Water and Sewage Department who have now taken over operations in terms of pumping. Persons like Mr. Alfonso Van Alfonso, and I don't know his real name, so I got to call him Raga. Mr. Clark and Mr. Forbes and that team for doing the works that they have done. There are still some teething pains in terms of sewage in the King Garden Bay area, but I am hopeful, I am prayerful, and ever mindful that that project needs to be completed sooner rather than later. I know there have been moves to, whether intentional or not, you'd like to shut down King Garden Bay. But Mr. Speaker, I learned a long time ago, where you see smoke, you got fire. And whatever you see a cause, there's a root. And the root cause that we have as it relates to the beaches of the 2nd District and the beaches of the territory is that our own people continue to break the law, continue to find ways and means to expand, chasing the dollar to get business, but in the very same breath, destroying the very thing that gave them the opportunity to make this dollar. Mr. Speaker, I am not scared one way or the other. Whether family or friend, foe or whomever, this territory is a precious gift. Business owners, individuals need to stop the pollution of our waters. They need to stop filling in our ponds and our wetlands to create more land for themselves. And we need to take a firm approach. Minister of Natural Resources and Labor, I know you have a beach policy that's coming up, but we also need to look at the environment and have an enforcing body that addresses and fines and whatever needs to be done, Mr. Speaker, because the very thing that we're selling could be taken away, and it will be at our own fault.
10 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had the privilege last week to visit with the member for the 6th District who has now been doing this for, I think, just about 8 years, to Her Majesty's prison. And while in my private and personal capacity as youth mentor, I would visit the prison more often. Listening to the concerns of the prisoners, and Honorable Smith and Honorable Penn were there as well, and Honorable Malone. We need to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that yes, they are incarcerated, but we need to ensure that there's some guard watching the guard. Because the reports that I was made aware of, and we might have our own opinions, what we think about them or the crime that they might be incarcerated or even on remand for. But some of the instances that I was made aware of, Mr. Speaker, it just can't be right that persons are being treated like that in this territory. When you go hear reports from 3 or 4 different inmates about persons being tased in the face and in the head, something is wrong. While being handcuffed, something is wrong. Mr. Speaker, the Bruce Bay community, the Great Mountain, New Bush, Harrigan, Celestian community, including Mayaba. Again, all tourist destinations. But it comes back to the Minister and Ministry of Transportation. I see you doing some good work up in the 5th, and you have the right to, because that's your district. But I want you to know that the 2nd and the 5th are joined. So when you send concrete and asphalt to the 5th, I encourage you to let some leak over to Bruce Bay and come over to Great Mountain and come over to those areas, because coming out of the 5th, where you have your cultural mural and lookout, they come down to the beaches of the 2nd, and even to get to the 8th over the hill. That is also something that needs to take priority, the roadworks of this territory, Mr. Speaker. It's good to have pothole here and there, but we have to ensure that holistically, not piecemeal, not patch here, patch there, holistically, there's approach to address the road infrastructure within this territory. Mr. Speaker, I want to wrap up, because I know I should have about 4.5 minutes left.
Actually, 3.
3. See? I was close enough, sir. I want to wrap up relating to the House of Assembly. And it is something that I said in the Standing Finance Committee. The institution of the House of Assembly is the highest lawmaking entity in the land and the territory of the Virgin Islands. The institution be not minded of the individuals who are elected and or appointed to serve. But, Mr. Speaker, we must ensure that yourself, the clerk, the body of this honorable House, and the members that sit receive the adequate staffing, receive the adequate resources to be able to carry out the jobs of the people that put us here. Mr. Speaker, the House of Assembly is not just limited to the Richard C. Stout building. It also extends to where the ministers sit and where we sit now currently in this honorable House. We need to ensure that we are raising the standards. The reflection of death, Mr. Speaker, makes you appreciate life. And some people might think I am looking at some simple things, but I looked at some of the videos and some of the clips that were played as it related to the Honorable R.T. O'Neill. And some of the infrastructure, I'll call it that was there then, is still here now. You can't build a country by not taking care of the institutions that are supposed to be leading. You can't take care of outside and don't take care of home and expect home to be happy. Mr. Speaker, we have a responsibility to lead this country. The people of the 2nd District has sent me here to be their voice. While there are issues, Mr. Speaker, surrounding us, we must ensure that we address it. And the final thing that I will say, Mr. Speaker, for a budget of $414 million, we asked for certain reports that some of which were provided recently. But, Mr. Speaker, it is something that we must hold the persons that we appoint to positions of leadership. If I am going to give you 1.6 or 2.3 or 2.5 or whatever you spent $1 million to run an event or a cultural event, specifically, Mr. Speaker, the festival of this country, and we ask for a report and a spreadsheet come, or 4 or 5 or 6 spreadsheet come, with total, it is unacceptable. Not only to the position that you hold, but to the elected members that you are reporting to. Mr. Speaker, we have to hold this House to a higher regard than we are doing. We cannot blame and continue to blame what happened before. We are here, the Premier said, we are here now. And in this now moment, we have the opportunity to dictate what we would accept and not accept. If we continue to allow certain things to continue, Mr. Speaker, the next generation that will follow would have no standard of which to refer on or to build going forward. Mr. Speaker, I know the question that was asked by myself in terms of the amount spent on festival. I know the answer that was given, but the information, when it is finally submitted, somebody will have to give account of where the money gone. So, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of the 2nd District, to the persons in the community that have made birthdays, anniversaries, and even those who are going through their time of bereavement, as we approach this Christmas holiday, let us remember the reason why we have life is from He who gives us life, He who is indeed the bread of life. And He asks us to be good stewards, to walk humbly, to show mercy before our God. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 2nd District for his contribution. Honorable members, we're going to break at 2 o'clock, so there's a 15 minutes gap. If any member speech is going to be reduced to 15 minutes, I'll let them go. If not, okay, I recognize I recognize the member for the 6th District, the Honorable Alvaro Maduro Keynes.
Now everybody signal me out. Mr. Speaker, I don't normally speak much in budget debate, and today is not any different. As I always say, a budget is a budget. At least we have something to work off of, and we need a budget to be passed in order for the country to move forward. So, just some stuff in my district I would briefly speak about. I always get frightened with big figures, and this budget frightens me. It frightens me a bit. And Mr. Speaker, I keep wondering, is there any way that as a government we could sit down and somehow reduce our recurrent spending? It's really been escalating year after year after year, and we really need to put our heads together to figure out how we can cut this down. I mean, some persons might get hurt, some persons may not be able to travel as much, but we have to do something, because it's getting out of control in my view. One of my issues with budget is line items, and I don't like when certain projects are not being put under line items, because I think important projects get lost somewhere in a lump of figures, so I would, I've seen it now more in this budget than other budget where there are more line items, but certain projects really need to be set out on a line item so it don't get lost somewhere in the shuffle. In my district, Mr. Speaker, one of the most important projects that I would like to see come to fruition in 2020 is that problem that I have across from the Alexandrina Maduro Primary School, which I spoke about often. The persons who are still walking to their homes since Hurricane Irma and Maria. And one of them happened to be a very sick man. Some park on the Millicent Mercer Recreational Facility and walk up that hill. It's impassable with vehicles right about now. And there is $250,000 I remember asking for, and I see it under Survey 3275000, but it's listed as something else, as road works. My suggestion is to move that money, because I remember specifically asking for it for that hill, or rename it for that. And any road works that should be done in the district, I have seen a lot of monies allocated different places on the loan funds, which I was under the assumption that road works in any district would come from that money. So I am asking for this money to be relabeled, or I don't know how you'll do it, but put towards getting that hill fixed, because I can't see those people going through another year walking up. And one of the persons up there have a heart problem. So this is very important. It's been over 2 years now trying to get this. And yes, don't tell me, government, that my government could have done it. I'm asking you now to please do it. Thank you. And there are also a lot of lot of community roads that need some major attention in the government. I've given a list to Public Works, so Mr. Minister of Transportation, I'm asking you to follow up on this, please. As well as water distribution, especially in the Jean Hill area. I've been told that a proposal was sent to your office, to the ministry, on the cost it is to get water up in that Jean Hill area, which has been a pressing issue. So let's work on it and see if we could get those people up in that area some water. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of work to be done on the Fisherman's Wharf, and as you can see, we're full speed ahead. And I must thank my colleague and good friend, Honorable Vincent Whitley. He jumped on this project with me. Sometimes he would say, I don't have the money, and then he'll come back and say, don't worry, I'm going to help you. And he has really been a big source of help. So we're full speed ahead with the project. We're building the walls now to protect persons who would be in there, whether having a party or just having a relaxing time. Hopefully, we'll be ready to dedicate it by March next year. I notice he has a line item under his budget, but they have a dash in it, so. But nevertheless, I thank him for the monies that he has given so far, and I will be calling on some of the at-large to help me with furnishing it with the play area for the kids. There's a designated area where we're going to put swings and slides for the kids. So I'll be calling on them to help me to get that done. I don't see, Mr. Speaker, any money allocated for the prison. And I will ask the Minister of Health to look into this, as there are some needed programs up at the prison. There's a need for a proper gym for exercising, because they are inmates, but we have to remember they're also human, and we can't violate their human rights. So I'm asking the minister to look into that, to see if he can put some monies into the various programs. Like there's a fishing program. I know I put money into that. For some reason, haven't gotten started. So these things I need him to look into, and they need a gym for exercise. And a lot of them are now plagued with diabetes, because of no space to do anything or very little time to do anything. So there needs to be some kind of function, some kind of sporting, facility up there for them so they don't get sick. There's too much sickness, too much diabetes, too much issues up there. Mr. Speaker, one thing that bothers me too, and I spoke to the minister about this, the community center in Bellevue is much needed. The Minister for Education and the Minister for Health, and I mentioned this already, has to come to some kind of compromise on who is going to build this, who is going to rebuild this facility. Because the gym was on the upstairs and the community center was on the downstairs. And I can't understand for the life of me why it was separated like that. To me, then it should have fallen under one ministry. But the people in Bellevue need some place to have function. There is no place the center was the only place designated to keep any function. And we have to get it rebuilt for them. I am glad the Minister for Education told me a contract was signed to have the outdoor basketball court built. And kudos to him. I'm very grateful for that. The youths up there really need some place where they can play basketball and volleyball or whatever. So I'm grateful for that. That will be done. But then the community center is still left in uproar. It really needs major work. So I'm asking you, Mr. Minister for Education, get with the Minister of Health and help me out on this project, please. Mr. Speaker, all in all, my issue with a big budget, with the size of this budget, Mr. Speaker, is my hope that it would get to the people, that all people would benefit from a budget this size. The struggles are real. The struggles out there are real. And we have to find ways how we can help our people better than how we're doing. We're not doing bad, but there's always better. And it doesn't always have to be financially, but helping them to build themselves also. Opportunities should be in this budget where they could help their own people, help themselves to have their own businesses. Something, Mr. Speaker, because the stories are mind-boggling every day, of what some people go through. We know there are some who have this greed, but then there are some who genuinely need the help. And the stories, it's like it turns it topsy-turvy every day. You have to listen, and if us as elected officials don't be careful too, as much as we want to help personally, we may end up struggling too. Struggling more than they are. But maybe my heart is too soft, but I don't like to see my people need. And I'm not in a position where I can give. But I know I could give myself into their position too if I'm not careful. So we as a government have to find a way. I don't know how we're going to do it, but some kind of program that would work more effectively towards the need of these people, of what they really need. So, as a government, we have to find a way to better help the people in need. And I am hoping that next year, in 2022, that the tuition for college students would be back in place, and that more players would be able to go to college and come back and make a difference in our country. And one of our issues that we face, scholarships. One of the issues with some of our students coming back or people coming back is offerings. Yes, I understand we as a government are paying for the scholarship, but then when you return home now, the offering is not good, compared to, when you compare it to the US and what is being offered, so they are more lenient to stay. So we have to come to some kind of compromise, or we have to somehow match it, if not 75%, we have to match what is being offered out there to have our people come back and make a difference, because, it's, yeah. So yes, we're paying for the education, but we need them, so we have to make that offering attractive so that they could come back home and make a difference, because that's the story you always say. Why should I come home and work for $5 and I'm getting $15 up in the States or in some other Caribbean country? So we really have to sit down and put our heads together and do this for our people so that they could come back here to work. If it were me, I'm old now and I could settle down, but if it were me, I would probably want to stay too, to make more money. I could always say money's in everything, but to the young people, you can't tell them that, So I would like to see us get that sorted out. And what is being offered to some expats could be offered to our own local people as well. Mr. Speaker, struggles are real, but we have to move forward as a country. Thank you. I yield my time to my colleagues.
I thank the member for the 6th District, and under our agreement, we have no yielding, 45 minutes per person. Before we adjourn, before we take a recess for lunch, I'd like to recognize in the gallery the Financial Secretary, Mr. Glenroy A. Forbes. We will take a recess now for lunch. We will return at 3:30, and we will agree that once we have a quorum at 3:30, we will start. This House is now in recess until 3:30.
Please be seated.
This honorable House now resume the debate of the Appropriation 2020 Act 2019. Having been advised of a quorum, the floor is now open. I recognize the senior member of the House and representative for the 3rd District, the Honorable Julian Fraser.
This mic, you gotta still press the button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I continue to be baffled by the size of this budget, even though the figures between last year and this year is just a slight shade over $1 million in favor of this year. Especially as far as the recurrent revenue is concerned, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have a budget today of $414,008,611. And our recurrent revenues, Mr. Speaker, is $362,888,440. But the recurrent expenditure tells the story, Mr. Speaker, which is $327,288,249. Mr. Speaker, it's a whopping 90% of the recurrent revenue, a whopping 90% of the recurrent revenue. What bothers me more than anything else about this budget, Mr. Speaker, is not the size really, even though it's relevant, the size is relevant, but it's the fact that services have been dwindled since the days of a $119 million budget when I came into office. The services that we are receiving, Mr. Speaker, are far inferior to the ones we were receiving with a $119 million budget. So my question, Mr. Speaker, continues to be, where is all this money going? I do know, Mr. Speaker, that when I look at the subvention for the Health Services Authority at $42 million, I remember when they were struggling to get 28. But it's a comfortable $42 million now, and I'm sure that there are those who would argue that it's not enough. Someone needs to be able to sit down, Mr. Speaker, and rationalize where this money is going and is it necessary. Today, we don't have money for infrastructure, infrastructural development, or capital development, Mr. Speaker. Capital expenditure, $65 million. $65,956,000. Of that money, Mr. Speaker, the lion's share is loan funds. This is no way to build a country, Mr. Speaker. It's unsustainable. And when I get into the area of financial services, Mr. Speaker, it says, the Ministry of Finance is of the opinion that the current decline in financial services sector, which is linked to the implementation of the Economic Substance Act. They're admitting that the financial services is in decline. And when I ask a question as to what's the dollar value of the decline, we are told that it's approximately $30 million. Mr. Speaker, the economy of this territory begs for diversification. It also begs, Mr. Speaker, for a more rational and prudent way of disbursing our funds, management of our services, is needed. Better management of our services is needed. Mr. Speaker, this House of Assembly all is not well with this House of Assembly, Mr. Speaker. And if anybody knows it, it should be you. I came here since this administration took office, and I made a statement that this facility is unbecoming of a parliament of any country, let alone a country like ours with a budget of $414 million. I come here and I talk about the furnishings in the place, unbecoming again of this parliament. But why is it that we are here where we are, as far as this House of Assembly is concerned? The House of Assembly is underfunded. The lines of communications are blurred to the point where it begs for confusion. Directives are not clear where they should be coming from. Mr. Speaker, we have statutory bodies made up of board members that are selected by elected representatives. Elected representatives in here, whether it's the Chief Minister, or Premier, and the Leader of the Opposition. Managing boards, Mr. Speaker, of millions of dollars, some in the hundreds of millions of dollars on an annual basis. You want to talk about electricity, you want to talk about Port Authority, Social Security, Mr. Speaker. And this House of Assembly, Mr. Speaker, has a budget of a little over $5 million, $5.6 million. We constantly complain about inadequate equipment, inadequate staffing. You name it, it's inadequate. Dedicated workers, overworked workers. But yet we can't do anything about it. 13 elected members and can't do anything about their own house. Mr. Speaker, I want to refer to Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007, Privileges, Immunities, and Powers of House of Assembly. It says, Section 82 says, the legislature may by law determine and regulate the privileges, immunities, and powers of the House of Assembly and of its members, but no such privilege, immunity, or power shall exceed those of the Commons House of Parliament of the United Kingdom or of its members. Mr. Speaker, the House of Assembly has the authority to change what's happening right now and what's been going on in the past. We have the authority to change what needs to be changed going forward. My suggestion is, Mr. Speaker, that this House of Assembly move to becoming a statutory body. And it be managed by a committee of members, a board of members, elected members, whomever they are. We need to change the way we do business. Our perception in the eyes of the public is not good. We need to change that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's been brought to my attention that there has been no jury trials in this territory since July. And when I asked the Director of Public Prosecution regarding the issue, I was told that the jury advocates that anyone who has been resident of the BVI, that is, an alien for over 10 years is eligible to serve as a jury. Additionally, persons between the ages of 21 to 60 are eligible to sit as jurors on jury trials in the BVI. Unfortunately, it came to their attention that the list is being drawn from the voters list, which is a totally different criteria. What they're saying, Mr. Speaker, is because the list is being drawn from the names are being drawn from the voting list, there's something wrong with the list, and therefore there should be no jury trials until the list the law is amended or the list is amended. When I asked the registrar about the matter, the courts, the registrar stated that it was a decision of the court, and the decision is on record. The decision of which I'm speaking, Mr. Speaker, is that there be no jury trial. She stated that she agrees that it is a matter of great importance that requires urgent attention. I have a question, Mr. Speaker. I have a question, which I'll get to. The registrar stated that, that a cabinet paper was drafted and sent forward on July 5th, 2019, entitled Jury Bill 2019. No one can tell me what the status of that bill is, the draft bill is. Now, can they tell me what's in the draft bill? I have a question, Mr. Speaker, but I'll get to it. The registrar went on to explain that a concern was raised by the council, that a certain category of persons were excluded from the jury selection process. She stated that Section 72 states that if such persons who were alien and not residing for 10 years or more, such persons were to be disqualified. Now, this is a play with words, Mr. Speaker. A quotation directly from the Act. And what the DPP is saying, the DPP is saying that Jury Act advocates, and went on to say exactly what she feels it advocates. But the Jury Act states something clearly. Be that as it may, Mr. Speaker, whether the fact is that juries should be drawn from 4 different avenues and you're drawing it from one only, my question, Mr. Speaker, is, does the court have the right to deny an individual a jury trial by postponing that particular provision in the courts since July of this year? Mr. Speaker, I'd like to draw reference to the Virgin Islands Constitution 2007. Constitution Order 2007. Section 16.1, under provisions to secure protection of law. Section 16.1, it says, if any person is charged with a criminal offense, then unless the charge is withdrawn, the case shall be afforded a fair hearing within a reasonable time by an independent and impartial court established by law. Section 16.2 says, every person who is charged with a criminal offense shall, to G, when charged on indictment in high court, have the right to trial by jury. That's the Constitution of the Virgin Islands, 2007. So that's my question, Mr. Speaker. Does the court have the right to deny an individual a jury trial? My position on this, Mr. Speaker, also is that if you're not a citizen of a country, you should not be a juror. I couldn't care how long you live here. If you're not a belonger, you should not be a juror. So when we talk about, there was a time when such was appropriate, but not today. And those legislation that we're talking of, Mr. Speaker, must come to this House. And that's why I'm advocating also that this House of Assembly have in it the proper working conditions in order to exact the amendments to our legislation, which we don't have right now, Mr. Speaker. And that is something that we sit back and wait until crisis like this hit us and then decide to move. But then it's too late. A lot of damage has been done. Injustices have been served. And it is our job to ensure that this stops. We need in this House, Mr. Speaker, a public bills committee, the duty of which is to ensure that all our legislation are reviewed and brought up to date. It has to be done. And the sooner we do it, the better. Mr. Speaker, all kind of anomalies came to our attention while we were sitting in standing finance. And that's exactly the point we were making yesterday, that when we sit in standing finance, things are said and recorded. And we are expecting to see them here before us in order for us to make an intelligent presentation to the people, to the public, and in this House. I have a problem with the fact, Mr. Speaker, that the governor receives money from the United Kingdom and no one in government knows how it's used, where it is, how it's recorded. We talked about a means of having it recorded in our budget, one way or the other. Governor received $400,000 from the Foreign Control Office. My suggestion, Mr. Speaker, is that it be recorded in the medium-term fiscal plan. Whatever monies come into this country should be recorded and reflected in our treasury. We're not going to take it from him. It was given to him. But it's a part of our assets. It should be recorded in a medium-term fiscal plan, Mr. Speaker. And it's not going to happen. What money he's got already wouldn't be reflected. But if the FS put an X and a line item in the medium-term fiscal plan for this year, for 2020, they would know that by 2021, we're expecting to see whatever money comes indicated in our medium-term fiscal plan. On the area of human resources, Mr. Speaker, there are persons out there who are aggrieved and are seeking redress. I could not believe for the life of me that there were people out there who have been working for government for over 20 years and are still not permanent and pensionable. I also recall, Mr. Speaker, back 18, 19 years ago when that issue was addressed. And the way it was addressed is that anyone who has been working for government on a daily paid basis for 10 years or more, provided they meet certain criteria, they were afforded the ability to transition into the establishment status. That issue was raised in standing finance, Mr. Speaker. And the director indicated that the guidance was through legislation as it states that an officer can be confirmed once they are in good standing and have passed the probationary period And this is what has guided the decision. As far as I know, Mr. Speaker, that was a one-off, and that the cycle was not to be repeated. However, those people came into the system, they were to be part of the smooth transition into the permanent and pensionable establishment. However, Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General stated that the order should be amended to reflect that those people would now be automatically placed on a permanent and pensionable establishment, which is something that I totally agree with. Again, the order is not going to be amended unless we establish, as I have suggested, a public bills committee. And this whole thing goes on and on. It's repetitive, where we need to have legislation in this territory brought up to date into the 21st century. It's not just jurors. It's not people who are daily paid that needs to become permanent and pensionable. But you're going to see it again as I continue with my presentation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you would recall that on no less than 3 occasions, I've been here in this House of Assembly asking questions of the Premier regarding a little issue down at Prospect Reef. I'm sure everybody forgot where Prospect Reef is and what it is. It's been a shell since Hurricane Irma. But there was a time when it was the only thing going in Tortola, Prospect Reef. But you have some security guards down there, and the guard know what they're guarding. And they've been working ever since. And the report I got is that they haven't been paid since August 2018. And they've been working according to them. The last time I asked the Premier, he told me they were going to make sure they got paid by August 2019. That didn't happen. But this whole thing got uglier and uglier, where in standing finance, Mr. Speaker, I asked a question about these very individuals. And I was told, we were told in standing finance that the Prospect Reef has a management board that has been reconstituted and noted that action cannot be taken unless the board is in place. He further stated that they are currently waiting on the instruments to be issued by the Attorney General Chambers, and noted that once they have been issued, the board will be able to fulfill all outstanding obligations. Cabinet has already approved it. The instruments are being awaited from the Attorney General's chambers. But the question I had, Mr. Speaker, was, where's Prospect Reef going to get the money from to pay these people? To my knowledge, I don't know them to be getting any subvention from government. They don't have a revenue stream anymore because the facility has been decimated and abandoned. So if they're going to get money when this board is reconstituted, if they're going to get money from the same Premier's office after the board is reconstituted, then they might as well give them the money now to pay the people. And then we were told, Mr. Speaker, that the managing director for Prospect Reef has refused to close the place down and send the people home. Why? Because he takes direction from a board that doesn't exist. And until the board exists, people continue to sit around and demand salaries. So isn't this a case, Mr. Speaker, of no direction, the tail wagging the dog, and it's going to cost the government of the Virgin Islands money because no one can find a way to control this individual. And in the same Premier's office, Mr. Speaker, you know, everybody sit back. There was a time when it was tourism. Then came financial services. And because of its success and its contribution to the treasury of the Virgin Islands, you have a lot of spectators. Everybody kind of sit back and watch it, as if we don't have to do much because that's doing enough. I can recall, Mr. Speaker, when the shipping registry was established. And it was established with high hopes, lots of aspiration, that it would become another pillar, looking at what's taking place in the rest of the world. But all I've been seeing, Mr. Speaker, for the last several years is stories of we want this and we can't get it. We try this and it's not working. And the figures show, Mr. Speaker, the figures reflect that. Ask the question, how many vessels do we have registered in the BVI? 3,800. Where are they from? The vessels that you're talking about, 70% are from Florida. Do you consider that to be a success? Not really. What would you consider to be a success? 4,500 registered vessels. I was further told, Mr. Speaker, that the registration was about 200 vessels every year, but the figures has decreased to about 130 to 150 per year. And it gets better than that, Mr. Speaker, because when I ask a question as to what country are we competing with, what are our competitors, who are they? Cayman Islands. What's a comparison between Cayman Islands and us? How many vessels does Cayman Islands register? Get this, Mr. Speaker, Cayman Islands register approximately 5,000 vessels per year. I'm baffled, Mr. Speaker, I'm baffled. Because we are here talking about our financial services in a potential decline. And we're here talking about another avenue where we thought we could raise some revenue, meaningful revenue. And we're not meeting the mark. And because financial services has been so good to us, we continue to ignore these things or pretend that they don't exist. How much longer can we keep this up, Mr. Speaker? Mark my word. Next year, we'll be coming back to standing finance, and the picture will be just as dismal because I've seen it for so long. I don't expect any changes unless, Mr. Speaker, someone decides to take it on and make it happen. And I don't want the people at shipping registry to think that I'm picking on them, because aircraft registry is no different, which I'll get to. When things are good, Mr. Speaker, everybody tends to forget what their duties are. Our duty is to ensure that this country grow. And a country can't grow unless you grow the economy. And growing the economy means raising capital, generating capital. And these are the avenues through which this must be done. And if people are not doing their jobs, I'm sorry. You're not doing your job, you get what we get when we don't do our job. We get sent home. If you don't believe me, check it out. Come here, don't do your job properly, and see if you're going to come back. Another pet peeve of mine, Mr. Speaker, is the RDA. The RDA has never been given the chance it deserved. I'm one of those people, Mr. Speaker, when it came up, opposed it. I'm one of those persons. So it came up, it was established. Now that it's established, it's not getting the chance it needs. Because here it is. It's still not doing what it was supposed to do, or was intended to do. The RDA is, you telling me that we brought in a chief executive officer paying over $300,000 a year to run an operation to pick up garbage from around the territory? That's what they did. They had some trucks out there hired to pick up garbage from around the territory, instead of cleaning up. But I was hoping, Mr. Speaker, I was hoping, but it was against hope, to see the RDA when they came to Standing Finance, but I was unfortunate I didn't get to see them. But I'm looking at the notes, Mr. Speaker, and I see that they have staff of 31 persons so far. 31 persons. 8 persons contracted, 8 seconded from government, 5 engineers, 4 senior quantity surveyors, 2 junior quantity surveyors, 1 environmentalist, and 2 persons specialized in social work. 2 persons specialized in social work. And I guarantee you, Mr. Speaker, no one asked the question because I don't see it here. This is 31. I'm sure that they're looking for another 31 people. By the time they're finished, there must be over 60 persons who were hired by RDA. Now, the question that I have, Mr. Speaker, what's the status of these people? I have always been one of those persons who said that after money is being spent on this project, this $26 million that we're supposed to be, that UK is supposed to be guaranteeing for us, that Virgin Islanders are going to be the least benefactor. Who are these people? 8 contracted. I am sure that those are not little guys that went down the ghetto and picked up and contracted them. These got to be money people. 8 seconded from government. Who are these people? The CEO said that the monthly rate for this year is $290,000 per month. And he feels good about it because he said the budget is $380,000 per month, so he's only at $290,000. So he's like saving government a lot of money, and he's proud of himself. A total of $2.9 million have been expended for the year. Remember that I said that the House of Assembly budget is $5,600,000 or something like that? House of Assembly. And its institution, well-established institution, $5.6 million. And the year isn't over yet, and he already spent $2.9 million. That's the RDA. Mr. Speaker, I've heard people saying to me that, I've heard persons, small contractors singing the praises of the RDA already. I've heard that. And I intend to find out exactly what they're all about. But this is the story as it is right here. Persons who are working for agencies like this should be all people. And not people that they just decide to put out an ad, and people from all over the world answer the ad, and they get selected, and they throw it back in your face, it was advertised, and those are the people who responded, and those are the people who, these are the people who qualified, and these are the people who we hired. I know we have to go through the whole issue of qualification and the requirements of international agencies like CDP and what have you. But just the way our premier took a delegation to the UK to discuss the loan guarantee, I expect him to ensure that when agencies like the RDA go and hire people, that they're all people they're hiring. We get first preference. The Director of International Tax. Mr. Speaker, this is an area that bothers me, and it's an area I've been talking about for a long time. Ever since the economic substance became a reality, which, by the way, contrary to what others may think, I think the economic substance could be turned into a blessing for this territory if we were to make sure that we make it work for us. But ever since it came in, Mr. Speaker, I realized that it brought with it a series of restrictions that can burden our local companies. And for that reason, I've been advocating for our government.
No, 5 minutes. 10 minutes left.
For who? For me?
Yes, sir.
I've been talking for 35 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry, member?
Man. Mr. Speaker, the economic substance issue that I have is that local companies are being burdened with the same set of restrictions and conditions that the major international companies registered here are faced with. And I think that for a local company to have to pay a registered agent over $400 in order to prepare for them the necessary documents to prove that they have economic substance here in the territory is a travesty, Mr. Speaker. My business is here. I have property. I have NHI commitments. I have Social Security commitments. I pay taxes. I have a physical presence. Why should I have to go through all that? And the International Tax Authority must do something about it. This government must make sure that something is done about that. Mr. Speaker, as far as labor is concerned, my position is that labor should spend more of its capital and resources looking into job placement as opposed to the issue of work permits. I'll give you an example, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the question was asked as to how many persons were placed for the year who came into the Labor Department seeking employment. The answer was 23. They talk about the 1,000 job initiative, and they said that they have 700 people registered. And because of the job, if you include the 1,000 job initiative, they placed 52 persons. But in the area of work permits, Mr. Speaker, a total of 7,332 work permits were reviewed for the year. And from that number, Mr. Speaker, the question was asked, how many of those were new work permits? 990 work permits, new ones. And of that 990, Mr. Speaker, these were all people who got work permits, 990. So if you're going to place 23 locals or 23 persons, but still issuing 990 new work permits, something isn't right, Mr. Speaker. So I implore our good minister here and the government to take a look and review that policy. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, companies are being sold or bought by others, and the employees are not sure of their status because the person who sold the company is telling them that they have continuous employment and the liabilities is picked up by the new owners. The new owners are saying that's not the case, so there they are hanging in limbo. Again, minister and government, you have a responsibility to the people to make sure that they're protected from persons who are intent on doing them harm. And that's one of them. Mr. Speaker, as far as land is concerned, in the land registry, it is too easy for someone to steal other people's property by acquisition through prescription. You go down to land registry, an acquisition through prescription, a notice goes out telling Tom that someone has filed an application to acquire his property. If Tom doesn't get that notice and make a protest, that land is gone. And what I am told, Mr. Speaker, well, it's not land registry's fault, it's legal. The information that we have on Tom hasn't been updated. So maybe that's what happened, why he didn't get the notice. In the 21st century, Mr. Speaker, that's happening? Nah, that shouldn't be happening, Mr. Speaker. Again, ask a question, under which legislation was this? The act. When was this act passed? 1970. Mr. Speaker, that sounds to me like it's almost like, how many years ago? 59 years or something ago? Or 50 years ago? Governing us? These were the days, Mr. Speaker, when posting a notice on a tree was the best way to go. Again, that body that I spoke of, Mr. Speaker, is crucial in ensuring that these pieces of legislation are updated. And if that doesn't happen, something terrible might. Mr. Speaker, I have a passion for maintaining things in this territory as they were, and they should continue to be the way they are. One such thing, Mr. Speaker, is the names of areas of this territory. People come to buy property, and they name it what they feel like naming it, so you don't get a chance to know exactly what the true name is. You could take Maya Cove, for instance. Maya Cove is supposed to be Hodges Creek. And there are many places like that. You go down Causeway, you see a place named Pieces of Eight. To the average man, that's Pieces of Eight. So I'm suggesting, Mr. Speaker, and this is something that I'm going to work with the government to try to get changed. We're going to get those maps of the island, and we're going to indicate on it the various areas of the territory. You come down Causeway, you got Cherry Gut, you got Porter Gut, you got all kind of places. Let's get past an Albion. Let's get these things done right. You go up to the east, you got James Young, you got Parham Town. You see, that's another misnomer. Treadfall encompass all those areas that I just mentioned. But people go around and call the area of Treadfall, and you think that's what it is. It's not right. So that's a duty, Mr. Speaker, that someone like myself should ensure happens. Mr. Speaker, Paraquita Bay and agriculture, I think that's something that, that's a private conversation more than anything else, Mr. Speaker, because it's something that the new minister has a great opportunity to make right. But it's gonna take guts to do what needs to be done up there. Mr. Speaker, in my district, the third district, where the incinerator and the sewage treatment plant lies, Mr. Speaker, we went through a whole dissertation with the incinerator and what took place and what have you. All I know is that the incinerator has been down since November 2018. And November 2019 has just passed, so that's a year. The new government is saying that they came into office, and it's only April they were able to secure the funds and place the order in March or May, for a panel to put on the incinerator. And it's so funny, Mr. Speaker, no joke, this is not a joke, but the person who was putting in the panel deceased, and the panel's still not in. So I don't know what it's going to take to get this happen. The government promised that they're working on it and it's going to happen. That's more than I'm hearing about the sewage treatment plant. Sewage treatment plant at Burt Point, which has been broken since Hurricane Irma, that's September 2017, over 2 years. It's still broken. And Mr. Speaker, it is unbearable, untenable, unacceptable that in Packwood Pond, we have open burning for over a year, and in Seacows Bay, we're dumping raw sewage out in Slaney for over 2 years. Raw sewage, Mr. Speaker. Promise me they're not coming back. Then I'll tell you about it. Mr. Speaker, I'm not here to, we told this government, Mr. Speaker, that when we get up and speak from the opposition, we're not talking about your baby. Your baby gets birth on February 26, 2020. This is not your baby. Don't take ownership of something that you don't have. That's not yours. You're trying to fix the wrongs, or fix the issues that were there. I haven't even gotten to the water problems that I have in my district, Mr. Speaker. I'm just giving the minister some time to get his act together. But he knows that I'm coming at him if he doesn't get his act together. But that's not a threat, sir. No, it's not a threat. No, I wouldn't never threaten you. You're a fellow I like. Mr. Speaker, we passed a prison act here in this House under the last administration. And to this day, I'm trying to find out what happened to the Prison Act. I am being told, Mr. Speaker, I'm being told that the act has not been assented to. We passed it in this House. But people should know that a bill doesn't become law until the governor has sent to it. And they're saying that the governor is coming back to this House, but they can't tell me why. Why is it coming back? You know, the funny thing is that the member for the third inquired about the Attorney General, because they're saying that the Attorney General, let me say exactly what they say. The ministry was advised that the Attorney General has pointed out areas of the act that needs to be amended before it could be assented to. And my only question is, let me read it again. The ministry was advised that the Attorney General has pointed out areas of the act that needs to be amended before it can be assented to. My only question is this the same Attorney General that advised the government to bring the act to the House of Assembly to get it passed? And when it got to the governor, he needed to get it amended so it could be assented to? I'm confused. And if you're not confused, something is wrong with you.
3 more minutes left.
I'll use every one of them, sir. Mr. Speaker, when the tourist board came before us, I had a question for the tourist board. And my question was, are you satisfied that you are utilizing the vast potential that is available to you through our athletes by making them poster child or poster athletes for the Virgin Islands? I am not convinced that they are, Mr. Speaker. We have Commonwealth gold medalists. We have the what's that? Carifta gold medalists. But I don't see them being the face of the Virgin Islands. And I believe that the tourist board should take the charge in making that happen. The Pan Am Games, gold medalists, Chantel Malone and Kieran McMaster. Kieran McMaster is the Commonwealth gold medalist, and Chantel Malone is the Pan Am Games. Both of whom are from the 3rd District, by the way. It's not the water. Trust me, it's not the water. So, Mr. Speaker, I implore the tourist board to make a push in this direction. It can work. And if they're able to, and in so doing, Mr. Speaker, these people who are desperately in need of support, financial support, they can get it. I think it's 4 of them so far we know are qualified for the Olympics in China. 4. And it could be more, Mr. Speaker, if they get the kind of support that they really need. Mr. Speaker, NHI, what can you say about NHI? Hardly anything positive, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have a situation where persons come to this territory, and after what? How long? Within 1 month, have immediate access to our NHI. Something got to be wrong with that picture, Mr. Speaker. I don't know when you come to the territory what you brought with you. And you're on our plan immediately after 1 month. I think the word is out there that if anything is wrong with you wherever you are, come to the BVI. And at the same time, all people here, Mr. Speaker, can't even get access to health care. By the time you get access to certain areas of our health care system, it's useless because you're ready to go. I don't know who to blame. I think there's a proper review of that particular system needs to be had. Passing a subvention from government through NHI, the BVI Health Services Authority, I don't see the sense. You give them the $42 million to give to the BVI Health Services Authority. It's not even like a bank, when it passes through the bank hold it for a month or so and it collects some interest off it. They said they don't even get the green off the dollar when it passes through their office. So why is that? And you know what it means, Mr. Speaker, to a patient that goes to People's Hospital, Dr. D. Orlando Smith Hospital? You know what it means? It means that the hospital is following the NHI rules. NHI doesn't compensate for certain vaccinations. Even if you're one of those qualified persons for free medicine in public facilities, the hospital is charging you for it, which is wrong. And then their explanation is that, oh, NHI don't cover it, so we're going to charge you for it. Communications are blurred. The lines of communications need to be fixed. And that's not the problem with the NHI system itself. It's deeper than that. I think we have a minister who is prepared to listen to these issues, and not just listen, but also fix them. Mr. Speaker, on Sea Bay Harbor, I'll end on this note, Mr. Speaker. On Sea Bay Harbor, the question came up. I asked a question about the dredging in the harbor, and I was told that there's dredging on the western end of the harbor. But, Mr. Speaker, most important in that harbor right now is the silt that came down from, that's at the mouth of the gut. It's in the harbor, creating an island that does not belong there. And I think the ministry should focus on removing that island from there. Because if you want to see the degradation of this territory, that's a start. We need to stop it. Somewhere along the line, it's going to stay there, and it's going to get bigger and bigger, and the harbor is going to get smaller and smaller. Again, Mr. Speaker, the mangroves. I was told, the Deputy Secretary stated that the ministry has been in partnership with a number of nonprofit organizations and stated that assessments were done on the conditions of mangroves post-Hurricane Irma. He also stated that assessment will be carried out in 2020 by the International Union for Conservation of Nature. The assessment would be more focused and will include restoration works. The DS further stated that it will be done with external funding given directly to the ministry. Mr. Speaker, I am here to say that as far as I am concerned and as far as I know, if anyone in this room know different, tell me. No one gives a what you call it about the mangroves that has been destroyed in this territory. Secosley had one of the most healthy patches of mangroves, or it was a mangrove forest. They have all been destroyed by the hurricane, and I haven't seen a living soul who has raised even a thought. I've tried to start a program to restore the mangroves, but it's beyond whatever resources I can get my hand on. And that's wrong, it's bad, Mr. Speaker. We need to stop putting pencil on paper and talk in the air and take action. The mangroves are important. They have always been. We've been taking them for granted all our lives, but now I think we realize that something has to be done, and I'm here to advocate that something must be done about those mangroves in the territory, not just Secosley.
Time.
One last thing, Mr. Speaker. Somebody said, I was told that, no, one last thing, Premier. Yeah, with this little piece of road from Slaney to Duff Bottom, I got to talk about it. That cost $3 million. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm gonna finish right now. I done.
I thank the representative for the 3rd District and senior member of the House. Members, we all agreed this morning to 45 minutes, and I'm going to ask members to please stay within that 45 minutes. It's not my practice to cut off members, but if we agree to something, I expect members to adhere to what was agreed to. I'd like to take this time to recognize in the gallery the Honorable Thomas Christopher Famous, the MP from Bermuda. Welcome. I now recognize the member for the 4th District, the Honorable Mark H. Vanterpool.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will certainly abide by your time constraints, so please feel free to cut me off when the time comes to that, or give me a little warning at 10 minutes or so before 15 minutes. I'll be speaking, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. And I want Mr. Speaker to just speak a little bit on a few matters, sort of generally, starting out with the city of Road Town and the 4th District, and a few other matters that concern me in the budget, and then I will speak a little later as I come to the end on some general issues and concerns I have within the budget itself in terms of numbers. But I want to, at the outset, Mr. Speaker, say that I commend the Premier and Minister of Finance and his team, along with his support team in the Ministry of Finance, for accomplishing what I think is very important each year, to be able to have a completed budget that is ready for the following year. And especially since the Minister of Finance and Premier was able to finalize the budget for 2019 and have one prepared and ready to go for 2020. It was a bit rushed in terms of what we were doing through the standing finance meetings and so on, but I want to commend them for making the effort to make sure that before we leave for Christmas, that we have a budget to work with and plan for 2020. And so, but I will come back to the numbers in the budget there, Mr. Speaker, if you permit me to, towards the end. If I run out of time, I will talk about it at a later time. But, Mr. Speaker, I have a wish, and I want to give my support to the minister who is responsible for the city of Road Town and its development and growth and its modernization, in terms of letting him know that as a member responsible for the 4th district in which the city lies, most of the city lies. I don't think it goes as far as Dove's Bottom. As far as I was told, it goes to Slaney and to Jean Hill. But everybody has opinions, but that's something for later. But I want to give him my full support and want him to know that I hope that he will consult me on a regular basis as a representative for the city in terms of what is transpiring and what might go on in the city. Not after the fact, but before the fact, like he's doing now. Yes, I do say that you have good conversations. He's putting some words in my mouth now, but I want to accept those words. So we will work together closely, because it's not just for the benefit of us as ministers or representatives, but it's for the people of the whole territory, as the city is, as what the city is about. I want to encourage him to realize that the city needs a city council. We moved to make it happen. It didn't happen. There's legislation drafted to make this happen. I went to Bermuda. I looked at and I acknowledge my good representative from Bermuda. I went there myself, met with the mayor and the council some years back, got an idea of their council legislation and brought it back. And I know some draft was done, and Minister said he also has visited. So I'm sure he's ready to look at putting a city council in place that can keep a focused eye on the development of the city, as it plays an important role in the economy, in our sports development, as most cities do, and in paying attention to the social fabric of a territory. So I do hope that we can get to that point very quickly. I did not get it done, but I would like to see it done, and I want to give the minister my support to making it happen so that a focused attention can be on the city. There have been a lot of planning. There have been several plans for the city development, and I hope we're not starting another plan again, but we can take all those plans we've had and make something happen for the city of Road Town. There were comprehensive plans, comprehensive consultations, comprehensive meetings with the people of the territory, and hopefully we can get on with at least getting some of the things to happen that were recommended in those plans in the past. And nothing is wrong in going back to the community and consulting, but hopefully that doesn't cause us to sit back another 2 years or 3 years before we can get on with making the city more pedestrian friendly, as I like to hear our minister say, using my words that I've had in the past, and encouraging us to work on new thinking. And these new thinkings, I want to see them experimented on at least. So I am not a negative person when it comes to that, and we will see how it works. And nothing is wrong if you try something and it doesn't work and you don't try something else. So he will know that he has my support in making attempts of new ideas about the city, the traffic, and so on. And you also have my full support when it comes to the issue of multi-level parking garages in the city where we can't bury our head in the sand and realize that we are very heavily populated with vehicles now, and if you fly over or look down on Road Town from on top the mountain, you basically see more like a big parking lot in town, rather than seeing proper buildings and developments and recreation grounds and parks and so on that we can all be a little more free to enjoy when we are in the city of Road Town. So I was happy, Premier and Minister of Finance, when I saw close to $1 million in there. I'm keeping an eye on that here, Mr. Minister, for the city of Road Town, that you're looking at how we can get moving on some of these matters. And I would like to get a better appreciation of what that 998 million, sorry, 998,000, Minister of Finance, not like big numbers, yes. $998,000 that is there, close to $1 million, that we can make sure I understand what we're planning for the city with those funds, so that I can give you my support. So we look forward to that. And I like the idea, Mr. Speaker, that lots of persons in the city and outside of the city are looking at how we can make it better, even by volunteer efforts. And I want to encourage them to do that. But it's important for us to put a structure in place in making sure that the city is kept clean. I don't think we should depend on volunteer work to keep the city clean. I know the Minister of Health has his team who has always been there in the city helping to keep it clean, waste management. As their role, the city manager is doing her job through her team and others. And whatever support we can give them, we want to make sure that the city is kept clean as best as we can. And when those volunteers volunteer, we want to support them also. Mr. Speaker, one or two things that I want to make sure that we can accomplish this year, hopefully, is to get some of the things that were damaged, especially when it comes to the social nature and the children and so on in my area, in Longbush, where the playground at the bandstand needs to be replaced. It was badly damaged, Mr. Minister for Recreation. And I know we had started trying to purchase a new set there. I don't know where it's gone to. And I hope we can get that completed and get it replaced so that the children, many children, not just from Road Town, use that facility, and hopefully we can get it done and even fix the basketball court that is next to it in a more friendly and organized manner. So I know you'll be paying attention to that. And more, good. So I'd like to hear that. That's my minister. We'll work together on that. I bring a problem, though, Mr. Speaker, to the attention of this honorable House, because I went and started, in fact, I ordered a playground for Lower Estate next to the basketball court to be put down there next to the basketball court under the big tree. And I had to cancel the order when I realized a big fence went up around that area. I didn't do my homework, perhaps, to realize that the National Parks Trust claims that is their property. So I hope that I can address the minister by Lower Estate basketball court. I went and investigated in front of this big fence because we had already cleaned it off and were getting ready to put in this playground facility, this is in the past. This facility, which serves and can serve a small school in the area, can serve the Rainbow Home, can serve a lot of children in that area, that there's nothing at all in that area that they have for playing. And I don't like to see them in the midst sometimes of the big boys on the basketball court. And we wanted to fence that area and actually put the recreation facility there. And suddenly it's fenced. So National Park Trust claims that their Botanic Gardens land crosses over the gut and comes up to that point. Now that's going to be a little battle going on with me and them. So I hope we can, we can get that settled, because I'm going to put even if I have to use my own personal funds, I'm going to put the recreation facility there for the kids in the area. So I hope we can get together quietly, Mr. Minister and the Trust, and because I understand putting that fence there, to use that land to park buses there for tourists. Now, if you're going to tell me in a little area like that in Lower Estate, where you have so many kids who need some recreation and chance to play in afternoons and during the day, that you're going to replace them with buses that are moving tourists where they could park along the road or park somewhere close to the Botanic Gardens. I have a concern about that. So I hope, Mr. Minister, that we can settle that matter, because the trust claims it's their land, and once the trust is their land, I can't do a lot about it. But I can just appeal for help, because we might have to have some action, as I intend to place the recreation facility there. So we look forward to that in our little district, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that after 8 years and sitting on that side and now on this side, I have to keep begging. And I want to make sure that my good ministers work with me on getting some of my people in my district occupied when there's work to be done. I don't know that I'm happy that I see that enough yet. My good minister has been working with me, the Minister of Transportation, but I want him to work even closer, because even just now when I went for lunch, I was accosted by one of my good friends, one of my good constituents in Longbush, who normally, what is it, landscaping or pruning or bush cutting, who does the area, and he didn't have the opportunity. So hopefully we can work closer together on that. Sufficient with that, Mr. Speaker. I want to move on to another subject that's a little more general. So I know the 4th District will get some attention, the city where everybody comes into and goes out of. So I am not worried about that. I do hope that we get that attention that we need in terms of the parking lots. For example, the one down in front of the hospital that is across from the custom that is atrocious. And somebody going to ask me, well, why you didn't fix it? But that's the case anyhow. The fact is a fact. So now that it is not fixed, I hope, Mr. Minister, that we can get it fixed and use it. I did start a program, and I'm sure you saw the Public Works presentation on the Main Street that we are looking at. And even though you may have some review on it, I would like us to work together to get Main Street moving as we had planned, as best we can. Mr. Speaker, I have a big subject that I'm continuing to talk about, even when I was there, water and sewage. I can't blame anyone. I won't blame myself alone either. But water and sewage is a disaster. No fault of the workers, no fault of the people there, no fault of the... but in terms of a strategy and in terms of what we're going to do going forward with a utility such as water and sewage, I think we need to come to the place where we can make a serious decision and get water and sewage under a statutory organization structure, where a statutory body can pay attention to the water and sewage department in terms of its revenue, in terms of expenditure, in terms of its engineering needs, in terms of supplying the people of the territory with water in the right way and in a fair way, in an equitable way. It probably struck me hardest, Mr. Speaker, when I, even up to last week, visited Panama and stayed at my son's house 60 floors up. And I had to call him and ask him to turn down the pressure of the water. 60 floors up, 300 feet into the sky, where water was abundantly available at a pressure that I know the member for the third would like to hear me speak about. But it's just, Mr. Speaker, the engineering it's no major feat. It's common engineering nowadays that these things can happen with whatever they do, booster pumps or whatever they use to get the water to those levels. And I've had to come to this house, Mr. Speaker, many times, admittedly, and report to the Honorable House why water can't get to Seco Bay, why water can't get to here, why water can't get to there, because of what my engineers and my reports come to me from the ministry. And at the end of the day, I think I mentioned one time to the member for the third, I'm tired of bringing these stories and these answers forward. At one point, I wanted to answer it myself. Because we should be able in this day and age to get water throughout the territory at a better, even the water in town or water in the other areas that are close by at a better pressure level and on a more regular, consistent basis. But water and sewage need some engineers. Water and sewage need some help. Water and sewage need some direction. Water and sewage need a board that they can sit with on a regular basis, present their needs, and that this board can pay attention to them as they should as a utility. We made a suggestion that perhaps they should join with the Electricity Corporation Board. I don't think the Electricity Corporation was too kosher with that, too comfortable with that, so it didn't happen. But I think there is need for this water and sewage department, and you will see in the record in our last set of cabinet meetings that we had that water and sewage was recommended to go to a statutory level. And hopefully we can pick up on that and make it happen as quickly as possible. Because not only does it have an impact on us in the manner that we spoke about for water not going to the various areas of the country, but it has a very profound economic negative impact on the territory. Why is it that we are spending, I don't know the number now, around the $30 million on water and sewage, both from the department level and the purchase of water? The purchase of water is about $22, $23 million. And it might be more than that from all I know. We're purchasing it for that level, $22, $23 million, I believe, or $24 million, and we're only collecting $2 or $3 million every year, maybe 4 maximum. Where is the revenue for the other $22 million of water that we bought? And I'm not saying, Mr. Speaker, that we don't have to make some subsidization of it, because in every country that happens with water. But there's no way that the disparity should be between $24 million or so, or $25 million, and $4 million in revenue. Issues with getting meters. Sometimes not the water and sewage department problem, but they're going through all kind of discussions and issues with the various ministries to make it happen. But at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we need to make this happen. And it needs to happen within a statutory body position. So I hope that if the Honorable Minister of Finance realizes that his budget over time, and it won't happen overnight, but over time, can be better balanced with better revenue from the water and sewage, that we would not have to be losing in a 4-year period almost $100 million because we can't get meters to collect water or bill. People tell me up to yesterday, somebody tell me they go to on the 15th of every month, they go over to the water and sewage department and ask them for the bill, and they can't get a bill. The person wants to pay the water bill before it mounts up too high, and then suddenly in 6 months' time, they come in a big bill, which happens quite a bit. Can't get a bill for water that we use. Revenue for the government. I think there's need for some better organizational structure that can help us to be able to collect the water, collect some level of our water bills so that we can manage the water and sewage department in a better way and take the burden of the government's revenue and expenditure. Take it off the government's expenditure level. Yes, you'll have to subsidize it in the early stages or even in the longer stage, but certainly not subsidize it at the level that we're subsidizing it now, Mr. Speaker, hopefully if it's structured and handled differently. So, Mr. Minister and Mr. Minister of Finance, Premier, please, you have my full support if you can get on with it. I know in the restructuring plan that was presented, that was something that we put forward, and I don't know where it is at this point, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just quickly to encourage us to give the audit department the support they need financially and otherwise to get the auditors so that we can get the audits done, and also the Treasury. This is something that came out of the report that we heard in the Ministry and the Standing Finance from the Chief Auditor, who I'm glad to hear that the Minister of Finance said they've gotten it, because we want to get on with it. You know, we've had years of this wrangling and tangling about audits not being done and we can't get on with our business internationally and so on. So I'm glad to hear that the Chief Auditor is getting that support, that she can get on with her work and do the other audits that she needs to do when it becomes necessary, not just the Accountant General audit, but all of the audits that she needs to do. People might think that we have objections to the auditor, the Chief Auditor. That's her role, and it's an important role in whatever we do. Every year at my business, I have to have an audit done outside of the company, and I have to go through and answer questions. I'm the owner, but I have to answer a lot of questions from the auditor who comes to my company. Because we have banks that we borrow from, we have other people responsible to, and it's good for your business when people come in and say, you're not doing this right, I should do this differently, or this was not done on time, or whatever it might be. Audits are very crucial to a business and very crucial to a government. External audits, very important. So I have no objections when audits come up and can be done and can show what is needed. Because audits are not just to catch you. Audits are there to help you to do better. And that's very important. Mr. Speaker, another area that I want to go to, if I have a little more time, I'm sure I do have about 20 or 25 minutes or 30 minutes more.
15 minutes.
Okay, I'm keeping track there. I see 21 minutes more. I think you cut me down.
Yes, 24 minutes.
24 minutes more on my clock here.
Leader of the opposition.
So don't drop me, please. I thank you very much.
I'm sorry, just want us to establish, leader of the opposition, we're the timekeeper up here.
Thank you.
Continue, member of the
Yeah, thank you very much. I will work with you, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, I will say, I just lost 2 of that. So I'll take back my 2 minutes now, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to speak on another subject that is dear to me. And I have told people, Mr. Speaker, that when I came into office in 1999, I was in a class. I stayed back for a little while, but I was in the class of 1999. And when I came to office in 1999, Mr. Speaker, you know I had a burning desire to see the city of Roseton really cleaned up, organized. I don't know how many people here knew what Roseton looked like in 1999. Parking lots, parking spaces, mud, disorganized. The whole city was a mess. But we started working on it, and not just this government, not the government I was in only, but other governments worked on getting the city to what it should be. I'm international. So, Mr. Speaker, I pushed hard to get the physical nature of Roseton and my 4th district improved. Lower Estate, Longbush, that people can be proud of, all around the town, down street, everywhere. And we didn't get everything done. We'd like to have gotten a lot more done, of course. And I'm sure more will be done with government and subsequent governments. But I also became a minister and was able to put my stamp on some other physical importance in infrastructure in the territory. I'm very proud of the cruise ship dock. Very proud of it. I'm very proud of a lot of other things we did. Yes, roads were improved. Could have been improved a lot better, but we improved some roads. We did various things, Mr. Speaker, physically. But Mr. Speaker, when you come to a stage after 16 years in representation and 20 years past, you recognize that there's some other things that are very important in your community. And during that period, I spent a lot of time on social issues. Social issues, Mr. Speaker, that were many times or most times very directly related to individual needs. Whether it's be younger people who need to get help with school or with issues that they may have socially, and not just scholarships I'm talking about, but some who are not going to school, not wanting to go to school, some who you have to help to go to special classes in the summer or in the Easter period to get their grades up and to help them along. You have issues with those who, Mr. Speaker, over a period of time that you had to work with who needed drug rehabilitation and still do, and those who you need to pay attention to, because it's not all of us who have the same privileges, and there's some who need extra help. You know, I pulled up to a van, a special chicken van the night at 12 o'clock at night. Not the one Honorable Minister for Health. I'm talking about the one down the road, the green one. And two of the persons who I tried to help to rehabilitate became a failure again. But you can't give up. You know, I said to them, you know, look at you, why are you looking that way? These are intelligent young men who, as somebody remarked to me, they're supposed to see that guy's handwriting. You'll be amazed. A person who was a failure, he was on his way to be the valedictorian in the high school. But somewhere along the way, when he got to 4th form or 3rd form or whatever, he got sidetracked. I sent him away last year or year before to a rehab center, came back, he was good again, but falling back. This happens. None of us are perfect, we fail. But we, as representatives, have to pay attention not just to the physical, I want to encourage us, in our constituencies, but we have to keep a close eye and help with the social fabric of our constituencies. Because therein lies failure, that if failure becomes such a major failure, the physical thing that we do for our districts is of no use, because who are we doing them for? So let's pay attention to the social fabric in our communities. This term is where I want to pay more attention to that than any other time. Okay? If I fail to deliver some big project or some big thing in the city of Roatan or in the 4th district, fine. But if I fail to take care of the social fabric of my community this term, I will feel like I was a failure. So I want to pay attention to that. I've gotten people around me who are going to help me to pay attention. I've asked them to keep an eye out in the community, bring reports back to me. If I don't know, let me go to them and see them. And I want to be able to pay attention to the social fabric if the senior member gives me a chance to speak. I heard his mouth a little bit low. So I want to pay attention to that, Mr. Speaker. And I want to encourage all of us to do that. Because I'm not only talking about the 4th district. I have a concern. Because, Mr. Speaker, something is either right or something is wrong. Where, and I think I heard one member, Lulu Taylor, he might have been a deputy speaker. There are lots of people out there who need help. And we might be thinking that they are bothered to us sometimes, that they are unfair, they're just asking because they can ask or because they think we have. And yes, there's some like that. But there are a lot of people there, Mr. Speaker, who need help, who need attention, who needs a little push in life, who needs a little encouragement, who needs a little assistance financially. And I have to decipher between a long list every month, a long list of requests to decipher which I think might be the most important and which are for real. But Mr. Speaker, the concern I have there is that it shouldn't be me. That shouldn't come from us. Because once you have to help that person financially like that, through your vote or whatever it might be, you may say, it leaves that person beholden to you. That's not right. We may feel good about it at election time. You go around and they look in your face and say, yeah, you did help me with that or that or that. So I'm beholden to you. They should be beholden to the country, who should have a structure in place to support the social fabric of the country. What I'm getting at, Mr. Speaker, is that I hope that we can find a time, it mightn't be in this budget, but in future budgets, to pay more attention to the Social Development Department and the Ministry of Health for where they can identify the needs of these people more and better and be able for us to address them through the budgetary process and not through our handouts. This is becoming a problem. When you go to elections and you have 200, 300 people, 400 people who are on a regular list because they need to be on that list, because they need the help. But the help shouldn't be coming from us. That money that we are giving out, each one of us and there are 13 of us, on a regular monthly basis, should not be given out from us. It should be given out from the Social Development Department. And we should be representing those people to the Social Development Department to give out that money, to give them assistance. I strongly recommend that we discontinue that practice and find a way to fund the Social Development Department to be able to assist those who really need help. They're the ones who are best equipped to go out and find out who need the help and who need assistance and who need guidance. And there are a lot of people like that, Mr. Speaker. Some people may say, oh, they have their families and to help them, but that's not true. Many of the families don't pay attention to them. I am being real today. Whether you like me or not, I'm going to say it, many families don't pay attention to their loved ones. In sickness and in death. In sickness and in death. I willfully intentionally said death too. Because, Mr. Speaker, a lot of my budget that they gave me goes to death. And you can't ignore it, because when people come to you and confront you where they want to bury their loved ones and they don't have the help, you have to give them the help wherever you can. But it shouldn't be that way. I even want to challenge the social, what do you call it? The Social Security Board to review their policy, where they give, they are very helpful. They have been there for a lot of people. But where they're giving $3,000 that was 20 years old now, you need to review that because, Mr. Speaker, burials don't cost $3,000 anymore. It costs a lot more. So those people who made their contributions to the board, and when they come to the time when they need a little help that they can't ask for because they've gone. But when once they've made a contribution, let's find a way to move that 3,000 up to 5,000. We need to pay attention to the social fabric of our community. We get questions every day, we are asked for help every day, and you can't ignore people's requests for help. But I want Mr. Premier, Minister of Finance, for us to find a way to help buttress the Social Development Department and all those areas in our social needs that we can provide better funding for them to be able to provide better services to the community. I applaud the Social Development Department. They operate on little funding. I look in the budget, and I think I haven't seen a major increase to them over years, including my years. I think it's $4 million for the whole Social Development Department, $4 million or $4.2 million. And I don't know what it is this year, whether it's gone up or not. But that's what they pay. All of these other departments that help. I read a report where the FS, what is it? The Family Support Network, who was doing a marvelous job by getting help from other people to help other people like that. In 2017, Mr. Speaker, if I may just read from my notes here a little bit. In 2017, the Family Support Network distributed food to 1,282 persons. We're playing like we are a society that's rich. And if you read the United Nations report that came out of the BVI some time ago, you'll be shocked that whether they were talking about the BVI or not. I was in government at the time and they gave the report and we were in a way upset. But they must have been talking the truth. There are persons out there who need help. Family Support Network gave food to 1,282 persons, 1,205 females and 77 males. And the only reason I 77 males because the males are ashamed. We're too big to ask. 3,852 individuals in various households were fed by the Family Support Network in 2017. Mr. Speaker, in 2018, food was distributed to 2,551 females and 164 males, feeding 7,929 individuals in the various households. Mr. Speaker, my time is keeping up, right? Households. So, Mr. Speaker, these are other organizations that are doing marvelous work. But I'm not saying that they shouldn't continue. We have to support them. Where we can privately, we support them. Where I'm sure many of you are here in businesses and so on, support the Family Support Network and others who pay attention and help in various ways. But I want us to pay a little more attention and develop better, give them more resources, encourage them to find more persons to go out there and help. I see them coming to the supermarket, the Social Development Department, and helping people. I see people coming with them, those who they're helping. They're doing a marvelous work. But we need to give them a better structure, Mr. Minister of Social Services. We pay attention to all the physical things, yes, but there's some social things in the social fabric of this community, Mr. Minister, that I want you to give it personal attention to. It's important. We look good when we're taking pictures, incinerator panel going on. I like that picture. We look good when we're picking up the vehicles on the road. It looks good. But there's no picture, Mr. Speaker, of those poor, suffering people who the Social Development Department can be able to do a better job if we give them more resources. So that $80, oh, come down further? Oh, that's not, oh, okay, sorry. The Premier reminds me about a picture of those people who's been helping. I'm glad to hear that. And I like that. Go beyond the cars. But without lessening my my point, Mr. Speaker, I just want to encourage us. Because it's not a criticism of any government. Because I just came out of government. Who could have done more? So I want to encourage this government to do more. Because we're quick to give extra money to this and that and the other. And the social fabric of a community needs more attention. But I want to get the social fabric of a community more off of us personally and through a department. Honorable Skelton always was preaching this when he was here. Give it the structure. I do not want people coming to me or voting for me on the election because I gave them a stipend every month for the last 4 years. That's not right. We need to drop that practice. And as a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, you know when that fund was created? I remember it goes back to 1995, I think, when it was created for persons in districts where they weren't part of the government or minister, and all the districts were given an annual stipend to do special projects in the districts, not to give away. That was what it was. It was 5,000 at the time. It was for you to do special projects in your district. If you want to put a playground down, if you wanted to build a little help to fix a community center, or so on. But it's turned out to be something different. And I can't blame members because when people come and face you, you have to find a way to help them. But I'm just saying let's shift our focus and get more strength and funding to the social development department and less on individuals and politicians who these people will become beholden to. That's not right. And I'm sure the Premier will say I'm saying that at the end of my... But maybe that's why some people come to the end of their time. I didn't say I come yet, Mr. Speaker. I just want to make sure the Premier understands that, because he's heard that many times. But, Mr. Speaker, in my last few minutes there, I want to say that let's keep working towards building a better economy for this territory. Let's put away the political wrangling and tangling, and let's work together to make that happen. We have challenges, yes, in our financial services area. We need to pay attention to it. But let's get on with this, with the tourism direction that I know all of us want to get on with. I looked in the MTFP that was sent around to us, and I saw extra revenue being raised by various things, and I want to support the Premier and make it happen. Hopefully it can happen. But there's a hope. He might tell me it's a done deal, but it's a hope. You wouldn't use those words. So this $16 million that's come in, $3 million from passenger taxes, $1.5 million from shipping registry, $5 million from medical marijuana, $1.2 million from money transfers, $700 from TLC royalties. Some may be realistic and true, but others are hope. And hopefully we can gain the revenue, and I want to support them in it. But in the meantime, let's make what we know used to work. Tourism. I get a little concern when a project in Norman Island, so Speaker, you know that's my district. Norman Island. It's part of the 4th district. And a project that was supposed to be there, I can't remember how much $100 million was supposed to be for a big hotel development. The developers pulled out from what I gather. I don't know what the truth is. I might be wrong. Because one government decided they wanted to encourage Willie T to move somewhere else. Willie T. I am going there. I'm not afraid to go anywhere. They pulled up. The government last time encouraged Willie T to move elsewhere. And they're back again. I don't know why they're back again. But I understand the developer decided that's the nail in the coffin for him from developing. I'm sure the Premier will give me the right direction here on that when he gets up to speak. I'm sure he knows the whole truth about it. And he will guide me along those lines. But I'm concerned when we want to talk about development in the territory of tourism and those kinds of things happen. I don't know what our priorities are. But let's look and make sure that we're on the right track. I was impressed when I went up to Little Licks Bay last week and got to walk through the property in Little Licks and see what they've done. They've transformed that place. And hopefully we can get some of the properties like that in the territory can attract and encourage tourism. They told me that their hotel is sold out for 3 weeks next year entirely. What do you call it? Buy out. Individuals buy it out for 3 of the weeks next year already.
3 minutes.
So, that's important. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Important, Mr. Speaker. I want to encourage the Premier to keep up his work that he's doing on the cruise lines, the cruise ship development, the cruise ship cause. And I know he has people on it all the time. I want to encourage him. Because it's not about myself as a minister last time and another minister himself. It's about the territory. And we want to see cruise ship tourism grow in the territory. So this is important. I want to just touch quickly, Mr. Speaker, on the recovery and the green initiative that the Premier is putting forward, and let him know I support him entirely on that. He said 60%, I think he said green in 2030 days, Mr. Premier? 2030. Yeah, I want to see that happen. I had said 30% by 2023, but hopefully it gets to 30 then and 60 by 2030, because it's important for us to move in this direction. I also want to encourage him on the resilience side as he continues to work towards getting the funding that we need to get funded for the territory, that we look definitely at the electricity corporation and its renewable energy process, as well as burying the cables underground in times of hurricane. The city of Rotown bounced back to be able to provide banking and hospital services and other business services after Hurricane Irma because cables were buried underground. This needs to happen in every village, in every area of a territory, so that we can bounce back quickly from these disasters. It may be a heavy investment at the beginning, but it pays off in the long run. I want to encourage us to look closely at that and look closely as quickly as possible. It may take years, but let's start somewhere. Let's start running some in the east, some in the west, some in Virgin Gordas. Let's start getting Anegada up to the point where we can definitely make them completely non-reliant on fossil fuels and overhead cables and so on. They're a flat country. We can get all the cables on the underground easily and get them resilient to hurricanes. But I want to encourage us along these lines, Mr. Speaker. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to just say that this budget of $414 million, I don't get scared about the numbers, but I want to dig into the numbers and find out how we are going to get there. But more so, I want to encourage the Premier, and I want to encourage us to, it's time for us to get down to reducing, or at least stop the increase in the recurrent expenditure of this country. I can't imagine, Mr. Speaker, that I was running my business and the recurrent expenditure in my business would have been growing at this pace. My business, I've been out of business a long time. I won't be able to provide, they say the food price is high now. If I had to go at this rate with government, what would they be? Mr. Speaker, we have to stop this growth. And we have to be bold enough. We have to come up with an initiative to encourage, and it's not just salaries we're talking about, you know. That's an area we look at in terms of how we can encourage our civil servants to perhaps retire earlier and give them some incentive to go out and do and invest in their own business. Give them a retirement package that's not just their retirement amount, but give them an extra $50,000 to go and invest. Encourage them to retire early. That's $5 million a year probably for 100 persons. That we can, rather than put on a recurrent expenditure, we can raise it and put it in to be able to have our own people invest in their own businesses. That's probably an area to go at. And over 5 years, we might have spent $25 million in that area rather than increasing the budget begins to at least stop for a moment, and we can have persons go out in the community and invest in businesses and encourage them, give them a push off, Mr. Speaker. And you can blame me, and people get very, 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 very touchy about these little issues. I'm beyond that now. We need to find a way, because we're helping each other. We're helping those same very persons who one day we won't be able to pay those salaries at the rate that we're going, and we don't know what's happening with financial services. Let's get together and find a way, Mr. Speaker, to be able to do that. Mr. Premier, I want to commend you on your budget and want to encourage you to keep at it and Where you go wrong, you'll hear from me. Where you're going right, I will definitely encourage you to do well. So let's get on with helping the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me an extra minute or two that you took away earlier. Anyway, yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
I thank the member for the 4th District for his contribution to the budget address. Honorable members, the floor is still open. Honorable members, the floor is still open. I take it that no one else wants to speak. Did she indicate to you that she needed a break? You need a break? Okay. Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. Honorable members, the House will be in recess for 10 minutes. That's 10 minutes. Please be seated. This House is back in session. We will continue with the debate on the Appropriation Act 2020. Floor is open. I recognize the Leader of the Opposition and member for the 8th District, the Honorable Marlon A. Penn, and we have also negotiated that him and the Premier will speak for 1 hour. Up to an hour, yes. Members, you deducted time from the Leader of the Opposition's hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to make my contribution on this very historic budget, 2020 budget estimates, Government of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, before I formally begin my contribution, I want to apologize to the public for what happened earlier this morning, miscommunication, misunderstanding, and I want to say that this is what happens when you have political maturity. We could disagree, we sit down, have a discussion, and we move forward. Because this piece of legislation is the most important legislation in the history of any government, in the history of any legislature, in any given year. It is what drives the budgetary process, is what drives the movement of the country, the movement of the economy. So it's important, it was important, that our voices, especially the voices of the people's opposition, be heard on this budget. So it wasn't any way that the opposition and the misinformation spreads quickly in this territory. I want to make it abundantly clear that we came prepared to debate. As you see, I'm the last of all the opposition members to speak. It says that we were here to speak and ensure that all voices are heard on this piece of legislation, and the people's voices that we represent is heard in terms of this process. So I want to commend the Premier for listening, for ensuring that we use our maturity and do what's in best interest of this territory moving forward. That being said, Mr. Speaker, the 2020 budget is deemed as the largest in the history of this territory. And as I go around, people hear $418 million, and there's this perception that somehow the country has $418 million to spend, and it's just a gravy train going down the line. And there's a misconception in terms of what the budget process is made up of. And I think I'm going to spend a little bit of my time, Premier and Speaker, Mr. Speaker, to explain page 0, as it is on the budget book, the front page, and outline some of the key elements on this page specific to what the budget means going forward. Mr. Speaker, there's an estimated revenue collection of about $262,888,440. Mr. Speaker, that is the projection based on all the calculations, all the reviews, that the government believes that the territory will collect over the next 12 months. Speaker, there's no certainty. This is not monies that the territory has. This is an estimate in terms of our collection. Mr. Speaker, as you heard many members of the opposition raise in their contribution, the startling concern in terms of the entire makeup of the budget is the issue of the recurrent expenditure, a number which has fallen this year by some $4 million from previous 2 years actually, but nonetheless represents almost 90%, I think the number was, of our total revenues for 2020. This includes salaries, it includes grants to statutory organization. It includes a host of things that makes up the uncurrent rent and so forth, that makes up the recurrent expenditure of the country. So essentially, Mr. Speaker, after the current, we have a little over $16 million left to do any type of development activity within the territory, after the monies are distributed to the requisite funds. So, Speaker, the bulk of this $418 million, and I think this is important for persons who, when they hear the budget, need to understand that the bulk of this development activity is under loan funding, up to close to some $50 million, $51 million. It is concentrated in loan funding to fund the capital expenditure for 2020. So, Speaker, the challenge that we have is that of the total $65 million in capital expenditure, only $16 million is based on actual revenues, which we haven't collected. You have the concern with financial services. If there's an issue with the $13 million drop that is expected in financial services, if that $30 million becomes $60 million, you have a significant problem in fulfilling your capital expenditure. And this, Mr. Speaker, is not doom and gloom. It's about to paint the reality of what we're up against as a territory. And the issue of even making the $16 million that we have allocated for local funding in the budget. So it's just a matter of outlining to the public in a broad way what those numbers represent. So, Speaker, one of the major issues and one of the areas that have been of concern for quite a while, AC's off, AC's off, for quite a while is the issue of goods and services. The goods and services section, Mr. Speaker, speaks to the goods and services the country purchases throughout any given budgetary cycle. That is the monies we pay for services from businesses within the public, monies we pay towards buying goods from the vendors that we do business with. All of those things add up to, in this year's budget, 77 or close to $78 million in terms of monies being spent on goods and services for the year 2020. So, Speaker, this speaks to the government's purchasing power, something that I've spoken about in several budgets, and something I think we need to pay more keen attention to in terms of how we determine the price of goods and services, not just for government, but in the marketplace. Government is the biggest purveyor of goods and services in the territory. As such, government has a responsibility to ensure that there's a certain level of value for the goods and services that the government purchases on behalf of the people of this territory. Because the reality is, if the government does not get value for the goods and services purchased in the territory, it drives up the price of goods and services in the territory. And that's where we're seeing the escalation, the cost of doing business in the territory. For the normal citizen, the man on the street, the regular man. Last year's budget was deemed a transitional budget. We transitioned from, I think the transition period was deemed as February 26th. I think that's the official transition point.
Somewhere around there.
But it is important for us to ensure the transition that is taking place impacts the man on the street, to ensure that the regular citizen has a benefit, a meaningful benefit from the funds that are being allocated in this 2020 budget. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that if you look in the details of the estimate, there are some areas left to be desired. While the time is limited today, I'll go into some critical areas, some areas that I think that's of critical importance for us to really highlight the concerns regarding this 2020 budget. The Premier raised an important point in his budget speech, speaking about the issue of going green. The reality is that going green costs a lot of green. It costs a lot of money to go green and be energy efficient. And one of the challenges that we have as a territory, specifically to our recurrent expenditure, specifically to our bloated recurrent expenditure, is the issue of the lack of inefficiency in the service and the way that we do business in the service. And one of the key areas to improving the service efficiency, the efficiency of the service, is through the implementation of technology. It is one of the areas where has been my swan song in this House of Assembly, the importance of putting these key systems or integrations in place to ensure that there's a level of optimization in the way that the government operates, there's a level of integration in the way the government service operates, and where we bring back savings, significant savings to the people of this territory and to the government as a whole. One of those key areas is through the initiative that was started, Premier, with the government project. That is the driver that brings into place the issue of efficiency and the level of efficiencies that will be put in place for the territory moving forward. I see out of that project, we were able to get the immigration system that has been signed recently. We were able to consolidate the website through our government, creating one single portal, external and internal portal, which saved the country some $6 million, I think it was at the time, per annum, based on that simple integration. But as I look in the budget and I go through and bear with me, Speaker, as I browse through the budget and make some specific mention. Premier's office, there's only $300,000 in place for a government initiative, which I believe creates a deficiency in realizing the initiatives that have been highlighted, Premier, as it relates to consolidation of government services, the issue of moving towards a technological base in terms of cryptocurrency and those initiatives. I think it's something that we need to really pay keen attention to in terms of ensuring that we continue to chip away on the recurrent expenditure that continues to balloon, which has flatlined in some instances recently, but has the potential to continue to creep up again. So those level of efficiencies is critical for us moving forward. And one of the other key issues that I think we need to focus on as well, and you heard the members speak about it, some of the members speak keenly about it earlier this morning, is the issue of economic diversification. Economic diversification, and I even heard the Minister of Education recently mention that we've done enough talking about economic diversification, and it's time for action. And if we're projected to have this $30 to $40 million fall off from a financial services industry, there needs to be somewhere where those funds are made up. Somewhere where we either cut our expenditure or somewhere where we generate new revenues, new revenue streams, not just to buttress the loss in revenue, but also to support the job creation that we continue to speak about. we talk about, in the former Junior Minister for Trade was working on some key initiatives to work on business development and job creation, which are critical, which is a critical component to the overall development of our economy, the overall diversification of our economy, and the whole aspect of creating new regimes to create jobs. We talk about 1,000 jobs in 1,000 days, but those jobs, if not created in the private sector, is going to continue to increase the recurrent expenditure. So we've lost $4 million this year in terms of recurrent expenditure, but if there's not an expansion in the private sector, it begs the question if those jobs will be developed in government sector, government proper, or through our statutory organizations. So those are one of the concerns in terms of ensuring that we put some focus and some emphasis on economic diversification. And Premier, I want to make the point specifically to business development. I know we have the Trade Commission that's coming forward, the whole issue of creating a statutory corporation to deal with the whole issue of business development. But the reality is that there needs to be funding to help develop the business environment, the business sector. And the reality is that we'll never have enough funds, but the funds have to be targeted in ways where the economy could be developed, there could be the level of diversification that's necessary for moving forward. And I look at the National Business Bureau, as I look at the budget, I refer to the budget. A key area, and bear with me, Mr. Speaker, as I find the page. It's on page 120. We have, for 2020, we have $43,000 budgeted for the National Business Bureau. This is the arm, this is the vehicle that supports small business development, that supports the development of new industries, and support the direction and moving in the direction in business development. This is the area, Premier, that we need to pay keen attention to. I think we need to look at ways in which this area can be developed and where we could help to spur on growth and development in the economy, as well as tourism. It's good to see that tourism has gotten a boost in terms of the budgetary allocation, but there also need to be a support for the ancillary services that are being offered to tourism and the tourism industry. Speaker, I'll move quickly into some of the key areas in the budget that speak specifically to the areas of development, specifically in my area, District 8, a community that's on the rise, a community that's moving towards better diversification efforts, and I'm going to speak specifically on some of those areas, specifically in tourism, sports tourism, tourism in general, and the economic opportunities that those areas provide for territory. In the area of sports tourism and under the Ministry of Education, I'm happy to report that we're well advanced with the development of the Greenland Stadium. I was able to, in the standing finance process, allocate $350,000 to building the infrastructure for the track, to putting a rubberized track. That project has been a public-private partnership between the government of the Virgin Islands and Beevi Football Association and the Beevi Olympic Committee. And that project is estimated to be completed mid to late 2020. We have confirmation, and I want to thank the Minister, Premier, and I think the money is on the Premier's office with consultation with the Minister of Education and the co-member for the district to ensure that those funds were put in place. I got confirmation, member for the 7th, I got confirmation from the president of the Beevi Football Association that the funds are there in place to build a stadium. They were able to go to Italy and see a prefab development that will be done. We're going to do a mirror that project in the community. So we're looking at I think it's about $6 million to complete track, stadium infrastructure, to have a state-of-the-art facility in our community. That brings, and that's part of the transition, you see, Premier? Work hand in hand with the transition. That brings economic activity within our community, not just for the people of the 8th district, but brings economic activity for the entire territory, because there's tremendous spin-off in terms of the whole issue of sports tourism, an opportunity that will arrive through this whole idea of sports tourism. So we have to figure out, Premier, if we're going to go green and do all the diversification efforts that we're talking about, how we can ensure that we bring on stream new products like this through public-private partnerships, through not just infusion of public funds, but where you have collaborative efforts and strategic partnerships to ensure that the territory benefits and the communities in which these projects are housed in benefit as well. We also are looking at, and I'm being accosted daily now about green spaces. Everybody is impressed with the work being done at the waterfront, the water pier, as you pass Bargers Bay going towards town. Everybody's excited to see what is going to materialize there, and the whole idea of that green space. And I'm being accosted, the little lady with a bag with a big hat. Yeah. Yeah, she's putting all of us on the spot and ensuring that we step up to the plate and ensuring that. And I want to thank the member for the night for assisting in making that project a reality. And yeah, of course, the man that controls the money, of course. And ensuring that project materializes. But we need spaces and green spaces in our territories. And I want to now reach out to the member for the 7th. The budget doesn't have any monies for recreational facilities. I know you're responsible for parks, specifically for parks. We have, and I know I have a member from the 8th as well in the back bench that has some, and of course a member from Paramount via McNamara. We have a park in the eastern area, a park that is very highly used by persons in the district that had some severe damage after Hurricanes Irma and Maria. And it's very unsafe at this time, Minister for Education. I think it's something that we need to look at and have a discussion while we're in committee with the Premier to ensure that the people of our community have a good and safe place to play for their children and kids. And there needs to be some upgrades to the playground equipment as well. So that's something that I think we need to partner on, something that I think we need to move forward with to ensure that it maximizes the best possible benefits to the people of our community. Library, again, one of those areas of concern. We know we've been out of a public library for some time. I see there's some money to do some work on a national library. But again, now, there's no library service in the Eastern community either. Minister is aware that some plans that were shared with him specifically to expand the existing library. It's right adjacent to where the current one is, which is not functional at this time. I think it's something that is important for us to ensure that our young people, our elders, and persons within our community have a state-of-the-art, technologically advanced library that they could go to and engage and do other things that are necessary. That is well stopped for now as it relates to the Ministry of Education. Ministry of Natural Resources, I want to, I call him the member from the East, the Far East. And he's been a friend so far to District 8. I hope that friendship is maintained. The fact that we're from the east together, I don't see we having an issue because you have to come to Trailers Bay to get down. If you make a problem, you wouldn't get down, you have to go downtown. But I really want to thank him for the work that he did to ensure that we build the facilities in the Trailers Bay, the Long Bay area as it relates to the restroom facilities that have been long awaited for that community. Not just for the fact that we have tourists that are passing through, no, but for the locals, the visitors who continue to frequent that beach, who sees that beach as one of their favorite beaches. It's a personal thing to the people of Eastern Long Island community. That beach is personal to them. And we have to ensure that we not just build that facility, Minister, we have to ensure that the things are in place to maintain it. I haven't seen anything in the budget. I know there's been a discussion in Standing Finance regarding whether it's a responsibility of your ministry or a responsibility of the Tourist Board for the maintenance of that facility. But whatever it is, we need to ensure that it is in place before we pass this budget tonight, that facility and facilities like it are properly maintained throughout the territory. I know the member for the second spoke about the ones in his district. It's something that's important to ensure that those things are in place. But there's an issue with having those facilities opened just only when there's tourists around. We need to ensure that those facilities are open as well for all the people that frequent our beaches. We need to have a proper timing, a proper schedule for those facilities. And I'm hoping that we get out of this process with the funds for maintenance and ensure that those things are in place for the people of our communities could benefit from those facilities. The Josiah's Bay bathroom as well is something that we discussed to ensure that Josiah's Bay becoming popular again for tourists. We have to ensure that our bathroom facility is up and running and the tourists are able to get the benefit of the beach in Josiah's Bay. We know, I want to thank Luann, the Deputy Secretary in your ministry, through you, of course, Minister, where we were able to get some temporary bathroom facilities down in Josiah's Bay to facilitate the person that traffic to Josiah's Bay. And it's my hope that we get the current bathroom there up and running early in the first quarter. And I've yet to see the funds to make that happen, so I'm hoping that we could have that discussion in committee as well to make that happen. Not a major problem, and I'm now, Mr. Speaker, I have to focus on my community, the people of the 8th District who have sent me back to this House of Assembly to represent the interest for a third term, and I want to spend some time on my community before I transition, as this government transitions into the ownership of this country on February 26th. So I wanna focus in specifically on my community. On the Ministry of Natural Resources, there's a major concern or issue brewing in terms of the Eastern Long Island waterfront development. It is a project that there's been over $2 million spent to improve that infrastructure in that area. There was another $300,000 budgeted in last budget to address the issue of the finger pair and that community. There's some property disputes and ownership disputes as terms of the property. I want to encourage the minister for us to rectify those issues ASAP, as soon as possible, to avoid any major conflict in our community or any clashes that are unnecessary and can be unavoidable. Whatever is done has to be fair to the people of that community who has used that facility for decades to park their boats, to a way of life. There's a book that's coming out shortly that chronicles the life in Red Bay, the life in Eastern Long Island Red Bay, done by Dr. Charles Wheatley. Just wrote a book that's going to be published shortly that chronicles the life of the people of Eastern Long Island at the Red Bay Dock. And we need to ensure that the people who are prospective landowners get a fair share, but the people of the community need not be disenfranchised, and we need to get that situation rectified. Minister, whatever we need to do to fix it, we need to fix it quickly before it escalates to a problem that could cause some harm to anyone physically. We don't want that to happen. So the two landowners, we have to make sure that something is done fairly, but it does not enfranchise the people of that community from the usage of that facility. So it's something that we need to get going. I know you said the infrastructure is being built already for the dock. I think we need to rectify the land issues, get those things rectified, and ensure that the people have a safe and smooth transition into the new facility once it's built in the new year. Speaker, I'll move on to the Ministry of Health. My list is small there, I wonder why. But there's a major issue on the Ministry of Health that is plaguing our community right now, the issue of the community center. It's a shared responsibility between myself and the member for the 7th District. I think all members have this concern with community centers within their communities. We have a non-functioning community center, save for the space that is being used by the seniors for their usual Wednesday program, where the seniors at least, and thank God that their space is still functioning, that they could have somewhere to go and have their activities on Wednesdays. Minister, I see that there's some monies there in the budget. I encourage you to ensure that that facility is up and running early in the first quarter. That facility is very important, not just for meetings, and is a social gathering place for persons within the community. It has served as a shelter for quite some time, for many years. The repairs was done to the roof, and I know the windows are out. The actual main hall is non-functional. The bathrooms are not working. So there's a major overhaul that's necessary for that community center to ensure that we get back to a place where our community has a safe place and a functioning place for the residents of that wider community, the Eastern Loudoun community. Again, the biggest community in this entire territory. To be without a functioning space is really unbecoming, and we need to fix that as soon as possible, Minister. I know the monies rolled over from last budget, and they were there for the budget from the budget before. I know you said that there's a tender process, and I'm hopeful that could be go quickly and have that project done. So I want to let the people know that the money is there. It's a matter of us ensuring that that project happens and moves forward. Speaker, housing. Speaker, the housing program is something, and I had a very startling reminder of the challenges that our people are facing as it relates to housing, and housing more specifically after Hurricanes Irma and Maria. So Speaker, our people, and you heard my colleague mention in a very passionate way just a little while ago, the social issues in this territory. These issues are real. And the reality is that we need to find funding, because they're not issues that generate revenue, but the issues that we have to do for the common good of mankind. And we have to find a way to put monies in these areas to ensure that our people get the necessary support, the necessary infrastructure, so they could be functioning citizens of this society. I know monies were moved from the $15 million program into grants, and I'm hopeful that that money is now being disseminated into the territory, so that persons who were displaced after Hurricanes Irma and Maria are getting their infrastructure back up and running. It's something that as you heard, I work feverishly to ensure that this happens, and to ensure that the people of this territory got some relief. The $50 million was a small percentage of the monies that were needed based on the needs that were out there in the territory. But, Mr. Speaker, as I look through the budget and I look at social housing, there's a mere $30,000 to address issues of social housing throughout this territory. I think that is a disservice to the needs that are out there, the people in our community, the people in our territory. We have to find a way. I know the Premier is concerned about blowing up the recurrent, but we have to look at ways to reallocate funds to ensure that some benefit goes back into the people of this territory, ensure that people who are living and sleeping in very unbecoming conditions. I mean, we have the situation, we had the standing finance discussion, where the individual who is still under this ticket, and it wasn't a political issue, it's an issue of human decency, and us doing what is necessary to ensure that we put the things in place to assist these persons who are going through this transition and going through this very difficult transition for many of them. We are people of pride, and it's difficult for us to ask for help. And then you go by some of these persons, and you see how they're living. It's very heart-wrenching to see how our people are living. And if we could do better, we need to do better to assist them during this process. So I would encourage all of us, not just the Minister for Health, but all of us, to put our heads together in the committee stages to see how we could find a way to reallocate some funds, make some sacrifices to ensure that the people of this territory who are going through this severe hardship in this time, after Hurricanes Irma and Maria, and even before some of them were living in very unbecoming situations, to get the assistance they need to move forward. Ministry of Transportation. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank my colleague for the support so far in the area of transportation and so forth. But, Mr. Speaker, I have a concern, and I'm looking, as I look through the budget, I see the funding for roads and the issue of roads and the roads in this territory. And I'm concerned in terms, I know the reality is that we cannot build all the road infrastructure at the same time. I am concerned, however, in terms of the methodology in terms of how we're addressing the road infrastructure issue. And this is not just an issue that is now, it's an issue that we've always tackled and racked our brains with from our administration in terms of how are we going to address in a systematic way and to create longevity in the road infrastructure that we build in this territory. I appreciate the work that was done at the bridge going to the airport. My concern is that the next heavy rain, we're back to square one, because the right base infrastructure, the right infrastructure wasn't put in place to ensure that our road stands the test of time in terms of the infrastructural needs. And I don't know if you've been to the East lately, Minister, but the road from, and I know if your colleague to your right, my left, tells you about the issues that we're facing in the Eastern Long Island community. So from Paraquita Bay, come straight up, and more specifically right now, from the police station to Major Bay and to James Young. Yeah, remember for the third, I know all the areas. James Young to Chapel Hill, to all the places in between is deplorable. There was a methodology of putting concrete to patch the roads. Minister, all due respect, is not working. I was on Long Bay Beach the other day, and I was just hanging with the tourists and listening to their discussions as they go forward. And a group of them were speaking. And one said, I don't know why they put speed bumps. The entire road is a speed bump. That's the perception of our tourists, of our road infrastructure. We have a nice model road, Minister, the road that we built from Chapel Hill after the sewage project to Paramtown. That road has not gotten a pothole since we built that road in 2013. That was built in 2013. So it costs a lot. It took some time, but I think we're at the point where the level of efficiency need to be had, and it goes back to the issue of doing things in a proper way. But Minister, in the interim though, I think something needs to be done with that stretch of road while we're talking about our transition to sewage, talking about the issue of dealing with the sewage. We have to do something better with what the residents are experiencing currently from the police station to Paramtown. It's really a bad situation at this current time. I want to also thank you. While I chastise, I want to commend you as well for assisting me in ensuring that the road in Greenland was built, leading up to the Hippolytes in that area in Shepherd Hill. It's something that's been long coming for those parts in that area. We still have a little section to be done. I want to thank you for ensuring that road was done and we were able to bring some relief to the person in that community. In addition to the work that was done by the Dixon Church to alleviate that flooding issue, and it's, yeah, I know Dixon, alleviate that flooding issue that existed in that area for some time. And we know we have phase 2 of that project to do. That's come from that nice pool of monies that you have there on the development projects to make that happen. And the issue of the Shepherd Hill Road in Greenland, we know there's a serious undermining that has occurred in Shepherd Hill. There's an undermining on the top that the Honorable Fraser, last time he was minister, was there. It's become a monster now. But there's a new one in the lower end after Hurricanes Irma and Maria, that if that is not addressed, that entire community will be shut off from access to their homes in that community. So we've agreed, Minister. I would like to see a line item that says Shepherd Hill Road, but I trust that you're a man of your word. I noticed that that's been few and far between these days, but I know you to be a man of your word. Not with you. No, relax. Stay calm. Stay calm. But I expect you to skip to your word. You said you would fix that road for the people of that community. They're hoping on it. I know your colleague to your left has been a man of his word, and you learn a lot from the Deputy Premier. I hear he's the indefinite Deputy Premier now. But I expect to get some results on that area for the people of my community, as well as just the issues of the road infrastructure. As you know, the public need to know that we're in opposition. We have to go on our knees and beg, literally, for some of these things to get addressed. The Premier has been gracious in allocated resources, and the ministers have helped us so far, and I hope that trend continues, because we're here to represent not just the people who have members in the government, but the people of this entire territory. So I expect that the Premier and his ministers would ensure that all the people of this territory is duly represented. And there's a nice piece of road that we discussed, member for transportation. How much more time I have, Speaker? 20 minutes. That we discussed. He tell you that you're the timekeeper. Okay, just checking.
He's aware that I'm the timekeeper.
Okay, I just checking. So 20 minutes, confirmed?
You have, Madam Clerk?
Yeah, 25.
Actually, you have 15 minutes.
20 minutes.
1-5. But
the issue in terms of addressing the road infrastructure is critical, colleague. And there's a road going to the prison. You know, the prison is a very heavily trafficked area. Going up Georgia Hill, going towards the prison. The road is in bad condition. Water and sewage digged up the main road, going towards the prison, going towards where some very important people in this territory live, all around this territory. Every person in this territory is, to me, are very important people. Not VIPs, but very important people. And we need to ensure that those areas are addressed as well. And I count on your word. You gave me your word on those areas, and we get those addressed. I know. We had that don't start like, don't be like the others now, Minister. We had that conversation in Standing Finance. So keep your word now. Don't let me lose faith in you now. Premier, as well, I want to, and I spent some time on my district, but I think because this budget is important to ensure that people know that I continue to work for them, that I continue to put in place and working with the ministers on the issues that tackle our community. And one of those issues has been one that's been pressing for decades, the issue of sewage. We have some money that was reallocated for sewage. I'm hopeful that we would get that project moving swiftly in the first quarter of this year, to at least so we could alleviate the road issue. Once we put the infrastructure in place from Paramtown to the police station, then we could put in place a sound road infrastructure that people have been clamoring for some time. There's some $3 million budgeted. I understand that's loan funding, so Premier, I don't know if that was a CDB loan money or that's monies that we have to borrow to ensure that project moves forward. I'm hoping that we could move that project early in the first quarter. I know, Minister, you'll get up and correct me if I'm wrong. All the engineering works that are necessary to move that project forward are in place, so there should not be any holdup in ensuring that that project continues to continue to bring some relief to our community. And while I'm on the subject on diversification, there's the issue concerning the visitors terminal in Trailers Bay. I know we've started that process under the former Junior Minister for Tourism, who had that project, who we worked to get that project well advanced. There are drawings in place, there are estimates in place to ensure that center goes in place. That center is not just for the tourists that come to the territory, and Trailers Bay is sort of the gateway between Virgin Gorda, Oil Nut Bays, the Scrub Islands, and all the destinations that BVI highlight and market for tourism product. But also it speaks to the traffic that is happening there currently with all locals who go back and forth to Virgin Gorda, who needs a safe place so they could wait to catch the boat, a safe place where they could be around to ensure that their safety is intact while they're waiting on the boat. We have a heavy traffic flow in that area. So I mean, it's important. I see you have a nice little budget there, Premier, under tourism infrastructure. I know if we fall short, we could come to you to ensure that that project is completed, the infrastructure work for that project is done, so that we could create the right ambience, the right environment that we want to present as a tourism destination, not just for tourists, but as I said earlier, our comrades from Virgin Gorda and Igata use that facility to go back and forth. The locals use that facility to go to Virgin Gorda, to go to Scrub Island, to go to Commandos, Guan Islands, and all the other outer islands. So we need to have the infrastructure in place to ensure that we present a product, as the Minister the Second said, that if we're bringing people to our shores, we need to present a product that's becoming of a territory of the Virgin Islands. They see beautiful beaches, if you see beautiful people, they see the beautiful sailing waters, but we also have to present a clean and attractive infrastructure on the shorelines as well for the people in our community. So I want to implore you and encourage you, Premier, through your tourists. But I want to say the Director of Tourism has also been working to make that project a reality, and we're hoping to ensure that project kicks off shortly to bring benefit and bring some comfort to persons who travel between the Sister Islands and Beef Island and the Greater Virgin Islands. Premier, again, I want to say publicly that I support the budget. The budget is the single most important piece of legislation, as I said earlier, that any government or any legislature passes in their particular annual cycle. It is important for us to ensure that we properly vacillate the budget as we move forward. But I want to also caution us, as the reality is that there's always projects, there's always a lot of things that we need to do that we can't do all in 1 year. But I think we need to pay more attention. The issue of economic substance is something that was raised earlier in terms of how are we going to ensure that the fall off in financial services, that we get the requisite benefit, not just for the economy, but the benefits for the people of this territory, the business community, and all those persons need to derive the benefits from what is coming down the line with financial services. The issue of diversification is critical for us moving forward. And we need to ensure that we have the financing in place to help with that whole issue of diversification and allocation of finances to support that issue of diversification. And it leads me to the issue of banks and financing. We are seeing recently that two of our major banks have gone through what we call a transition. They're being sold to other institutions, and I don't know, Premier, if they've been finalized. You've seen reports of FDIC being sold, Scotiabank, CIBC, and Scotiabank being sold. My concern, Premier, is that as we go through this recovery process and the transition, we need to have a better partnership with those institutions. And as a territory, we need to ensure that those institutions are on board with partnership with the territory in terms of ensuring that our people get access to financing, to build businesses, to build the economy, to participate meaningful in economic activity in this territory. Additionally, there's a transition that's happening from the old institutions to the new institutions with the employees. We need to ensure that our people are not disenfranchised with this transition. Before these deals are finalized, we need to ensure that our people get a clear understanding of what the benefits are going into these new relationships. Persons who are retired need to ensure that the benefits are not lost through this transition. It goes back to a concern that continues to happen in the territory when businesses are bought and sold, and there are transitions that are happening in this business climate where persons seem to be disenfranchised, or there's a level of uncertainty of what's required. More specifically with these banks, Premier, I believe that we need to pay a close attention and work closely with the Financial Services Commission to ensure that these employees get their fair share in terms of their benefit package. They're no less off than they were previously. And persons who have put in 20 plus years, 30 years, some of them 40 years in some of these institutions do not lose their benefits that they've accrued over a lifetime. Some of them who are depending on these benefits to earn a living going forward. We have a responsibility, not just you, Premier, as a Premier of this territory, but all of us as a legislative assembly has a responsibility to ensure that those persons are no less off than they were previously. So I implore you to ensure, Premier, to be vigilant, to ensure that these persons get their fair due, not just in those particular banks, but persons throughout the territory as these transitions happen in the territory, as you get many complaints about some of these type of issues. So again, I want to thank the people of the 8th District, people who sent me here to represent their interests. I want to thank them for their support and their patience as we transition as well with the government with these new initiatives that are on the table. The issue of economic diversification is critical. The issue of ensuring that we have a budget, we have a development plan that benefits our people, not just in their pockets, but it develops them creates an environment where they can thrive and earn a living for themselves and their family. I believe, Premier, that we need to put in place, as I said earlier, monies in the National Business Bureau to help persons who want to go into new areas, help them develop the capacity, help them to get the small loans and financing necessary to ensure that that happens. So with that said, again, I thank you, and I want to again say to the people of this territory that we respect this process. It's a process that we take extremely seriously. It's the most important process in the life of any government. And I think what was done today was the right thing for us to come back and ensure that this process is properly ventilated and vacillated and whatever related it needed to happen, to ensure that the people's views and the people's representatives' views are put on the record. And I thank you again, Premier, for ensuring that that happens through where calmer heads provided and political maturity was shown in your leadership and the conversation between ourselves. And I look forward for us moving forward
in moving this country forward collectively as a government, as a legislature. I thank you.
I ain't never call like that, but
I thank the leader of the opposition and member for the 8th District for his contributions to the budget debate. I now recognize the Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities and member for the 5th District, the Honorable Kai M. Reimer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's with great pleasure that I'm here this evening to make my contribution to this budget debate. It's also an honor to have each and every member of the opposition here with us at this late stage. It shows the importance of this budget and their involvement in terms of this process. I have a few corrections, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to start with letting my member for the 8th know that this is not the largest budget in history. Based on research, last year's budget was actually $127 million. So, I mean $427 million. So I just want to let the records reflect that, as he stated it in his earlier message. So this budget is noted at $414 million. And Mr. Speaker,
Members, I'm sure you'll allow the minister to speak uninterrupted. I thank you in advance for that.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy, and I must acknowledge and give kudos to my premier and his team for bringing this budget so timely to this honorable House. I know in his earlier, in his first budget, in our first budget, it was noted that the goal and the intent is to have a budget to be passed before the end of this year. Everybody laughed and giggled at that stage because it's not the norm to have a budget passed in the same year, it seems like. So, Mr. Speaker, I give commendation to my premier for his diligence and his persistence. And his team must be acknowledged, the Ministry of Finance, for the hard work that they have put in to making this budget come to fruition here this evening. And Mr. Speaker, we must note that the budget is much less than the budget that we had to massage earlier this year. So that in itself shows that we are paying attention and we are working to do more with less. Each member in their presentation spoke about the recurrent, Mr. Speaker, and that it's getting out of hand. And Mr. Speaker, I too agree that we should look at how we could work to reduce the recurrent. We know that annually increments need to be paid, and that adds to the recurrent. We know that, as we can see, that the grants, they contribute to $82 million of the recurrent expenditure. Employee compensation as well. And Mr. Speaker, my suggestion to this increase in recurrent would be first to do as a government a salary review so that we can address some of the issues pertaining to the recurrent expenditure. I know when you look at the salary grade and the salary scale in the back, Mr. Speaker, it's a bit difficult for some government workers to be making $16,000 a year, $17,000 a year. And Mr. Speaker, with a budget of $414 million plus, those are things that we should address so that this can be a budget of the people, a budget where the people would be affected and they will reap the benefits of this budget. And in that salary review, Mr. Speaker, I know a lot of the departments in my ministry especially, we have sewage workers, we have sanitation workers, we have laborers, skilled workers. And Mr. Speaker, those are some at the bottom of the scale that we definitely need to address. I know when you compare it to, say, New York or other places, a sewage worker would make about $80,000 a year, $80,000 to $100,000 a year. And when you look at the salary grade here for my sewage workers, they're barely making $17,000, $18,000. And we saw this as the necessary skills that we needed after the hurricanes. And if we have a laborer here working for this kind of money, after the hurricanes, they were in high demand. And Mr. Speaker, this is the way I would like to see this budget affect our government workers, because we need to acknowledge them. They go above and beyond. They go above and beyond, Mr. Speaker. And I know this is our budget, but it must reflect on the people. And even I was at the I came in at the ferry terminal the other day, and some of the custom officers are complaining. We still have government workers still stating that they haven't received any increment as yet. And I know this was passed in cabinet months ago, and I tried to explain to them that it's the process. But I think the process needs to end, and each and every government employee needs to at least be paid the increments that is awarded to them. And Mr. Speaker, those are some of the things that I just want to put on record. And Mr. Speaker, this budget has meaning, and the Premier in his budget address spoke about the way this budget was aligned to the throne speech in terms of the legislation that will come forward that would complement this budget in terms of generating additional revenues and falling in line with how we can move this territory forward. Each opposition member spoke about diversification of the economies, and some stated that some of the items are hope and wish. But if that's what is labeled at, Mr. Speaker, I am quite confident that these hopes and wishes would come to fruition. And I'm quite confident because, Mr. Speaker, this government, we are working towards, we spoke about transparency and accountability. And as we spoke about it, we are working towards it, Mr. Speaker. This budget, I would say, is a bold budget. And again, I applaud the Premier. It's a bold budget, but we must be wise with it as well, because wisdom must prevail. Mr. Speaker, in the budget, we highlight green energy, and a member spoke about green energy reflects, or you need green money, or something to that effect. I can't quote his exact words. Well, Mr. Speaker, we must make these sorts of, we must try these things so that we can do something different. We cannot continue down the same page that we have been going. And as I continue, Mr. Speaker, I too want to acknowledge MP Famous that is in the gallery. And when I visited Bermuda, he was quite courteous to my delegation, and and I appreciate that what all he did for us. And, you know, we visited there, Mr. Speaker, to understand the transportation industry within his island. It's about the same makeup. The population, though, is about maybe 100,000, 60,000. And the island is about the same, but their public transportation work, and that is something, Mr. Speaker, that we are working to implement within our territory. And Mr. Speaker, this coming Monday, I publicly want to encourage motorists to utilize the Park and Ride. This is a pilot project that we are working on within the ministry so that we can reduce some of the congestion within the city. And I know the member for the Fort spoke about a city council and so forth. And those are avenues that we can definitely investigate and see how it would be beneficial to our territory or to our city. And Mr. Speaker, in any city there's a lot of traffic. Traffic means, you know, increased growth. With increased growth, you have more vehicles. But it's what you do with, in terms of curbing it, making sure that you have efficiency and a city that you can traverse without being stuck in traffic for additional length of time, Mr. Speaker. So with the Park and Ride, we intend to see how it would work. For the duration of the Park and Ride, we got donation from the Romasco group to use the electric vehicles as we work to also embrace the green technology within our territory. So, Mr. Speaker, you know, I had to make that plug in terms of using the Park and Ride so that person would know that it is something out there. We tried it, it worked, and we hope to see less congestion within our city during this holiday season. And Mr. Speaker, with less traffic, you know, we hope to reduce some of the social ills that derive from being stuck in a vehicle in traffic, and you know, you get irate drivers, you get, you know, persons start to blow you, and it causes, you know, some road rage and certain things. So, you know, we are working to curb that, reduce that, because even when the light changes, I mean, you hear certain persons say that the lights are a hindrance, they need to be adjusted, and we are working to try to make it as best as possible. But, you know, increased traffic is nearly inescapable. The BVI is a growing territory, and we must accept that. But we must put things in place that will alleviate some of those issues. Mr. Speaker, the Premier in his budget address, he spoke about duty-free for electric vehicles. I endorse that. I think that's a brilliant idea. That would be a great encouragement for persons in the territory to start using electric vehicles. And Mr. Speaker, the ministry is working towards getting the legislation amended so that we can work towards having that ban on vehicles that are 8 years or 10 years and older. So, Mr. Speaker, in the new year, that is something that we hope to see come to fruition with the help of the Attorney General's chambers. Mr. Speaker, roads. I speak about roads because, it's an issue within this territory, and it is not an issue that just started. But I can assure the people of this territory that the Ministry of Transportation, Works and Utilities, we have roads as a priority. And within the budget, we have monies allocated so that we can work towards remedying some of the roads and hopefully move towards remedying all of the roads within our territory. We have the water issues that I am quite passionate about as the member for the Fort. He himself was quite passionate regarding these water issues. And Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to say what should have happened years ago or what caused us to be in this situation. Well, Mr. Speaker, I can speak about what I intended to get done, and especially the member for the third. He is aware right now that I have a team working in his area to address the water issues there. And Mr. Speaker, just earlier this week, they reported to me that they were doing leak detection, Mr. Speaker. And they found 250 gallons per minute leaks and in the Seacoast Bay area. And Mr. Speaker, right now they're working to get those leaks repaired. And I think that's an issue that we have with our ailing water infrastructure within our territory. We don't have an issue with producing water, we just have an issue with getting it to the homes. And Mr. Speaker, in regards to the water, and the high cost of water is what contributes to recurrent as well. And proudly I can say that this government made it a priority to purchase water meters so that we can try to generate some or collect some revenue from water consumption, because we produce water and we collect peanuts for the water because we have no water meters, and that derived from after the hurricanes. So water is something that, water and sewage, water is something that we are working on. We are working tirelessly to get these situations sorted out. And the member from the second, you know, I called persons in his community to inquire about water on Just Van Dyke, because that was an issue, some questions that were brought up to this house. And me being new at the time, it was all shocking to me to know that persons aren't getting water. It's being produced. I mean, a new reservoir was installed, but water wasn't getting to it. Well, Mr. Speaker, I can proudly say now that the tank is being filled. People in Just Van Dyke, they are getting water consistently. And other areas within the territory. Because, Mr. Speaker, we are living like we're in a third world if we are not getting water. And I've asked the department to make sure that whatever resources are necessary, I would provide, because people in this territory must get water. And Mr. Speaker, I know that they're saying that February 26th it would be our baby and it would be all this, but it's all our issue. These are issues that were plaguing the territory for years. And we are definitely going to work to address these issues. Sewage within the Cane Garden Bay area, Bird Point. We know what the issues are, Mr. Speaker. And those are things that will be priorities so that we can get them addressed. I'm happy that the member from the second is acknowledging the team that deals with the sewage in that area, because they give me regular updates, even when they go out on a Sunday. And I applaud them for their effort, and the director. And Mr. Speaker, we must recognize them, whether it's publicly or whether it's through compensation. They need to be compensated for the work that they're doing. And $10 went out, and we're hoping to get these projects started once they're awarded. So, Mr. Speaker, we know the issues within this territory. And, Mr. Speaker, we are working to address them. And while I'm on the member for the second, I must speak about the issue where he's trying to state that the 5th district may be getting more attention than the 2nd. And I think that's unfair. Because, Mr. Speaker, I know you didn't state it, but you didn't say it in those words. But you're saying that the 5th and the 2nd is next door, and the roads in the 5th is much better. So what I want to say is that the member must have forgotten the roadworks that are happening over in Just Van Dyke, or the road that was paved in Cane Garden Bay. But I mean, I know I'll just remind him, because so many things happen, he must have just forgotten that one little area, because he says it's the biggest land mass in the electoral. Well, Mr. Speaker, I know he knows that I'll get to it once he brings it to my attention. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member from the 6th also spoke about roads within her district, and I went out there and I saw the roads, and it actually needs to be addressed. And remember, it's something that we work to address quite early. And any other roads within our territory, because the Premier was quite generous in terms of funding for roads. I know we can't get everything accomplished, but we work to prioritize and get as much done as possible. And Mr. Speaker, as we work with the Road Town development, the revitalization of Road Town, and I heard the passion from the member from the 4th, and he spoke about a lot of the plans. And Mr. Speaker, we are in the process right now and of getting some drawings done, Mr. Speaker, so that we can address how we intend to have Road Town look like a capital, a clean capital. So, Mr. Speaker, those are in the works. The Market Square, the plan is to clean it up, plant some trees there. We intend to have the parking at festival site coexist with the festival. Mr. Speaker, we intend to add an additional lane on Waterfront Drive so that you would have 2 lanes of traffic going westbound. That would definitely ease up the congestion further within the city. And Mr. Speaker, all the funding as the Premier, as I reached out to the Premier in terms of letting him know the importance of getting these things done, Mr. Speaker, the Premier again the Minister of Finance was quite generous. And I am excited about when the year turns so that we can get these projects going. So, Mr. Speaker, those are some of the things that I know definitely and would be worked on, and the Premier knows that I I call him anytime, any hour, whether it's a message or a call, and you know, I let him know my needs. And I'm quite appreciative of the support he has given me. So, Speaker, I must talk about the 5th District, especially noting that the people of the 5th District instill their confidence in me so that I can be here representing them. Mr. Speaker, we have quite a few roads that needs to be repaired there as well. And I'm not being biased to the 5th. But I must make mention of it because I know they're listening and they want to make sure that they too are not included. They asked me when some of the roads are going to be paved, and I have to tell them I have the whole territory to address, but they would not be forgotten. And you know, we have an issue with unemployment within our territory, Mr. Speaker, but we have ambitious people. And we must provide the avenue so that they can be engaged. They can put their skills and their dreams, and so their dreams could come to reality. And one of the projects that should be started quite soon, early in 2020, because I see the vision for Huntom's Gut with the economic zone, where we would be erecting some spaces for small businesses. And the Minister of Finance says he's going to back me 100% in terms of financing. So I must say it here publicly so that the people of the 5th District know that it's in the Premier's hands right now to get the economic zone up and going. So, Mr. Speaker, I am quite excited about that project. I was hoping I could start some this year, but you know, this 9-10 months came so quickly, and I'm sure it'll continue to go like the wind, but I got to make sure I put my windbreaker on and make sure that we get certain things done before that time expires. So, Mr. Speaker, I know we have some additional issues, you know, even within the territory. We need to install some mirrors at certain places, because I know I've been getting requests and I've been trying to address getting persons mirrors where they need, because we want to make sure that the roadways are quite safe. Repair guardrails. And make sure that persons traverse in a safe environment. Mr. Speaker, we spoke about bush cutting. I'm not sure if the right word, but they say landscaping. And Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to drive around the territory and see a lot of the bush being cut. But the issue, though, Mr. Speaker, is that those who weren't given bush cutting contract, they seem like they ridicule me because they haven't gotten it. And Mr. Speaker, I must say that it's not everybody would be able to get a bush cutting contract. But we'll definitely work to address it, or address the issue of landscaping bush cutting in the upcoming year, because it was disheartening to hear the cries of the motoring public when the grass and the bush were actually in the vehicles all on the windshield when they drive past. But I'm happy that monies were allocated and we were able to get bush cutting done for the people of this territory. And Mr. Speaker, early in the new year, I have already spoken to the Director of Public Works, as we want to make sure that we have a schedule and we have something in place so that it's not a rush. You know, we monitor these things just like we do for the gut cleanings. Not at the last minute we want to be rushing to get the guts clean as we prepare for the hurricane season, but we want to have a schedule so that these things are done periodically. And when the hurricane season is upon us, then we just do maintenance. So, Mr. Speaker, those are things that we are working to address in the upcoming year, early in the year, so that, we decrease the floodings within our territories. And Mr. Speaker, before I wrap up, I just want to say happy holidays to all the people of this territory. Happy holidays from my family to your family. And Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank the people of the 5th District for giving me this opportunity to be here, to represent them and the entire territory. And I want to continue representing them while I'm here, Mr. Speaker. And whatever issues that come my way, I'll feel free and bold to speak them so that they know that I'm here representing their needs. I also am happy, Mr. Speaker, to see that the Sandbox Park, we added a whole new playground for the people of the district and of the territory. I saw that we had a party there over the weekend. But what I'll ask of the users of the park is to just clean up once you're finished, so that the next person coming to use it could have a clean environment like you made it. The watch house was also repaired. That's another area where we have parties and persons congregate. And we are now working to repair the fencing up at the watch house where the playground is at. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to provide an environment for the people of the 5th District where they can go and socialize and congregate. And right now we're in the process of repairing the bathroom at the basketball court, because we have a tournament there, a Hoop It Out basketball tournament for ages 8 and below, 9 and to 11. We have different age ranges there. So we want to utilize the basketball court as is there in a positive manner. I know we had an incident there earlier this week, Mr. Speaker, and we are hoping to provide an environment where is more positivity. I understood that the incident stemmed from a chain or something of the sort. And I've spoken to the member of the 6th, because I understood that it was the altercation stemmed from someone from her area. And what we will do as leaders, Mr. Speaker, is try to have an audience with the people of the territory, the young men, young women, so that we can let them know that we are here for them, and whatever their needs are, however we can provide for them, we'll make sure that we provide that avenue and that forum, so that we can, reduce some of the social ills and try to provide work for them. Well, basically, Mr. Speaker, let them know that we are here for them. And again, as I wrap up, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say thank you. Thanks to my colleagues. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. And I wish each and every one a happy holidays. And before I sit down, I can't forget to mention the AG. I haven't seen him. He probably is in the back, but he has always been here, and we must acknowledge him and his guidance. So, with that, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say thank you.
I thank the Minister for Transportation Works and Utilities and member for the 5th District. just want to say to members that we're still on the 45 minutes time slot maximum. I now recognize the Minister for Health and Social Development and Territorial Member, the Honorable Carvin Malone.
Mr. Speaker, as usual, I'd like to thank you very much for affording me the opportunity to participate, to lend to the debate on the 2020 budget. I have often remarked that a relay race is best and can only be won if you pass the baton off within a zone. There's a starting point and there's a finish point. So the member for the 8th would be pleased to know that this is, in fact, the starting point of where, and you can actually get the baton passed off properly. And come the 26th of February, you would have an opportunity to say, well, okay, fine, it is yours. So the challenge that we have now with this budget is to look inside the baton and then see what it is that we're being handed. And I am thinking that at the close of this day, we would be able, and before any member break a quorum, we have to be careful, Mr. Speaker, because I don't want to start over again. So my presentation is one based on perspective. This budget must be placed in context. So it is one based on perspective. I welcome the opportunity to defend the budget. We have to basically play with the hands that we were dealt. And in doing this, we look at what we came into in 2019. We had Hurricanes Irma and Maria in 2007, which exacted billions of dollars, 17, which exacted billions of dollars in damages. It almost crippled both of our economic pillars, our tourism, properties, infrastructure, the rooms of which we needed up and running in order to get the head tax, in order to get tourists here, in order to spend and patronize the restaurants and the taxi drivers and all of that. They were affected. Cruise ships could not come because we had to get the roads cleaned, we had to get a number of other infrastructure put back in place. If the actual hurricane itself didn't do enough damage, of course, we went out and we said we needed the monies to get the repairs done. We were handed a set of terms, high-level framework, 30 criteria that we had to meet in order to get guarantees so we can raise low-interest loans to effect the repairs needed to get our administration building back, or schools back, or ports back, or hotels and the other, piers and the wharfs and the ports of arrivals, and in all of this.
not grants, not direct loans, but guarantees to get these. So we had to set a foot and whatever monies we can raise, because when we look at the conditions and terms by which these loans could be gained, there are issues. And the Premier and his entire team, we're looking at these because they're still not, quote unquote, approved. We're not out of the woods. We do not have it. And it is likened back to the 50s when we regained our Constitution and we had to make a determination whether or not we go the easy route and join the West Indies Federation, or do we basically set course, chart a course, of which we then could have the British Virgin Islands 70 years come next year, of which we are proud. We had to look in terms of moving from farming and fishing and going into the tourism industry. And it was not until the 80s that we went into the financial services. So when you look at the budget and you recognize that the financial services, for instance, 2018 up to, it was basically budgeted up to $225 million. To 2019, it was approved at 219. It was revised to 201, and in 2020 is estimated at 195 million. So from the height of 224.8 million, 58% of the revenue stream at that time, now to 54%. And we are hoping that it will basically not go much below that range. But the Premier in his budget stated that we have to look at new revenue sources so that we can cushion whatever shortfall might well come from that major economic pillar. Because if we look at industries that will only bring 2 million or 3 million, then it doesn't cushion where we moved from 225 right now down to 195 in terms of that economic pillar. Until we get all of the hotels back up and running, we have a challenge, because we asked our people to invest in the vacation properties. We asked our guys to, well, our people to invest in whether it's tour operations and the other infrastructure needed, so that where does the tourism dollar go? When you look at tourism, if it falls off, or when it fell off in 2017, we had an issue. Well, we need to look at all of those things that affect the income earning capacity of our people. When we got damaged in 2017 was the first time that a number of our residents were faced with this challenge of underinsurance. I believe if there were to be a class action suit to really explain what this underinsurance was all about, because we will have to win it, because a lot of our people lost a lot of money because the whole concept of underinsurance was, in my view, one in which may have been used to the benefit of others. And then when you do get whatever is left of the underinsured property and take it to the bank, then they held it because you could not pay it in October, November, December, and some people way up into 2018. So everything had to come out before you can start to put a sheet back on to your particular window. So the whole concept of catastrophic event and damages caused, we have to look at it as a government, we have to look at it as a region, and we have to look at it even from the international cycle. We have problems in the USVI, we have problems in the British Virgin Islands, we have problems in Dominica, we have problems everywhere. And when one hurt, all of us hurt. We looked in terms of giving regularization to people who are here 20 years and more. And from some of our people, even today, as I was having some of the debates, we have some of our people feeling as if, well, you should not do this. When in some countries, they're begging people to come in because of the damages, because of economics. Because even in biblical days, you would have migration of people to meet economic opportunities. People go where the economy is best. So we are faced with a number of challenges to make sure that this quote-unquote window, this envelope of which the Premier spoke of, is basically stayed in because it have consequences to our ability to raise the monies needed to get us back into the administration complex, to get us back into the schools, to get us back the library, to get us back the roads of which everybody is speaking about, the water that people are speaking about. If we do not raise this money, this $362.8 million of which we speak of in this year, then none of this can happen. So when you put it into perspective, we are not out of the woods because it is so amazing that because of how fast this government was able to, quote unquote, get the territory looking as if it is normal, folks tend to forget what we're faced with. And the Premier, he has a lot of strength because at the end of the day, he's going home 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, trying to answer the UK when at the end of the day, the election results of yesterday were quote unquote unknown because at the end of the day, we had the hurricane, we had the high level framework, we have the protocol, we have the conditions under which we can get the monies to repair, and then we had the uncertainty of Brexit. What does it mean? Uncharted waters. When I spoke at the service for our late and legendary Premier, we spoke of the international crisis at the time, World War II, the Great Recession, and us as a people having to go to different lands so we can get the economics of what we are faced with. So when I speak, and we have to work as a 13-member team or 15, all of us have to work in unison to make sure that the income portion of this budget is realized. There are calls on governments from before to reduce certain areas, certain expenditures, and we had to be mindful of it. So every year, the FS I don't know how they go to sleep or if they even sleep, because at the end of the day, they have to be real in terms of the presentation of the numbers. So for us, we can talk here about what all we want. They have to find a way of how we can keep it real, because at the end of the day, the medium-term fiscal plan, that's what you call it? Medium-term fiscal plan is being examined. The Premier say, the one for 2020, has it been approved as yet? Has not been approved as yet. Because they're saying, well, okay, fine. If financial services are going to fall off to 195, and if the work permit fees are going to fall off to this amount, and you're going to be looking at certain things, well, we want to see how real you are. We're going to take away the straws, and we want you to spin some gold, make some bricks. It is quite an act, and I think we have a team who's well built for it. I didn't see them slumber 1 minute, so we're going to have to give them some more straws so that they can make proper bricks, because they cannot make bricks without the straws. Well, I wonder sometimes, because they keep spinning magic, so at the end of the day, they'll have to do this. So when you look at what all that we have to do, if you take the Ministry of Health and Social Development, we have an issue. We have to reform our national health insurance. It was brought into effect in 2016. It is given, based on what was happening before, it was made a statutory body. It's given a subvention of $42 million. We are going to be accredited in terms of the, sorry, we don't want to mix up NHI with the HSA, Hospital Services Administration. But at the end of the day, a lot of what is required in order to run the Orlando Smith Hospital is given from a subvention that we have as it relates to the hospital. So we have to be careful in terms of how we run, because from the hospital, and then we have I had an opportunity to sit with my senior gems today at luncheon. We have to make sure that Dina Donovan Home and the program for social development is properly run. Honorable Smith and I had the opportunity to visit there, because he made a direct intervention in terms of helping to fund and sponsor the luncheon for them, together with Colonial Insurance and myself and other members. We also look, Mr. Speaker, in terms of making sure that the home recovery program of which we speak, within this particular window of the funding that we need, because when we started the program, the honorable leader of the opposition will be aware that it was estimated that we need $45 million to do this. We could only afford 15 at the time, and we had to reallocate some fund in order to get it to the people as quick as we could. We need more. The Premier, in his wisdom, made another 1.2 so that those persons who needed just a few sheets of galvanized, a few windows, a few items, that they can get the relief without going through the vigor of what was required to get the assistance needed. Because it was not an insurance program. It was not one that was intended to, quote unquote, rebuild all of the homes in the Virgin Islands. So when we look at the budget and we look at what amounts were placed into health and social development, remember that we take care of you from birth to death, where you're born and where you're interned, and everything in the middle. We have the we have all of the networks to take care of our mentally challenged, to take care of a down and distrodden. So when the member from the 4th spoke so passionate about it, I'm glad that he's passionate, because at the end of the day, what wasn't done in years. Because remember, he was 12 years of 12 of the past 16 years, he was involved. But we can't cast blame, because at the end of the day, this is the proper handoff time. So when we look at what is required in order to get those programs in, the folks at social development, they do a marvelous job. But there are rules on which programs are had, whether it's in the US, in Canada, or in the United Kingdom, and in our small territories, we have issues that we must come to grip with. We have to set programs, and when Honorable Ship speak, he speaks passionately about our down and distrodden.
I'm sorry.
Honorable Ship, sorry, Honorable Smith. Honorable Neville Smith. He's all choked up, you see. So at the end of the day, when Honorable Smith speaks, he speaks passionately about the down and downtrodden. He really cares. And all of us, like all of us. So we are going to come to grip, and when we do this, we then have to look at, when you squeeze a balloon on one side, it pops up on the other. There are things within the window that we must stay in, but the human factor of it must be taken into place. So we talk about the roads, we talk about incinerators, we talk about making sure that the folks down west don't have to be burdened with all of the smoke. We must get this all done. We will get it done. But it must be placed in perspective, because we're not out of the woods. The Premier is trying his very best, his government is trying the very best, and as a House of Assembly, we are trying our very best to make sure that we cushion the fall, we cushion the ride that we have, we cushion and embrace the opportunities, looking at every possible way to make sure that when we ride into the future, 20 years, 30 years, 50 years from now, that our children yet unborn will be pleased with what decisions are made today, as we are pleased with what was made in 1949, 50, 60s, and 70s, and 80s. So, Mr. Speaker, the night is fast spent, and I promise to be the shortest speaker that we have, well, sorry, save for the member from the 6th, the shortest speaker that we have, and I would like to say thank you very much. There's a lot more that I can say, but we have to close this off tonight, and do we shall. Thank you very much.
I thank the Minister for Health and Social Development. Members, I just want to also remind you, which members would know, that we also have to go into a committee where we go through the bill and all the subhead clause by clause. So while I know you have 45 minutes, and I will never take away 1 minute from that 45 minutes, I will leave it up to you to know that. You, sir, this is not referring to you. You only took 20 minutes. Yeah. Yeah. So with that said, I'm going to recognize the Deputy Speaker and the Territorial at-Large Member, the Honorable Neville A. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm only going to use 5 minutes out of the 45. Okay, so I'm going to yield in a way. But, Mr. Speaker, I sit here and I listen to everyone speak, almost everyone. And I commend them for what all they've been saying. But as I can recall, I always heard the Premier say, if we don't police ourselves, somebody will police us in some way. And now we know. we need to plan what we're doing. It's important that we plan whatever we intend to do and put things in place. The only way that we can move forward with what we're doing is we put policies in place and we enforce the policies that we put in place. Because that's where we are now. We're putting things in place, but we're not enforcing them, and we need to. In this budget that we have here, again, we have to realize every time we come here, we pass a budget. Every time we do that, we have an election, things change. We need to develop a national development plan that will set the standards. And that is what this government intention is. When you do something like that, it sets the trend that you don't have to worry when another government gets in here, we change this, we change that. That's where we're wasting the money. Our money is being spent and keep it going backward instead of forward. You know, that's our main problem. It's an easy fix. Let's put this national development plan together, which this government intention is to do, and move forward. Things have to change. It cannot be the same anymore. We went on that road, look where we are now. We have to show the people of the Virgin Islands that they have to change. They have to buy into the same system that they have to change. We here in this place, and a lot of us, we're losing our homes, the banks. I ask myself, do we have a bank? Do we have banks here? Do we have banks here? You got some people who just trying to refinance for over 2 years and can't get a refinance. Yep. What is financial services the regulators doing? What are they doing? These are the kind of things that we need to look into. We have to find saving measures. We have to find collecting measures. How can we save? That's what we have to start discussing. How can we save from spending the kind of money we're spending? It's not that we are considering just salaries. It's how we abuse the system and we spend money. So we have to find ways to save money, and we have to hold people accountable when they're doing stuff that's not right. I had a talk with the finance secretary already about that. Who manages the accounts officers in different departments? Do y'all have regular meetings? You know, we need to put measures in place and enforce them. We can't keep coming to this house talking about, oh, we are currents, this and we are that. No. We cannot continue down the same road. It needs to stop, and it has to stop now. This budget is a very good budget. It shows that we did things that we know we need to find new ways to bring in revenue. We have to find new ways. We know that. And I applaud the Premier and his government for the initiative that we're trying. But like I say, you could put ink to paper, but if you don't put policies in place and you don't enforce those policies, don't care how big a budget you have, it ain't going away. We have to police ourselves. We have to put things in place. And before I sit down, I cannot leave without talking about sports. I came into this government, I'm not going to leave this government in sports different than how it is. I'm not. I'm sick and tired of us talking about sports and how we're going to do this with sports, and we don't know. Talk is cheap. Money by land. Sports need money to get anywhere. When we send off our allies from here to go represent, they sit down, after they come, they run a little warm-up, and you have a store to massage them. When you look across, you see somebody with a machine on one back and one foot. Tell you, well, you need to drink some more water now. You need to do this. You know, we need to come up to the game. When they win a medal, we hear, oh, hooray, hooray, hooray. What have we done? What are we doing? We're doing it. This budget speaks about all of that. Okay? We have to do different. We have to take care of our people. We have to train our people, get them ready for the times. We have to stop talking. Ain't about talking about working. We have to work together. I always say, I don't care who's on opposition, who's on government. I can work with anybody. And I mean that. Because at the end of the day, I come here to represent the people of the Virgin Islands, and that's my intention. I'm not going to be the most popular person in here, because I'm going to do what's right, and that's my intention. I approve this budget, 100%. The last time I was there, I said that the budget had to be for the people. This budget is for the people. We come with new ideas, and I say again, I applaud the Premier for taking the bold stand that he did. You know, Mr. Speaker, like I said, it's 5 minutes, my 5 minutes is now. Thank you.
I thank the Deputy Speaker and Territorial Member, the Honorable Neville A. Smith. I recognize the Junior Minister for Tourism and Territorial Member, the Honorable Sherry B. DeCastro.
For the opportunity to lend my voice to contribute to this debate on the 2020 budget. Ask for your kind indulgence as I look at my notes, as I speak to some pertinent points, specifically as I go within the tourism portfolio. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, I would like to firstly congratulate the Premier for his delivery of such an exciting, transformative budget. And I believe that he has presented to the territory a vision, a comprehensive vision, actually, that showcases our government's commitment to making the Virgin Islands more resilient and green. The vision is simple. This government seeks to make the BVI a leading Caribbean economy by 2025 through entrepreneurship, innovation, local and foreign investment. This is a vision that I believe every Virgin Islander can stand behind and support, because I believe it paves a way for a brighter tomorrow for ourselves and generations that are yet to come. This plan involves boosting our performance in current industries as well as looking for new opportunities, whether it is creating new industries to attract new business or developing new products within the existing industries such as tourism and financial services. I believe that this budget speaks directly to those initiatives. Mr. Speaker, this is the mission of our government, and I am proud and pleased to be doing my part in this transformative exercise. You know, when you look at the metaphor of a house, when you're renovating a house, you have to sometimes remove a few walls in order to make the rooms a bit bigger and create the expansion and the change that you want. I believe this budget is a reflection of that. That is what we are doing to ensure that we expand and grow so that we do not stay within the same confines that we are. It is often said, my colleague just said it, if you do the same things over and over, you can expect the same results. So I believe this unconventional government under the leadership of Premier Honorable Andrew Foy has decided to do something brave and different so that we can ensure that the people truly feel the impact of this budget that we pass. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to speak briefly on the tourism portfolio, and before I do that, I would definitely seek to recognize the works of the previous Junior Minister, Honorable Shireen Flax-Charles, who has worked tirelessly over the last 9 months, laying the foundation to ensure that the tourism agenda is brought forward, and I appreciate the opportunity for the baton to be passed on to me. I know that there are persons out there seeking to look for things to talk about, but Mr. Speaker, I want to assure you that this present government does not major in the minor, as our Premier often says. We major in the major. So we are seeking to work together as a team to ensure we better the lives of all citizens within any portfolio that we are given. Mr. Speaker, in terms of tourism, the reality that we face today demands that we look for other opportunities and ways to generate revenue for our territory so that we can reduce the drop-off from the financial services industry due to the changes in the international regulations. So while we work on creating new industries and new revenue streams, we also have to maximize our earnings from tourism. When Ms. Michelle Page, the president of the FCA, Florida Caribbean Cruise Association, visited the BVI with cruise executives in last October, the BVI was told that we are leaving a lot of money on the table. Ms. Page said that for every ship that brings 10,000 passengers and 5,000 crew to our shores, our local tourism stakeholders have the potential to earn $600,000. This is money that should be going into the pockets of our restaurants, bars, souvenir shops, taxi drivers, tour guides, and other businesses. She said, while cruise ships are in port for 8 hours, the records show that the average passenger goes back on board after just 4 hours. Therefore, we have to work harder, and this government is committed to working harder to ensure that those visitors stay off the boats and on the land. But we have to seek to engage their attention so that they will spend their money instead of rushing back to the boat. This budget speaks to initiatives that will uphold this vision. We have heard resounding applause to the initiatives in the Caribbean community, for instance, where the cultural experience was created so that members of the community could present their offerings to the visitors and get some income themselves in the process. The results were proof that as we make an effort to present more attractions and experiences, the tourists will enjoy the cultural experience as well as the vendors. It will create economic opportunities for them as well. But this formula does not apply only to the cruise sector. It applies to all other tourism subsectors. So we are seeking to ensure that all tourists have the opportunity to walk through our history. If they want to hike in our national parks or soak in our spectacular views, whatever it is, we seek in this budget to ensure that product development is at the top of the list in terms of the tourism agenda. We have to repair our existing sites and attractions that were damaged in 2017. We have to fix them and reopen them. We have made an allocation, therefore, this government of $3.5 million to the BVI Tourist Board for product development. That's a huge investment. But we do this in order to ensure that the level of attention and management that is required to succeed happens. In order to facilitate this, the Tourist Board has also approved the creation of the post of Director of Projects. So this will enable a smooth delivery of this agenda. So some of the projects, Mr. Speaker, that the Tourist Board intends to pursue based on the budget allocation: directional signage program on Anegada, Tortola, Just Van Dyke, and Virgin Gorda; key enhancements at our national parks, especially Sage Mountain and the Barts; beach huts and cabanas on 7 beaches throughout the BVI; welcome and information center at Trellis Bay; first phase rehabilitation and enhancement of our capital city of Road Town and historical and cultural attractions. That's a big one. Reopening of the Sugar Works Museum and first phase of BVI Culture Village; first phase of the Culture Village at Carrot Bay; bathroom facilities at some of our beaches; first phase of the Maritime Museum on St. Thomas Bay, Virgin Gorda, and additional lookout sites on the 4 main islands. Mr. Speaker, as we bring these projects on stream, we'll be creating jobs for our people. During the implementation phase, we'll create jobs in the construction industry. And when the sites are open, in some instances, some person will need to manage and run the activities there. And we'll seek to ensure that customer service and maintenance are top priorities as well. We will also need tour guides who are well aware of our culture to facilitate tours. These tourists, they will need food and beverages and refreshments. So we have direct opportunities for entrepreneurs to be able to earn money through creative and innovative ways through the subsidiary opportunities within the tourism sector. Added to this, Mr. Speaker, is the opportunity creation. Because as activities begin to take off, persons among us who have the entrepreneurial eye will be able to spot opportunities and develop businesses that are new to the Virgin Islands. So for instance, Mr. Speaker, one of the initiatives that the Tourist Board have and that will be facilitated within this budget is to ensure that we create a platform between 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. where ships are in port, during which time we'll have live performances by local artists and bands to showcase the local talent. I'll give the local talents an opportunity to earn some money, but it will also give the tourists an opportunity to stay and linger around on the pier so that they can patronize the businesses and vendors while enjoying some BVI culture as well. Mr. Speaker, my colleague just spoke about a national plan, and I guess a subsidiary of that is the National Tourism Strategic Plan that is coming forward. It will take into account the need for all government ministries, agencies, statutory boards to be aligned with our tourism strategy where applicable. It will incorporate guidance on the development of various tourism niches, as well as look at product development, capacity building, and the development of human resources of our Virgin Islanders. Mr. Speaker, the present government has recognized the interrelationship between subsectors. So one of the things I would like to highlight is that there has been significant cooperation and liaison between the ports, airports, and tourism. And we have put measures in place to ensure that the work of these subsectors are coordinated and streamlined. So all of those agencies are working together to ensure that the entire tourist product is one that is welcoming, engaging, and innovative as well. So while the BVI Tourist Board, for instance, is looking at product quality and content and marketing, the Ports Authority is also working on attracting maritime visitors, and the Airport Authority is seeking to increase the airlift into and out of the territory. Mr. Speaker, the government legislation also empowers the BVI Tourist Board to develop its own revenue streams. The Tourist Board has been dependent on subventions from the government to meet its expenses. Looking ahead, the BVI Tourist Board will be taking steps to improve its self-sufficiency and sustainability. When we grow the arrivals and the tourism business for the territory, we ought to move in that direction. And a part of this is trust in re-evaluating the roles that the Tourist Board can play in modern operating environment to improve the BVI's competitive position and its market share. Mr. Speaker, we also seek to improve the hotel and room stock in the territory. The government will not drag our feet in terms of looking at hotel aid applications, for instance, but we will ensure that they will be responded to within 3 months. Mr. Speaker, overall, when we look at this budget, we understand that the Premier has ensured that a significant amount of finances is allocated to tourism so that we can seek to better our product overall. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this is just a snapshot of what we can expect from government investing and supporting our tourism sector when we look at this budget and the amount of finances that have been allocated to it. Our government is definitely taking tourism seriously, and we expect to see the fruits of this seed that has been planted within the budget. Mr. Speaker, this government is committed to ensuring that at the end of the day, the people of the Virgin Islands benefit from the budget that we pass. And I believe every person in here, specifically when you look at the ministers that seek to execute their ministries and projects under them, we understand that whatever we do, it is to ensure that the interests of the people of the Virgin Islands are looked at, and that we seek to ensure that their vision is carried out. We're just conduits to ensure that that takes place. So as we seek to, whether through tourism, health, education, natural resources, and the list goes on, ensure that our people's lives are touched in those areas, I believe that this budget is definitely, we no longer subscribe to the concept of a transitional one, but as my colleague in District 9 and the Minister of Natural Resources, District 9 representative would say, I believe this is a transformational budget. And I believe that the people will definitely feel the results of it. And I fully approve it, and I stand behind the Premier on this budget. And I believe truly in 2020, we will see the difference that a significant budget can make on the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Junior Minister for Tourism and Territorial Member. I recognize the Minister for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries, and Agriculture, a member for the 7th District, Dr. the Honorable Natalio D. Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak, though I must say I feel a little hard done for not being able to fully express my contribution. Perhaps maybe it would have been better that the time was more evenly distributed between opposition members and government. But having said that, I'll try my best to be succinct and to inform the people a little bit about what's in this budget as it relates to my ministry specifically, and also to the 7th District, which I'm proud to represent. First, let me congratulate the Premier, Minister of Finance, and the team at the Ministry of Finance, the Financial Secretary, and everybody else who was a part of the process. All the the ministries and departments, statutory bodies who came to stand in finance, and they were part of that process. I do think that it's important for us to pass a budget before January 1st. Because of course, the budgetary process is not just an empty ritual. You actually want to be able to look at what you spent the year before, where you ran out of money early in the year perhaps, where you had to reallocate money from one head to the next to fill a need. And you want to be able to make some adjustments based on how you spent money the previous year and based on your priorities for the next year, so you can actually have a somewhat of a scientific basis for where you are making your allocations. And so I'm pleased that the Premier led the effort of passing the budget before January 1st, so it could be a real organic process that really had some meaning to it. The next thing I say is, I won't repeat things that we come here and we say in budget debates year after year, even though this is only my second debate. But for years and years, we're talking about recurrent rising. For years and years, we're talking about the need to diversify. And I think with this budget, Mr. Speaker, that we're moving past just simple talk, and we're moving towards some very real action. And we don't have a choice at this point. And I believe really and truly, Mr. Speaker, that the people, when they elect a government, they don't make mistakes. And it might be hard to swallow for some when the people vote one way or the other. But they don't make mistakes. And of course, we all believe in the divine hand of the Creator is on this territory. And once we walk within the Creator's will for us. But they don't make mistakes. And I believe in electing the government of the Premier, Honorable Andrew Foy, that this is a government for the particular time that we are in. The financial services industry is one where we cannot continue to look to sustain us as it has in the past. And we know tourism, the areas of tourism where we've been walking before, they have served us well, but there's a need to diversify tourism to be able to provide more to the people of the Virgin Islands, more business opportunities, more tax revenue, more employment. We have to diversify our economy. We've been speaking about it. And my ministry, I believe, is the ministry with some of the greatest potential for new revenue that we see. And my ministry as well is extremely important in the diversification efforts across the whole economy, because my ministry is responsible for young people. My ministry is responsible for training. My ministry has some areas, agriculture and fisheries, where we have great potential for revenue. In fact, the Premier has placed a target out of agriculture and fisheries for some millions of dollars of revenue, where for years past, since we've moved away from the agricultural sector and the fisheries sector, these areas we've been spending on and we haven't been getting much in return, and we haven't been getting much yield. Medical marijuana, it's been spoken about, has tremendous potential for revenue. The $5 million that has been placed in the budget is simply because we have not yet set it up as yet. But we have to get it set up as quickly as possible. And once it is set up, it will exceed $5 million easily. And I'll tell you how. we have the opportunity for marijuana cultivation here. And we do have Crown land available. In fact, Minister of Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration, along with the Premier and myself, worked together to ensure that we actually reallocated some land specifically for the purpose of cultivation, and as well as processing, which will have to take place. And that will provide the opportunity for persons who want to participate in the business and who want to be employed in the business to be able to cultivate and sell marijuana to investors who already have overseas markets in Canada and Europe. And when I say to you that this thing is lucrative, I'll explain to you how. Persons all over the world have already discovered that marijuana can cure ailments and help to alleviate the symptoms of serious conditions, things like cancer, things like epilepsy, things like brain damage even, glaucoma. I mean, the amount of ailments that scientific research has now proven that marijuana can cure or alleviate is almost innumerable. And as a result of that, you see small bottles, very small bottles, even much smaller than this glass here, where you can get CBD, cannabidiol, which is one of the non-psychoactive medicinal properties of marijuana that's extracted and put into a little bottle, or sometimes you can spray it, or you can put it in a lotion or something like that. A bottle smaller than this, when I went to the United Kingdom, probably about 3 times as small as this, sold for about 80 pounds. 80 pounds. They were selling CBD in smoothies in the United Kingdom. You see it everywhere now. And it is a booming industry. And there's great potential for revenue. But we don't want persons to seem that we just focus on medicinal marijuana when it comes to increasing revenue. Agriculture, crops, livestock, we have poultry. We have tremendous potential there. The poultry industry, when we took a look at it many years ago, was already about $10 million industry locally. And it only makes sense, Mr. Speaker, that instead of importing this poultry or the tomatoes or the cucumbers from all over the world, where you have a tremendous rate of spoilage, when you ship these things from across the world, you get a tremendous amount of spoilage. Don't you think that Rotown Wholesale and Bobby's and One Mart and all of these would prefer to get their supplies from someplace much closer and reduce the spoilage rate? There's great potential. And fisheries has great potential as well. The pelagic fish, which is in great demand all over the world, especially in places like Asia, where you see they have sushi and fish is such a big part of their culture, and they have millions and millions, even billions of people. All of them want the fish. We have potential there to be able to make revenues. And I haven't even mentioned sports. We have the FIFA Stadium there. And FIFA Stadium, fantastic development. The member for the 8th District spoke about it as well. This is how we have potential to bring in teams to come in here and to be able to compete from internationally and even the region. In fact, when I was in the United Kingdom not too long ago, I actually spoke about to one of the representatives of Hertfordshire County and say what a fantastic thing it would be if we could get a league team to come up from here and to participate in a test, some kind of test match. And you have cricket as well. You have the potential for basketball, to have these tournaments where persons will fly down. And just like how they have the Paradise Jam, over there in, I believe it's the United States Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico and Bahamas and all of these places. They have these tournaments and persons can fly down. Sports has a tremendous opportunity to make revenue, but we have to make the investments. I'll speak a little bit about where some things I heard in the Junior Minister for Tourism's presentation. Culture is a tremendous area that we can make new revenue. When we speak about the tourism product, a lot of the junior ministers' contributions spoke about culture. And I'm saying it right here and right now, I'd like to see a stronger partnership between culture department and the tourist board, along with the Premier's office and the junior minister of tourism. We need to see a stronger partnership because the people come in here. We've been saying it before, it's a big cliche. Sea, sun, and sand is not enough anymore. And I've been able to do some traveling, and I've seen that this is indeed the case. Some of the greatest attractions when you travel to some places, museums, or museums under my ministry. Historical sites, that's under my ministry. You're going to see a play, you're going to see a dance, you want to buy some cultural crafts, all of that is under my ministry. And for years, culture department has not had the investment necessary to be able to present and package the culture to the visitors in the way that we need to. And so this budget, we have some investments in there. I'm going to go through them in a second, but we have stuff in there for the development of culture in the capital and in the recurrent. So, Mr. Speaker, the college is important to the plans that we have to get our workforce ready, for the diversified economy. What we've been doing, Mr. Speaker, is importing labor, while we have a subsection of our people who are struggling with employment and who come to us as district representatives, and that's what you hear the member for the Fort speaking about some of the social challenges this creates. When you have a large number of persons in your territory who are not employed or who are underemployed, it creates a big challenge for your community. You know, you have family issues, you have persons who they end up losing their homes, you have a strain being placed on some members of the family who have to support others. So we need to get our people employed. We need to get our education system aligned with our economy. And that's why I'm pleased, Mr. Speaker, that the college has been given more support than it has been given in years past. I see that the Premier has allocated, probably around 9.5 million to the college. Of course, we can go through areas in our ministries and in our districts where we feel like we should have more money. But the reality is we could name a number of areas where we think we need more money and complain about it. But the reality is these things cost money. And you have to put money in the pot if you want to have these areas facilitated. Mr. Speaker, I'm just going to go through some of the capital projects within my ministry very quickly. And then I'll do the same for some of the work that's being done in the 7th District. For local funding, we have school rehabilitation. This is under local funding for $400,000, which is very important, Mr. Speaker. We speak about the importance of the schools, but lots of our children, teachers, every other person's support staff, they work in inadequate conditions. And so I have to represent for those people. We have to be able to see if we can do some more maintenance work. We have development projects, $150,000, territorial basketball courts, sporting facilities, both of those combined, close to $1 million. And over the past year, this government has made a tremendous contribution to the repair rehabilitation of sporting facilities, because we understand the importance of those facilities to the development of young persons, them having meaningful ways of entertaining themselves, as well as the importance to help Minister for Health. Multi-sports complex, we have $375,000 there to ensure that we get the roof repaired, and we're going to be working feverishly to make sure that we get the AC repaired in that multi-sports complex. The El Adarity Turnbull building, we have about $74,000 in there. I spoke about the fishing complex. We have close to $400,000, and we've identified a location. I'm happy to report, identified a location for the fishing complex. So we can expect to see some forward movement on the fishing complex, which I know all the Fisher Parsons. I recently met with Fisher Parsons in Anegada. I know that they will be quite pleased to hear that we have a location, because that's very important for the development of their business. And of course up at Paraquita Bay, we have some money to spend on the pound up there to make sure that all the loose livestock that's causing a problem is taken care of. And some of the infrastructural works that have to take place in Paraquita Bay, in the Virgin Gorda substation. I was over in Anegada as well, and I saw the facilities over there and some of the work that needed to be done. In loan funding, I'm happy to report that Esalen Henley has over $1 million, and we're in the design phase of Esalen Henley, and it's going to be a real area of focus to put more support towards our special educational needs students. So persons can look forward to that. Recreation loan funding, we have even more money for recreational facilities. So persons can look forward to lots more in that area. We also have some furniture. Over the past year, furniture has been a problem. And of course, we have some of these long, drawn-out procurement processes that take very long. And sometimes you end up spending more money to save money. We had to buy furniture. We had to buy furniture temporarily because of the long procurement process to get the furniture. But we hope to get the furniture soon. And I should mention as well, Brigado Flax, we have $2.8 million there to ensure that Building 2 and Building 3 and the administration building is repaired. And I'll take this opportunity to say as well, in this, in our plans for the year, we're not just relying on local funding. We're not just relying on loan funding. We have a number of persons who donate, and we're so grateful. And the Premier, the Deputy Premier, all of us are focused on identifying donor funds to be able to advance the rebuilding of our schools. And certainly we'll have good news very soon, because we've had a number of positive opportunities as it pertains to Jas Van Dyke Primary School as well as Isabella Morris. So we are working feverishly to get all our schools repaired. And that will be opportunity for work for our people as well. And of course, we have things under the RDA. We have about $1 million for Elmore Stout High School redevelopment done through Recovery Development Agency. We also have more recreational facilities, about $500,000 of work. Museums, historical sites, $530,000. A national library, Mr. Speaker, we have $500,000 on the capital under the Recovery Development Agency, and $500,000 for Jas Van Dyke Primary School, in addition to what else we've raised. And Fisher's Docks for $500,000. Since my colleagues are looking at me side-eyed, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to proceed to my district. Mr. Speaker.
You have 15 minutes left, sir.
I thank you, sir. How I was being looked at, I thought I was up there in our region, like the leader of the opposition and others. Anyway, I'm pleased to report that we have some money for Eastern Long Look Clinic, which is about $40,000. And I have to thank the Minister for Health for the work that he's already done in getting the clinic up there at Long Look back on stream, Rosalind Penn Clinic. And we have $295,000. The member for the 8th district spoke about our community center. I'm pleased that we have close to $300,000 there to get that project on stream, and of course, the tender process will commence shortly. And we also have, under the Ministry of Health, under the RDA, a bulk waste landfill site. And we know the type of, and as well as the incinerator, which is, I think, $500,000 each. And we know the types of problems we have in our communities when it comes to bulk waste and the bins, which always have these bulk waste. And I believe that's going to contribute to us having a cleaner community. We also have temporary housing under the idea of $450,000. And again, we have a real problem in my community when it comes to persons who've been displaced due to the hurricanes. And we certainly hope that some of that money will be spent in the 7th district. Ministry of Transportation. I see that they have something that I'm extremely happy about. Under loan funding, we have over $3 million for the Eastern Long Look sewage program. And that's extremely significant considering the fact that that $8 million was taken away from Eastern Long Look some years ago to be invested into the Pear Pack. Now, as a result of that, we still have sewage running in our streets, and from these apartment complexes that we have around the place and all the different homes. So and as a result of that, we can't properly fix our roads because we can't really make the permanent type of investment in our roads that we need, because we know we're going to have to dig up the roads for the sewage project. So I'm happy to see that funding there, and I would like to continue to see us to keep that project moving, and I'm pleased that all the design work has been done and that we're ready to go there. We have, of course, the civil mitigation money that district representatives get every year, that $200,000, and we're going to see a good amount of road paving taking place in the 7th district soon, some painting of the guardrails. We're going to have some sidewalks being constructed to ensure that our young persons have a safe place to walk. And Ministry of Transportation and Works, they have close to $2 million for road infrastructure, and we certainly hope that some of that will be spent in the 7th district. Under the Ministry of Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration, I'm very pleased that for the Brandywine Bay project that we have about $200,000 there to spend, and the Eastern Long Look Harbor project, I forgot to write down the figure there, but we have some money there for the Eastern Long Look Harbor project. Let me just get the figure and then I'll close off, Mr. Speaker. We have $250,000. And these are the type of projects that we have to engage in if we want to really ensure that the tourist dollar circulates throughout the different districts. We've heard members speak about how important their districts are to the tourism product, the 2nd district, the 9th district, etc. But we want the benefits of tourism to be spread across all districts. And certainly the 7th district wants to be a part of that, and I believe that there's great potential in that, in the Brandywine Bay project, as long as the Eastern Long Look Harbor project. Mr. Speaker, I'll just close off my contribution by saying this. This government is a government for this particular time that we're in. We have a leader who keeps saying to the people that he's an unconventional leader. But what I understand that to mean is that he's not afraid to go in areas perhaps which have not been tried or might seem unconventional to be able to get the results that he needs to get to move things along. Because we've been talking about things for years and years and years. We even have opposition members who are part of the government and complaining about how things been for years. Even though they were in the government for about 8 years and complaining about the same things that were happening while they were in government. Which, I mean, I don't fault them. I'll let them know that they can air their grievances to me. They can sit down on my couch and tell me all about it. And then we, as a government, will do all we can to alleviate some of these ills that have been taking place for years. But you have to use unconventional methods sometimes because we have some roadblocks in our way for years and years and years. And this premier, along with his team of ministers and other members, junior ministers and the deputy speaker, we have the skill set to be able to deliver on this budget, because the budget is not just paper with ink on it. It's something that has to be executed. And you could have a bunch of money there and you wouldn't get the money spent unless you know how to go about the process. And as a new government, I'm proud that we've been able to get things going. But this particular year, I'm looking at a lot of magic happening. Because we know we've been able to be in here for some months and we know how the system works, and we're looking to get some real results. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to make a contribution to the budget debate. And let me say, I'm looking forward to a very productive year 2020, which is a year of vision. And that's why this government is in at this time, because we are a government of vision. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 7th District, Dr. Whitley. I recognize the Deputy Premier and Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration, and member for the 9th District, the Honorable Vincent O. Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to say a few words on the budget. But before I launch into my address proper, I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, and all the other members here and our visitors, Mr. Famous, for all his support with the funeral of the late Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill. Family really was very pleased with the way the matter was handled and everything. So we thank you all for all your support, your condolences, your well wishes, and so forth. Mr. Speaker, in reading some of Mr. O'Neill's speeches, like the two members said earlier, Mr. O'Neill often spoke of a time just like this. He often spoke in a reflective way and also a visionary way, looking at what the future might look like. And he often said, there's going to come a time when you have to do X, Y, Z if you're going to have the BVI to survive in a sustainable manner. What we are seeing here tonight, like the member for the trade said, in this transformational budget, is just that. This budget here is taking the BVI on a whole different trajectory. There are a lot of very new and different things about this budget here that has never really happened before. And maybe it's because it's an unconventional government, as the Premier likes to say. I also want to thank the Premier, the AFS, and their teams for producing a budget to be coming to effect the first day of the new year. That is very, very new. It's probably the first time in maybe around 30 years that this has happened. There have been one or two actually passed in January, but never January 1st, around January 15th, or even later on. And we go through this process every year. We know getting a budget together is not very easy. It takes a lot of time and energy and commitment and cooperation between both sides to be able to produce a budget. So I must thank the FS and his team and the Premier for insisting that this budget come to the people, come to the House in December to come into effect the first day of January. And I may be a bit biased, Mr. Speaker, but I personally like the budget because it's also very environmentally friendly. Even has the theme of going green. It's very environmental because we cannot play around with the environment. If you're going to create a sustainable territory, the environment plays an integral role in that. And this budget here addresses a lot of those things, and I like it. I love it. One of the things that, when I met last week, I think the member for the third said it a while ago too. One of his concerns is mangroves. I met with a team just last week and I told them, for the last at least 2 years, I've been hearing the story. We got to do something about mangroves in the BVI and yada, yada, yada. A lot of talk. I met my team last week and I told them enough talk. So effective January next year, but January 15th, we are launching our national mangrove project. Mangrove rehabilitation, mangrove growth project. I'm aiming for 1,000 mangroves in 1,000 days, just to start with. I followed the Premier's number game. What we're going to do in conjunction with the college, actually, under Mrs. Jarecki, Liana Jarecki, we're going to set up a nursery and using best practices for growing mangroves so we can replenish our mangrove stock in the BVI. There's been severely damaged since the hurricanes of 2017. And Mr. Speaker, we also have to address the issue of reclamations of our wetlands and ponds, the dumping of sewage in our wetlands and so forth. This budget here addresses all those issues. And Mr. Speaker, too, it's one of the first times, too, that we have a budget aligned with the speech from the throne. It's well aligned. And this budget here, a lot of members saying they're not seeking a bunch of money in there for projects and so forth. This is a policy-driven budget, which again is a different way of thinking about how you run a country. For the last number of years, most of our budgets are spent on projects. There's a lot of project work. But if your country isn't run by policy and instead run by projects, you must run into problems. The policies are supposed to dictate what projects are supposed to happen. You could do 1 million projects and they're not cohesive. And all you have at the end of the day is non-functional projects. But when you have your budget process dictated by policy and laws, then the projects naturally follow in a very cohesive and a sustainable manner. This is a new way of thinking. That's why this is a transformational budget, Mr. Speaker. I must applaud the Premier again for doing this here. We must have our policies in place first. Because once you have good policies, anybody could do the projects. It could be the private sector, the government, or a partnership. We must know where we're trying to get to in a sustainable manner. And that's what I really like about this budget here. I haven't seen one like this in a very, very long time. Also, jobs, new revenue streams, entrepreneurships. We've all agreed that we cannot continue down the same road we've been going for the last 20, 30 years. We must diversify our economy. We must diversify our markets. We don't have a choice. And with this budget here, from where I sit, I see all the various ways, avenues that we can attack to create a diversified market, diversified services in this BVI. I told the Premier a few days ago, if we are successful, and we are very close to being where we need to be, properly positioned, I said, Premier, once you start rising to the next level, watch out. Because when you rise above the crowd, you don't become a target. And you see we are working very hard to get to where you want to get. To work for the people, there are those who are working doubly hard to take you down. But we're here to work for the people and for this country to make sure it's sustainable. And we are working and standing on the shoulders of a lot of giants who went before us. We are simply carrying on what they started. We have some solid grounds. But Mr. Speaker, we're not just growing the economy because we want to grow the economy. We are growing for very real reasons. Everyone today spoke about the growing recurrent budget and the expenditure that we have and amongst the money we have to do projects. And I'm going to go a little differently here, because persons are saying maybe we should consider cutting down the recurrent. You can do that. But I wanted to recommend that maybe we go the other way. With the plans we have in place, let's grow revenue. Because your recurrent now and your project money is 90%, 10% of your budget. 90% recurrent, 10% for actual work. But if we could grow the other part, leave the recurrent the way it is, don't really touch the recurrent, but grow your income through these other diversified avenues, the recurrent then would not be a problem. It's only a problem now because we aren't bringing in enough money. But there's enough potential here in this territory to where we could bring in nearly $1 billion and maybe within the next 8 years. If we work hard, if we stay dedicated, if we stay focused, it can happen. Once we keep the people in our minds, and once we could stay focused that we are working for the people of this territory, I think it's very doable. But we have to put in the time to realize the potential that is there. Mr. Speaker, a lot was said earlier today about, the member for the second spoke about getting out of the office more, particularly labor and immigration. Well, as we continue the reformation of those two departments, it is going to happen. We are moving those services online. They should come active very soon. We were waiting on one last thing to do. That is to be able to collect money online. It was passed in Cabinet 2 weeks ago. So hopefully within the next couple of weeks, you can take the whole process of work permits online. What that does automatically, it frees up staff. And once the staff is freed up, then we can go and do more surveillance work. And the member's absolutely right. There are a lot of things happening in the workforce that we can't see because we don't have the manpower to go and do the surveillance. We do the very same thing with immigration. So you're going to see going forward a lot more field work in those two areas. Because we have to take care of people in the workforce. A lot of the times, particularly young ladies, they are taken advantage of in the workforce. Mr. Speaker, again, the question was asked earlier from the member from the third about land being able to be stolen from persons very easily. Yes, this is a policy-driven government. We know we're going to reform those laws. The Land Ordinance, the Immigration and Passport Act, and all of them, to make sure people are protected and secured in here, in this territory. Mr. Speaker, all is not well in the districts. Persons are still hurting from the hurricanes. Many persons are still out of work. The member for the fourth spoke about the social fabric and persons and members here making sure that we address those social ills there. So we must thank the Premier for increasing our allocation up to $200,000. These are monies mainly used help persons sometimes pay bills with funeral expenses, some college expenses, everyday living. A lot of persons aren't doing well. So we have to make sure with this $414 million that people's lives are touched. If we're not touching people's lives, why are we here? We must touch people's lives. I think we're all dedicated to doing just that. We also have come to the stream, Mr. Speaker, the Climate Change Fund, which should be enacted very soon, reinstated for the new year. That's a very important thing to bring because it will bring money to help us be more resilient with what we are doing in all areas, The member for the 8th mentioned the need for green spaces, and I fully agree with him, and that's why I was able to help the member for the 6th with Hall Park, which I think is a lovely idea and a lovely park, and to also name it after a past legislator. I would like to see everyone have a park, and that's with my money, I'll be building one in the 9th district next year. And I think it's a very good idea, and we should do more of those kind of things. The waterfront development up in the Red Bay area is a very problematic area, but I spoke with a member, and we will be addressing this matter collaboratively going forward. We have to. And here, with us, on this side or that side, we have to work together to make sure that people, we're all sent by the people, to make sure that people are helped. We have to work together. Ain't no fighting in here. The member also spoke about the need for affordable housing. There's something to the Ministry of Health we have to address urgently. There's some money in there to get this started. Also, Mr. Speaker, I'm winding down by the way because I know that the time is fast spent. And one of the things that we campaigned on heavily, Mr. Speaker, apart from waste management, was land allocation. We've been doing a lot of it ever since we've been in here. Some were advertised, some are done very quietly. But this, again, will be sped up in the new year to have more people have access to lands. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few words there, I wanted to wish everybody in 9th District in particular Merry Christmas. I'll be seeing them, of course. Hope to see you at my party next weekend on the 22nd. But I think you'll be back here before then anyhow. Mr. Speaker, I'm very excited about this budget here again, like I said in the very beginning, because it's taking the BVI in a whole new trajectory. It's an exciting budget as we go and make things more digital. We take things online. We make things more efficient. We empower our people. We make them stronger and everything in this economy. Mr. Speaker, we are building a strong economy for our people. Because if we don't build a strong economy, and we continue with the recurrent so close, so high, we will never, ever, ever attract or retain the best talent. There are a lot of people overseas from the BVI. They will not come home to work for $45,000 a year as a medical doctor or as a lawyer. It's not going to happen. But the economy as it currently stands cannot sustain those high salary levels. So we have to grow this economy. We just simply have to. And encourage our people to get educated, get the experience, and to come back and be properly compensated. And even the ones who are here, for example, my Department of Immigration, I will defend them every single day for their hard work, not their rudeness that happens on occasion. But you cannot have people making $20,000 per year on your front line and think they're going to be happy when you come. It's not going to happen. So we have, through this transitional budget here, we're going to grow this economy. We're going to compensate all our workers well so they can be happy in this country. Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I thank you.
I thank the Deputy Premier for his contribution. I now call on the move of the motion, the Minister of Finance and Leader of Government Business, to wrap up the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I know that you have given me quite a bit of time, but I'll be brief. Mr. Speaker, I had to make a few notes. And I need to say that to God be the glory, great things he has done, because 10 months in office and 2 budgets in 10 months is not a small feast by any stretch of the imagination. And Mr. Speaker, might I add, it's not 10 months in office and 2 budgets in 10 months, because we won the election on February 25th, and the budget wasn't passed, and constitutionally we had up until April to make sure the budget was passed. And we passed it right on the brink, because we had to jump into the budget and get things going. So, Mr. Speaker, I need to say that let us put this budget in the right perspective. It is the end of the relaxed revenue syndrome era. That era has come to an end. And we're now in the era of let's roll up our sleeves and chart our new course, or our course will be charted for us. Let's put this budget into perspective, Mr. Speaker. We presented 2 budgets in less than 10 months, this new government. This is nothing short of miraculous. Only God could have helped us in this way, Mr. Speaker. And we thank God for his guidance, his protection, his knowledge, and his wisdom. Mr. Speaker, I thank the Financial Secretary. I know he and his staff at the Ministry of Finance, they get a lot of knock, but Mr. Speaker, this gentleman there, as we will say, from Sikabe, he's small, but he's tall. And I thank the FS and his team, because it's not a simple time in this territory. We have challenges coming from left, right, and center. I just have not made them public to the public as yet. We have everyone trying to use their international friendship to bring pressure on to the BVI because we're not playing ball how they expect us to play ball. But Mr. Speaker, I stand firm as the Minister of Finance because we were given 4 years. We have to earn anything after that. We are not guaranteed anything after these 4 years. We have to earn it. And I recognize that since becoming Minister of Finance, that everything in this country that was not done in the last 16 years, I've been asked to do it right away. And we just getting into our 10th month. So I tell them even to full-term pregnancies are the last 9 months. But we have been asked to fix every recreational ground, and this is coming out of a storm. This is 2 years after out of a storm where we're picking up the government, where we have many challenges. We have a loan guarantee that we're trying to negotiate. We agree that some of the terms we brought on to ourselves, most of them, but some of the terms we have to negotiate them. Because for the want of money, we can't sign away our boat rights. That's what happened to Esau. We have the repeat of the Bible right here on top of us, which, by the way, Honorable Member for the 6th, I agree with you. We need a national prayer day to start off the year. So I agree with you. And I'll be getting back to members with that. The first thing we're going to do is to praise, pray, and sing because we have another Jehoshaphat moment coming up this year. We have a lot of people who are using their influence to see if they could squeeze the BVI and squeeze the Minister of Finance to go their way and not the way of the people of the Virgin Islands. And I'll leave it there for now because I'll expand on it as time passes. But I stand on my knees for this territory and for us because with God's help, we're not going to fail. With God's help, we'll not be taken over by others who somehow think that they know more what we need than what we ourselves need for ourselves. We took 70 years to build this place, and there are those who wanted to build in 7 hours. We wanted to rebuild in 7 hours. And I'm not taking any loan for this territory to put us in trouble so that we can look good, but we can't pay for the loan. I'm not going to violate the ratio so we could look good and then we pay for the loan afterward. I'm not going to do it to the people of the Virgin Islands. And I know some people will be saying, take the money and run. But there's nothing free. A professor of mine taught me that anything free means that somebody paid for it already. There's nothing free. I'm amazed in some of what I'm seeing that I'm telling people that I only could afford a house for $180,000, but they tell me, take a $1.8 million and build the dream house of your choosing. And worry not about the conditions of this $1.8 million as an example. And just go ahead and have fun. And then when the first month comes for the payment, well, I can't afford to pay it. All right, I think you might have to give up 1 or 2 members of your family, and then let's go down the line like that until we go with everything from you since you can't pay. It's the first time I'm seeing where people are trying to make you take more money than you can afford to pay to do things that you cannot afford to do, but so that we can look good. And then afterward, we will not own the very place that we were able to rebuild. Not under my watch. I don't mean it rude. I mean it respectful, because there are some after you say these things, they like to meet you afterward and try to discipline you and try to silence you as premier. I never thought I'd see this in this seat. And I always tell them respectfully, I have to do whatever is best for the people of the Virgin Islands. So I'm going to continue along that line and do it respectfully. Beforehand, I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that we need to congratulate Mr. Boris Johnson on his victory in the United Kingdom and his team that have won. I always told people that I predicted that he would have a victory and it would be grand. Some people telling me no, but I've been in politics long enough to call it right most of the times, and I've been right again here. So I congratulate him and his team, and they have an awesome task, and they can count on me for the partnership of mutual respect so that we can make sure that we have a balance for both the people in the UK that he has to serve and the people in the BVI that me and all the 13 members in this august body called the Honorable House have to represent. Mr. Speaker, I want to state that the people of this territory must be made aware of a few factors, Mr. Speaker. And I don't like to lump in the opposition because there are 3 sections of them. So it's unfair. And then in the other 3, there's There's some that wasn't there from the inception, so it's unfair. But Madam Speaker, to those who are saying all of a sudden that we have to fix all these things, I want to remind them that in the 12 of the last 16 years, they were in control. Somehow people think they were the VIP. 12 of the last 16 years, they were in control. And I did a little calculation. $350 million just on an average of the budget, and that's an average because it was more than that, times 12, Mr. Speaker, will carry you up to about $4.2 billion. The question that I have, Mr. Speaker, is were we watching the money then? Could we have gotten more then, Mr. Speaker? Would we have had the sewage fixed then for now? Would we have had the airlift fixed then for now? Would we have had the environment fixed then for now? Would we have had the Elmer Stout High School fixed then for now? $4.2 billion. Would the public servants have gotten their increment then for now? Would have the sports facilities been fixed then for now? Would the burning down there that is burning more than a year that I lived down by Coxseat was fixed then for now? These are the questions that you have to ask. But all of a sudden you're hearing, let's forget the past. I always marvel when I hear people say that. They want this government to forget the past when we're speaking, but when they're speaking, they bring up the past. This reminds me of Lion King. When Simba was there and forget his name, Lord, I've watched it so many times, hit Simba with a stick when Simba said the past doesn't matter, the past is the past. Rafiki, thank you. And Rafiki hit Simba. I watched it 34 times. I should know the name. I had my children grow up watching it, and I was watching it. You watched it 35, right? Rafiki, right? Hit Simba. He said, all right, since the past is the past, and he hit him with a stick, and Simba went to go hit him. He said, why hit me? The past doesn't matter. But the past does. There's a reason that we're fighting the conditions now. Because when we took over the government, and this was expressed inside of the Standing Finance Committee, these are the things that people won't hear. We were outside of the protocols for effective financial management ratios. We were in violation of the ratios that were signed with the United Kingdom in 2012. I want people to understand what it is that we're working with, because this side of the budget people don't see. People see the projects. People see the glory. I always had a memo for the 6-8. They see the glory, but they don't know the story. And in 2019, again, factual information, this territory had to put in $26.9 million US inside the reserves so that we could have removed ourselves from being in violation with the UK in the protocols document. Why is that important? This is not time when financial services this year, which we were told 2 years ago, more than 2 years ago, we were told that financial services would start to drop off because there are coming a lot of pressures on it. So when I was in the opposition, I got a report. I knew that. So when we came in and we passed this budget for 2019, we put an R on every single thing that all my ministers here sitting down now, they can smile because they realize now what is happening after a while. They say, the Premier, you have this R on everything. You take off this R is a problem. And what some of them were new, they asked what the R mean. I say it doesn't mean rejoice, it means resolve. The Minister of Finance resolved the power to hold it until we see better days, because I knew that if all things be equal, I knew that the financial services were going to drop off. Because the reports told you that. And this year, financial services, sad to say, dropped off by $30 million in incorporation. Roughly $30 million. I want people to ponder this, Mr. Speaker. We drop off nearly $30 million this year. And I didn't mention this to my side until lately. They were wondering sometimes when they see me sitting down, remember what happened, if something wrong, I tell them, no. Something bad, you got to carry for a little while before you could share it, and some you don't share at all. So I was walking around the last couple of months, working late, answering memos from the UK, trying to keep us from being blacklisted, from from evaluations that we knew 2-3 years ago coming on, like the marine and the financial services, and certain areas that we had a 2-3 year window to get prepared for, and come to find out when we took over that we were not even a quarter of the way. Half would be too much. So to next week now, we have to come back to this honorable house to rush some more legislation to make sure to see if we could stop from being blacklisted in many areas. That's not a makeup, that's a fact. There's so much reading we do, I have to take a break next year and go check my eyes to see if I need glasses. How much reading I did all through the night in the office. Mr. Speaker, I said that so people can understand that the Minister of Health said it best, that we're not out of the woods. But I trust in the shepherd who knows every tree, which is God himself, to help us. Remember, for the 6th, even if it's you and I alone, we're going out there the first week in January, no later than first or second week, we're going to hold a national day of praise in prayer, because the Jehoshaphat moment for the BVI coming. And we're going to need God more than ever. People will say, well, all right, he mentioning God. If it wasn't for him, our forefathers wouldn't make it, all the other leaders wouldn't make it, and for sure I wouldn't. But in that vein, I want to help people to understand, with dropping off $30 million this year in the budget, with having to take $26.9 million to put in the reserve to remove us from the violations of the protocols. I was doing that in a time when people needed their house roof. As a matter of fact, the Minister of Health was asking me from in the 2nd or 3rd month when we took office, I need more money to help with roof, and I tell him, wait. And he's asking me every minute, wait on what? But I couldn't tell him, wait, I'm going to get to you. I say, soon you'll be able to get it. Let me get this ship stay out of this water a little bit. What water, I can't tell you. Now that the Minister of Health went with me to the UK in 1 or 2 other areas, he said, oh, I understand what you're saying now. But we were able to get some savings and start to give some money to help our people get watertight now. What am I saying, Mr. Speaker? I have come to the realization that if we could had to put $26.9 million this year in the reserve and still survive dropping off $30 million just about from incorporation, but yet central government rose in terms of revenues being collected and realized in the last 10 months. That is what saved us. And to date, up to now, we have a small but still a surplus. That tells me that if we were more prudent when we had money really flowing without these many challenges in the recurrent section, we could have been much further. I am not in the blame game, but numbers may lie, but the interpretation of them cannot. And one thing I've learned is that everyone is entitled to their own opinion, but not to their own facts. And Mr. Speaker, even although that happened, I want to say what happened in this budget where we passed just a few months ago. We were able to help the public servants get increment that was so long awaited for. Now I know public servants listening to me saying, what increment he talking about, I ain't get mine yet. Well, all the elected officials could do is pass the money, put it into HR and them who have to deal with it, and then they have to get the money to the people. So whatever the process is that's holding up the money from getting to the people for the increment, they have to find out what that process is and get it dealt with much faster, because I'm meeting people from customs, from other areas, still telling me that they didn't get an increment. But the problem is they're trying to blame the Minister of Finance and the government. We did what we could do, which is to provide the money. As a matter of fact, we provide the money at a better package, because 2 packages came to us. And I tell them, no, pay them what they were rightfully owed. So we went for the more higher package, which was the fair one. So I just want to put some of those things into perspective. I agree that the recurrent must be dealt with. I've been saying in opposition, I come to the government and I say the same thing, and I'll never stop saying it. The financial secretary, everybody know, governor and everybody know that I keep telling them we cannot continue to raise up the recurrent. And what's amazing is that everybody agree, but then next time we hold a meeting, everybody still come for more things inside the recurrent. It's like you didn't have the meeting. And then I ask, as people come, can anybody tell me if you're bringing any new revenue measures? What are the new revenue measures you're bringing to the table? You can't expect to just come for money and tell me, oh, when we get this. I have saw the public service over my years in politics grown by this philosophy. Give me this person here, and we will be able to grow revenue. You give them the person, then they come back and tell you, this person needs a secretary. Then they come back and tell you, the secretary needs a secretary. Then they tell you that the secretary who gets a secretary needs a messenger. And then they come back and tell you the secretary who gets a secretary who gets a messenger, the messenger needs a messenger. And I have sat and seen the public service grow just like that. Another area that I've told those in charge of the public service is that people not doing their work. They don't discipline them. They don't find them. I don't like to see people fired, but if they ain't working, what else could you do? But yet they put them on the side, create a new position, increase the recurrent, and here we go again. It cannot continue that way. And you're fighting this, and the very people who you're explaining this to all the time are the ones who come right back at you, saying that they have some new plans to help the service do better, but it's going to require some more posts. And when you say no, then they go tell people Far is a dictator. Well, I don't know. I don't understand. One even came in a meeting, and when I tell them no, go get more revenue, they tell me I blackmailing them. I say, well, yeah, I black and I mail. Go and do it. Go and let's get more revenue. Now, this is the first time too. And I stand here corrected, and I ask the opposition to stop me if I'm wrong, where we have seen the legislative agenda be directly reflected to the budget. And the budget now is going to be directly reflected into a working document, which I'll furnish to all members, all permanent secretaries, and all senior level persons, highlighting each number in the speech for the throne, and highlighting each one because the paragraphs are numbered, each one in the budget, and giving each ministry their action points. Because one of the things I said over the years, 20 years in here in law, is that once the throne of the speech finishes speaking, most of them go on the garbage. And when the budget finishes, the only time you check to see if anything was done is when the other one coming up. I learned a lot there sitting down, and I said, well, all right, we cannot repeat these things. So we have some areas that we're going to keep on task. Now, we're going to watch how that is, because nobody does what's expected, they only do what's inspected. And I want to say that what ideas have we brought to the table over the last few years in any specified time frame? I ask all members for the ideas to increase revenues. Sometimes I get a feeling that it's up to the Minister of Finance alone. No, those days done too. It's up to every one of us. As a matter of fact, I made it a policy so far. I have not received a dime more as an elected first district representative than anybody in my government, other than the at-large, get a little more, other than the opposition. I didn't receive a dime more. The Premier Office and ministers have access to some other votes, so I didn't receive a dime more. And I'll put it this further. And I ask any member on the opposition, my very good friends, to please stand and stop me if they can tell me that I have not been fair to every single district, which most of them are over there, and those that are over here. Hello, I didn't hear you. Good, thank you. I didn't hear you. You could free to get up and stop me. Tell me that I've been unfair to you. Tell me I have not been disrespectful to you. Hello, I have not heard one get up. The reason for that is because I know how I felt over the last 8 consecutive years as a district rep, where I was totally ignored. And each of them can tell you, listen, representatives, I will work with the 4 at large and you, but whatever you come for me with, once we have the money, you don't get it. Leader of opposition team, sir? So far, yes. Praise be to God. The man has been truthful. Sometimes even when I have to go by the FS and say, FS, listen to me, the members want this, let's make an adjustment. I even didn't tell the members this. Sometimes I would tell them, first take it out for my vote and give it so that they could go represent the people. Not that I take it out from the 1st district money, because some listening now will say, well, you ain't represent them. There's some votes in the Premier's office that's germane to the territory. So I would tell them, take it out of that. So it ain't take out of my district vote there for the 1st district. Because there are those who, Mr. Speaker, have a notion in my district that you become Premier and you ain't do a thing down there. I say, well, if anything else had to do down there, they'll say that the treasury were down there. Because the bus ride to go from HLSCC down still going on. It's going on now stronger than ever. Not a child in the 1st district have to pay a dime to get back home from HLSCC. The Bambalella program there, we get now the payments for them now. About 40 or 50 of the young people who can't have, parents can't afford tutorial down there, and the transportation there, also to carry them home. We fix the Caribbean Court, the Western Court, the Capons Bay Court. We like the Caribbean Court, the Capons Bay Court going to get lit. We like the Western Court. We reopen the Western Police Station. We put down a temporary dock down Western, which I couldn't get open for years. So now people could leave from Western now and go to St. Thomas. They're fixing the bridge, doing the testing to do the bridge. We paved most of the public roads down there. Long Bay Road was so bad for years. Now it's paved. And we fixing the Caribbean Post Office. We went over, we do some paving over in Caribbean. We fix the recreation, the reclamation there in Caribbean. We're going to do the tourism product there in Caribbean. We had the drive-through, the cultural thing when the ships came through Caribbean. In Capons, where we paved the road, we went down there. Man, I get tired. So I told them, if you tell me you don't see me as much, tell me that. But don't tell Uncle Fire that he do nothing in his constituency. But I won't say much for that. Because my annual report coming up in January when I'll go down there and I'll chahoo down there a little bit more as 1st District Rep. So, but other than that, Mr. Speaker, I want everybody to understand that they must bring, I charge them to bring those ideas now, because this budget has been void of such ideas for the last 12 or 16 years that would have grown revenue. Bring them now. We'll incorporate them. I met a member of the opposition side. He told me some of the measures you're putting into place are out of our manifesto. I told him, thank you. And if I use them, what's the problem? Because your manifesto didn't manifest because you didn't win. So let me use them and let us move on. What is the problem? A good idea is a good idea no matter where it comes from. Now, if I didn't use it, they'll say that he ain't doing nothing. Now I use it, they claim it. Each district has the potential to generate revenue for government. I'll be challenging every single district representative to not only give me the problem, not only give me the project, but I'm going to be challenging each district representative to give me the ideas on how we can improve revenue or generate revenue. Mr. Speaker, because all the focus cannot be just on the projects. Everyone wants things in the district, and I agree, but we have to increase revenue, we have to diversify economy in ways that we have never dreamt with before. So I hear the concerns, but we are all elected to give solutions. And I need to hear your solutions to benefit districts, solutions to benefit the territory. Mr. Speaker, once you put positive energy out there, you can get positive energy back. Once you put positive ideas out there, you can get positive results back. We have been on a whole rampage selling our ideas to many persons. And since then, we have had, as the Minister of Education has said, person that have come forth and say, I will build the Jocelyn Dykes Primary School. Give me the plans. We have had another person say, I'm interested in building the Isabella Morris Primary School that was destroyed. Bring me the plans. We will take it and build and duplicate what happened in Enos Adams, where Mr. Haycraft and his family graciously did it, and they said, we want to do the same. We like the programs that you're pushing, we want to do the same. We, Mr. Speaker, has also went to all local and foreign developers and said, how can we help speed up things? We put in a new town and country planning board. We mandated that they meet twice a month. Mr. Speaker, they went and they took every backlog of plans there and removed the backlog. None. As you bring the plan in on the case, you got to get it out because this will speed up construction, it will speed up development, it will speed up jobs. Some of them misconstrued to say, well, I want to give the developers what I want. I tell them, look, don't come to me with those ancient thoughts. I don't want to give anybody what they want. I want to give what's best for the territory. Efficiency going to help us with the economy. And I want to tell the people of the Virgin Islands something with this budget. The Virgin Islands in government doesn't need much money to go make money, you know. Once you have the legislative agenda with the policies and you put it into the budget, you're going to get things done. I'm going to show you something. I believe that's why there was a time in my life I was financially challenged, because the Lord knew at some time I was going to get a government that was financially challenged, so he had trained me when I went to opposition for it. If you change a few of the laws in the custom act and also change some of these regulations and also amend some of the regulations and the rates, we're going to be the #1 for the sailing capital again. We over-regulated ourselves in that industry. We over-legislated ourselves in that industry, thinking that it was always going to be there. And just how they're sailing, when we over-regulated, they sail out. But I wage war in that industry. I love my neighbors, but I want them back. And we're going to do the legislative changes, the regulations, to bring them back. So I ask each member for their help. We all sat in Senate Finances and asked questions of our accounting officers, and I'm reaching out to everyone to come. Let's take this journey together. This is a journey of innovation, a journey of entrepreneurship. People say that there's a pie-in-the-sky budget. We're wasting time. It will never happen. But Mark, you testify to this. That's what they told us when we were building the multipurpose complex. You know that. Today, you and I sat down there yesterday and sent off Honorable R.T. O'Neill, and they were on the radio for 3 months saying that Mark Vanderpool, Ralph T. O'Neill, and Andrew Foy were wasting their time and wasting the money. So, Brother Mark, you work with me. I really don't mind you go out on the mic out there at me. You're out there shouting because you know I'm going to come through. You know I'm going to come through. So your job is to create a little doubt because you're over there now, but in your hearts of hearts, you'll know that fire will come true for the people. Because each member is responsible for making sure things get into the hands of the people in a legal and transparent manner. Now I want to say, once the economy is going up, people are going to invest. And when you see anybody investing, well, the government is in power, that's investors' confidence. And I told Brother Mac that when he was rebuilding on that, if he felt the economy would drop, he wouldn't invest that money. So he's saying, as a businessman like many others, I have confidence in the sitting government to invest millions of dollars because I know the economy is going to get better. So we have met with the banks, the Minister of Labor and myself. And we have told the banks, I think I heard leader of opposition and member for the 6th in the deputy speaker talk about this. We told the banks, listen, all of them that was selling, we're going to be there to protect our people. The Minister of Labor will tell you that when they told me they want tacit approval for this, I said, I don't approve nothing I read. I don't understand what that is. You bring the document in front of me, let me read. The retired people, we want their rights preserved. The employees that are there, we want their rights preserved. We want to make sure that you get the best out of the deal, and the people out of Virgin Islands who are there working and involved get the best out of the deal. And we had good discussions, both those who are buying and those who are selling. And they said they understand. And I tell them, well, I'll be watching because I don't compromise my people. We were in there together. I didn't stutter. I didn't mutter. They understand it clearly. I said it in a respectful way, but I said, I have to look out for my people. So they told me that they're going to make sure that we stay in contact with each other and we get it going. And the Minister of Labor let them to know, well, look, if you're taking advantage of them, don't think that we're going to let some of those work permits get through. Because we will be letting down our people. We told them that in those meetings. And it's not to be sounding strong arm. We just letting them know that we have to look out for our people. So the areas where we have the authority, if we let that go, it's gone. We have negotiated with developers, and we're doing so all now. Up to last night, I left my office late, trying to make sure we get certain documents done for some developers. And I remember that one of them came to me and they were telling me that what all they want, and I asked them, well, wait, if I give you these things, hotel aid, and what are we getting for our people? They tell me, well, we could get. I said, no, we ain't dealing with might. And then they tell me they believe. I said, we in the church. they no might, they no believe. We want to make sure that X number of people will be hired. Remember, I could tell you that one came and I said, look, your establishment, you say you hire 500 people, 250 at minimum. That would be the people of the Virgin Islands. And they put it in MOUs that we're going to sign. Those are the kind of negotiation I sit down and do because it's song hard and my song ignorant what I'm going to say, but I can't miss what I have. So if it ain't there yet and you don't come forward with it, I can't miss it. So if you're coming forward, you don't come forward with something to give the people. Because all of us would agree, the more our people walking through these new developments, the more money they have, the more we take care of those social problems that the member of the folks say. Because the worst disease, the late Omar Hart said, the worst disease to have is to be broke. And a good economy does help their people not to be. So we negotiate with them. Now, I must say, I'm glad the member before came back. He probably heard I was speaking. Because I have a little joke for him. He said there was one development over Norman Island, and the developer turned off. He don't know if it's so, and he was trying to say with our government. But I need to tell him a little joke. The Minister of Natural Resources with us, and it's only a joke between us and here. The Minister of Natural Resources was with us when that one developer came, and the developer said, and just between you and I, Brother Mac, the developer said, he said, you know, well, I don't want to talk too much like them because it will seem like I'm mocking and I'm not. But they said to us, well, look, the last government said they were behind us and we were moving forward. But I said when the people started to jump up, remember that one, Vince? And the noise started to make, and they looked back for the government, they didn't see them. And he said he clean forget to ask, well, how far behind me you want to be? He said, so when I told him I behind you, he said, I need to find out from you before I leave how far behind me you are, because my experience the last time I didn't ask that. And when I look back for them and the noise that I couldn't see where they were because I didn't ask them how far behind they want to be. Now, whether it is true or not, I only could tell my ministers with me, so they laughed because they were right there hearing it for themselves. So I tell them with you as long as you ain't violating anything in the BVI. And Willie T was moved, yes. Willie T claimed that they were moved without any prior notice and they were sent over to Peter Allen. But look the quandary we are in when we took up the government. Willie T moved from over here because one developer said that if they stay there, they ain't developing. Willie T went over by Peter Allen, and Peter Allen decided they ain't developing as long as Willie T come back. But this is where boldness in leadership comes. We put Willie T back where they were and tell them get your sewage treatment and everything going, and we're going to speak with the developer here, and we're going to find common ground, and we were able to do that, and the developer now is pleased. If he ain't pleased, he ain't tell us so, because he told us in there he's pleased. The water testing went on many times, and he said he's pleased. Now he can go back for his developers and his investors. That's boldness in leadership. Willie T happy? Peter Island now happy. Norman happy. And the people of the Virgin Islands who won't get the jobs over there, because we're going to make sure they're going to be happy too. So, Mr. Speaker, there are many other investments. The Palm Grove Shopping Center, we have put out a request for proposal for any local investor or any foreign investor mixed with a local, because they must have some of that can develop that site. They could go up. How much floors the law saying? If they want more, you change the law. As long as they let the 16 persons on the ground floor to be able to get forced rights of refusal and deal with it. That request for proposal is out in the public right now. A lot of people think that this budget deal with us putting the physical money in. No, the idea is lease out the land to our people, let them develop it. And when they develop it, all the government got to do is pull their hand and close it every month, collect. It's still our property, still our people. The more they build, the more our people get work, the more construction go on, the more people get jobs afterward, and the government don't have to take out a dime. Whatever laws we need to change to adjust to help it, we do it. When you don't have as much money as a man, you think smart, not hard. And you work smart, not hard. Same thing we do in Prospect Reef. Prospect Reef down there, people say, how you going to get this developed? I never tell you I'm going to do it. we're going to make sure that we create the environment again with a request for proposal. We don't care who the person is. Once they come with a local, in the path of our local team, that's what we're pushing for us. And they give us the 5-star hotel down there. We go with it. This is how we're going to do this thing. Now we finally have the box down by control box. And the Minister of Health will make a statement. He said today, but he make a full statement, so that a lot of that open burning now will be reduced significantly. And I live right there by it, so I get to watch it every night. I hear people call me every morning, you don't know how it is. I say, well, look here, for me not forget where I live. And every morning I will WhatsApp the minister, what happening? Anything yet? Who I could ball to, I the premier. Living in the heart of the smoke. I could even tell when they burn a fridge. Because I know the different smoke by now. Yeah, I had carried my mother doctor many times from the smoke, so I know what's happening. So we finally get the control box to come in, control panel, and it's God rest his soul, the contractor died, but we have people within the company that's doing the work. And within 2 weeks' time, that's supposed to be fixed, significantly reducing the burning, all the outdoor burning, and reducing a lot of the smoke that our people are experiencing. We're the ones who make sure that we move all that trash from down Parkwood Pond. We're the ones who come in on this same budget and we're moving the tons of cars, derelict vehicles. It wasn't train, with the train didn't take off. We were the ones. This is what I tell you. Every time we get something to do good with them, and the rest side is ours when they ain't got good. We were the ones, if we didn't turn off the train, it wouldn't say choo-choo and the boat wouldn't be going saying bye-bye. We were the ones paying for it. We were the ones. We were the ones who went and took the children off the street in this last budget was gone by the Elmer Stout High School. Hello, were you? I didn't hear you. Was it in train? We were the ones who went and said enough is enough and take it from waiting for next year, which is going to be this year, and do you loan funding, cut some of those other things and do loan funding and fix the L-shaped building. And when we were doing it, all the professionals tell us you can't give nobody a floor each. That's nonsense. It has turned out to be a model project throughout the Caribbean till it is a case study now. How we could get a project like that done with multiple contractors, value for money, on time, no overruns, and the children now happy. Naming it El Dorothy Turnbull. We are the ones. I don't like to do this, but there are some people walking around saying, all we're doing is smiling and taking pictures. The reason we could take the picture because we do it. We could stand up next day because we did it. So when we take a picture by something, unlike the past when there were things that were made us believe that it happened, we did it. And even if it wasn't us who started, we like BASF, we don't make things, all of them, we make things better. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll wrap up by saying, all 4 athletes poised to go to the Olympics, the Deputy Speaker will be glad to know this, we have the money there. We're going to finance each one of them. They don't write us, tell us how much money they need. We're going to make sure that it is in there. Ashley Kelly, Chantel Malone, Kyron McMaster, and Henry. Yeah, Henry. All 4 of them. They send us their budget and they don't have to worry about a dime out of that budget. We gonna pay for them to send them out to that Olympics so that they don't have to be worrying while the others, they're getting their back rubbing, you see their feet done, and they're worrying about how they're gonna pay the coach and thing. No. When they win the gold, we come down here singing the territorial song with them and thinking while them there sitting on the chair taking the award from us, they're still worrying how they're gonna pay the bill? No. Those there, courage for great leaders. We sing courage for great leaders, and the athlete them, they're broke. Stone cold broke. So we have made a commitment to them, and I told one of them up to today, once the budget passed, we're going to make sure that you get the money, and we know you're going to be accounted for, the 4 of them, and also give some money to the Olympic Committee. And we're going to let you know how much it is. We're going to be accountable for it. We made them the promise. So if you want all athletes that are poised to go to the Olympics, as of right now, the 4 of them, this budget is for you. And under our government, When they won gold, we just didn't give them a check where they just spend it in the same coaches and thing. We actually give them land. I remember when we gave Chantel the land, when Chantel win a gold medal, you know, in a Pan Am game. Chantel alone on the top. I don't remember how it was, but USA on the right, Jamaica on the right, USA on the left. USA with 300 million people, as the minister held to say, and Jamaica with 3 million people, and BVI with 30,000 with a goal, stand up there. And we give us some land. Next thing I know, the people blocked me to smithereens. I give it to her because her one uncle, Skelton, was a minister, and another one, Kevin, is a minister. I asked him how that help her to jump to broke the record. When she went in the air, what happened to Skelton and Malone clicking, and she went further? I don't understand them thing. She win it based on her ability. And whoever win goals in those major events like that, we're going to give them a little piece of land. They only could get one, but I mean the gold medal now at the Olympics, that's something special. We got to give them something else. We have to do them things. Yeah, it's historical for this little country, and we doing those kind of great things. And all we come, when they come back, is give them a little check their wagon in no time, and then we sit down and sing the territorial song, hold a little ceremony, and then after that, they're gone by the west side. And the children one night when they pass, well, who's that? No. So if you want all 4 athletes to be financed and going towards the Olympics, this budget is for you. When you say yes, you're saying yes to them. Persons seeking scholarship locally and abroad, this budget is for you. $4.8 million. We revive the scholarship program with this budget. When you vote for this budget to the leader opposition, you're voting to help our people to start to get the scholarships again. This budget is for you if you believe in that. Persons seeking bachelor's and master's from recognized universities abroad via HLSCC, when you vote for this budget is for you. Improvement of our tourism product in many areas such as Caribbean and many other areas. If you want that, when you say yes to this budget today, you're saying that this budget, these things are for you. Making our airport and seaports like Western more resilient and modern. To CDB loan now, we're going to make sure that the Western port is fully done. And other things with the airport that we're working on. And if you want to see those things happen, this budget is for you. The Back to Sea initiative, where we're training our young people from District 1 to 9 in areas of the marine sector, which we have already started. And the first cohort is supposed to be graduating very soon, so that there could be captains, different areas in the marine sector, so we could take our rightful place in it. And we have a policy coming up. You don't like this one, Brother Mac. We have a policy coming up that once we train them, we're going to block out those sections from requesting for work permit, so that you exhaust the local list force. If this is what you want for your people, when you vote for this budget, honorable member for the vote, this budget is for you. Training in renewable energy technology, in the installation and otherwise. I want every district rep to know that when the year turns, and don't wait till then, I'll be asking for one name from every district rep and every at-large, our young person or somebody who wants to change their career to learn about renewable energy, because through the BVIEC we'll be running a program just like what we did with the carpenters in the past and the plumbers and the engineers, so they could learn about renewable energy, so that this industry doesn't come upon us and then our people are behind. So if you want that to happen, then this budget is for you. We have a new lab block that we're going to do. We first they were just going to fix the magistrate court, and we agreed that we're going to do the new lab block and sit down with the governor. And I said, Governor, let's agree on this. And he agreed, and I agreed. And we're going to do the new lab block in terms of our design. This project has been going on since 1994, when the complex building was supposed to be built. So we're in train, but we're not turn off the train. So we're going to do the full design, but we're going to do it so we could build a section every year. So we're going to start with the magistrate court. This budget for the people in law and all other people is for you, once you vote for this budget. Increase airlift in and out of the territory. This budget is for you. And you'll hear more about that very soon. Improving on our port facilities. If you want to get the port facilities improved, this budget is for you. Taking back our #1 place in the marine industry, as I stated before, once you vote for it, the legislative changes that we're going to do, this budget is for you, the people. Repairs to the R.T. O'Neill administration complex after 2 years, or people are living through that mess. And I really hear what you said, member of the floor, and I respect it because I have to respect your opinion. But I'm not saying that building either half of it, quarter of it, or a third of it are coming out. Even if I go under a 10. I've seen too many public servants get sick. I've seen too many things happen inside that building that are not nice. And we coming out of it, better we be a penny smart than a life short. But once you vote for it, the repairs to the complex, public servants, and all who use the building, this budget is for you. Assisting our people in helping people's homes destroyed by Irma become watertight, which is under the Ministry of Health. Once this budget passes, this budget is for you. Making sure the RDA get their portion of the money to start their projects. And yes, they're under the Premier's office. I respect what they have to do. Although there's some areas we're still negotiating, but they're needed in certain areas. And certain loans that we have already had with the CDB that we have repurposed to make sure that things get done. And they're well costed. Once you vote, this budget is for you. Training in entrepreneurship and innovation, we're going to make sure that a lot more of our people get in the business. We have already negotiated with one entity to give us $2.5 million to help our people to access loans and also get a training through it to make sure that they become the entrepreneurs, and we monitor them to not only develop them here but abroad so that they could truly become millionaires. This budget is for you. Creating new industries also through the entrepreneurship in other areas. This budget is for you because we ain't going to limit our soul. We're going to open up the BVI. New developments and investments in our territory. This budget is for you. Other small and major hotel developments and hotel repairs. This budget is for you. Legislative changes going to help all people to get this done much faster and with more incentives. Public officers increment. This budget is for you. New legislation to help our economy and bring new revenues. This budget is for you. Renewable energy incentives and initiatives. This budget is for you because we're going to make all those things 0% tax for a certain time so that we could stimulate the industry. We can't say we're going green and don't do nothing about it. This budget is for you. Finding a niche area in economic substance. I believe the member of the thought said it correctly. There are a lot of opportunities in there, and we have ideas through legislation, and we'll make it happen. This budget for you. And yes, leader of the opposition, I'll be calling on you with it. Medicinal marijuana, and no, we're not going to make the people high and all the troubles go away. That's not the aim. And I know, Brother Mac, you ain't seeing your way through because the smoke probably there clouding your vision, but my brother, when we are done, you will realize that just like the multipurpose complex fry, with God's help, have come true again. This budget is for you. Gaming and gambling legislation in specified areas, oh boy, the legislation that's not already done. This budget for you. I know some people growing there say, well, Lord, why he going there? It's amazing in this country, all kind of thing happening in front of your very eye. The money going out, and people tell you don't do it, but everybody doing it. The money is where we make our money from it. Well, sir. Right in the heart of tongue, you know. Many you need hiding now. Getting our fair share from the money services. Some people don't like this, but I don't see it as a bad. Because if you're sending out money and we get a little tax on it, a little, I would call it, incentive, the more you send, the more we bill. I see it as good. If you want to send more and we have a little incentive put on top of it, if you keep sending, we keep billing because we get a little more. If you keep it here, all the better. But if you want to grow the revenue with that, this budget is for you. Interest in jet skis as a business or to just rent them for the tourism industry, this budget through legislative changes is for you. Improving traffic flow in Rotong, but Mac, you're going to love this one when you see the plans of it. We're going to have the traffic flowing much better. It's going to be a paradigm shift. This budget, Brother Mac, is for you. It wouldn't be a charade.
5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Building and repairs of our schools, as I said, Isabella Morris, Jocelyn Dykes Primary School this year. This is for you. The Eastern Langlook project restarted. This is for you. Addressing the incinerator at Paco Pond to reduce the massive outdoor burning of garbage. This budget for you. Marketing legislation to assist the local poultry business persons with some legislation that we're going to do as incentives for them. This budget is for you. Improvement of our recreational facilities. This budget is for you. The sport and tourism under the Minister of Education, what we're doing, this budget is for you. E-government initiatives. Yes, member, leader of opposition, you help start them, you put them in train, I agree. We're going to turn off the train. Choo-choo, this is for you. You help government be more efficient and effective. As a matter of fact, the 17th, next week, going to be the first reading, at least 4 of them. And I'm going to need your help to pass them. Addressing our water wars in Seacoast Bay and many other areas. The member for the third gone, but this budget is for him. And much more areas and other persons. And if you want to be part of the 1,000 jobs in 1,000 days, I heard some people on the radio making fun of it. I said, all right, go right ahead. Some people say we only had 52 people hired. So far, we have quite a bit of people hired. I won't give a number because I want to be accurate. But even if we hire 5, at least we got 5 people now working who wasn't working. So people look at the negative. There's a lot of people still walking around. In 10 minutes, what they want me to do? I mean, in 10 months, what they want us to do? But Honorable Neville Smith, I won't call you the wrong thing. But this 1,000 jobs in 1,000 days is real. A lot of people have been thanking the government for helping them to get into jobs that weren't there. A lot of young people, some of them even made mistakes and we give them second chances. Some people cussing me for them, but I said, God is a God of second chances. What you going to do, kill them forever? They were young when they make the mistake. Give them a second chance. We have a lot of challenges ahead, but with God's help, we will have more prosperity ahead, but it comes with a price. We have ongoing negotiations with the UK and the conditions surrounding the loan guarantee, among other areas, which must be done in the best interest of the people. We also have the OECD, France, the III code for the marine, all those evaluations coming on us that were coming for years, and now we have to be rushing because many things were in place, but this budget is going to help us, and with God's help, we're going to get past some of them, and all of them. If you want to join the journey of having and gather 80% renewable energy, and Minister has started it, I give it the credit. You put it in train, choo-choo, the train turn off. If you want and gather 80% renewable energy by 2021, this budget is for you. And if you want to join the journey of having the BVI, no, renewable energy. If you want to join the journey of having the BVI 60% renewable energy by 2030, we haven't done that. But this budget is for you. And I had a meeting with the board and I said, look, I told the managing director and all of them, this is where we're going. So start to get ready. This budget is about a vision, not about projects with no vision. A vision that started with a legislative agenda in concert with the 2020 budget, followed by a chart to keep each ministry on target. This is a policy-driven budget where the policy dictates projects. That is the thrust of the ongoing National Development Plan. I invite the people of the BVI, all visitors, all investors, locally, regionally, internationally, to take this journey with us, for starting with this 2020 budget. It's not perfect, but we're going to continue with God's help to strive for perfection and start with this budget so that we can go green, get more green, and move this territory in one direction forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Premier, Minister of Finance, and Leader of Government Business for wrapping up his budget. A motion has been moved and seconded that the Appropriation 2020 Act 2019 be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The motion is carried. I call on the Minister of Finance.
This House do resolve itself in a committee of the whole House to consider draft estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 2020.
A motion has been moved and seconded that the House resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the draft estimate of revenue and expenditure for the year 2020, clause by clause. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The motion passed. This House is now in committee.